A coliseum of speed, a ribbon of asphalt wrapped in steel, waiting to crown a victor. 100,000 voices meet the thunder of engines. A symphony of speed and spectacle. It's the crucible where nerves are tested and dreams teeter between triumph and disaster.
Pushes just keep getting bigger and bigger.
At 200 miles per hour. This superspeedway demands everything. Precision, courage, instinct. Here, a split-second decision doesn't just change a race. It changes a legacy. Greats become icons. And the unexpected becomes unforgettable.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me? Daytona 500! We got it! Yeah!
Now just 200 laps stand between them and racing immortality. Welcome to the great American race.
And a big thank you to Academy Award winner Morgan Freeman, who you can see in My Dead Friend Zoe in theaters February 28th. 41 race cars and one presidential limousine are lined up on pit road, ready for the start of the 67th annual Daytona 500 on Fox. What a scene for this, the biggest day of any stock car racing year, and even bigger, with a sitting president coming to the Daytona 500 for only the third time in history. 43 different men have won the 500. 8 are in today's race, and one is standing right alongside me. That's Kevin Harvick. Clint Boyer has finished fourth in the great race twice. What a day. How big can it get?
It doesn't get any bigger. This is the biggest race of their lives. The Daytona 500 is it for our sport. The buildup, the hype, everything, the energy is blowing through these guys' veins like fire, like wildfire. You got the president on the ground, the Thunderbirds flying overhead. Daytona has America on display.
Well, hold on, Clint, because all that hype is usually what causes one of those early cautions. As a driver, you have to take a deep breath. You have to focus on what you're supposed to be doing, because everything that's happening down there can be very overwhelming. So it's a big moment. Still makes the hair on my arm stand up, and I can't wait.
Well, the fear is the big one, and that is the big accident. We've had several all through the week, this week already in the qualifying races on Thursday. And our stat boys put together that the danger zone is from 5th to 30th. You need to be in front of that or behind that.
That's a pretty big zone.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It is.
Typical stat guys there. Let's narrow it down a little bit. But I don't think there's a safe place, and I think that their stats are right. I think as you are leading this race, getting those pushes is super important. And with this car, those pushes have become more and more aggressive as we get towards the end of the race. And ultimately, that's going to result in a wreck. There's just no way around it.
That's the inevitable. And the biggest thing is there's no way. Everybody thinks they can look into a crystal ball and this is the lap they're going to wreck, or this is the situation that's going to happen. You don't know. You have to go out there, put yourself in position, just like last year's William Byron, right? He was the one that got turned into the guy leading the race and wiped them all out, ultimately leading him to win the Great American Race. That can happen. It can happen to anybody in this race today.
Well, we saw the president there talking with the king, stock car racing's king, Richard Petty, and with Greg Biffle, who led a fleet of helicopters doing relief in western North Carolina after the hurricanes there. Biff's going to get a selfie with the president. What a nice memento of that trip to Daytona. So, who will set the pace today, and how fast a pace will it be?
Well, I think in the beginning it's going to be a fast pace, and I think for the drivers, the big thing that you have to do starting this race is get used to the pace of the field with all the cars in it. That pace will be a lot different than what you practiced with. It'll be a lot different than what you had in a duels, and you have to be able to readjust yourself to the way that things are happening and still calm down.
Yeah, to your point, Kevin, you have to remember the duels, half the field. None of these cars on the racetrack has had the speed, had the downforce, or lack of downforce under what they're going to feel for the whole field of 40 cars to be out there. The pace picks up, grip level goes down.
Toyota on the pole for the first time ever in the history of the 500. Chase Briscoe will lead them to green. Will he stay there, and for how long?
Well, that's a good question. I think as this thing starts to play out, all those circumstances start to change. But Chase Briscoe is in the opportunity of his life in that 19 car. We saw that car have so much success through the years with Martin Truex Jr., but I believe that when you have a driver and a crew chief that are as motivated as Chase Briscoe and James Small, great things are going to happen for this 19 car. But today, you have to be able to control the race as long as you can, and that is hard to do here.
Well, as we saw the Penske camp do it in the second duel, how do you do that? You do it with teammates like Denny Hamlin, 3-time champion of the Daytona 500. But you heard me talk about Logano. Him and Austin Cindric worked so well together in duel number 2. It was amazing, the whale of a job that they did to get Cindric the win.
Christopher Bell often flies under the radar, but boy, he and Kyle Larson competed all last season for the most wins.
Well, he's soon, over the next few years, will become the leader of Joe Gibbs Racing, so it'll be great to see him do what he does inside the car today.
Bubba Wallace, a winner on Thursday night. All right, let's go trackside with Jamie Little.
Well, I'm joined now by the President of the United States. Mr. President, 5 years ago, we were standing in this very spot. What brings you back to the Great American Race?
Well, I think it's fantastic. It's great for the country. Our country is doing well again, and we have spirit all over the world. There's spirit again. We brought it back, and it's been less than 4 weeks. So you'll see what we do in a little period of time. It's going to only get better, but this is very exciting.
You brought your granddaughter. I know some of your other family members are here. You get to take a ride around in the Beast. What is that like?
I'll let you know in about 2 minutes because it's going to be, they're going to be going quite quickly, I understand.
And you just got to meet some of the drivers. Are you going to get on the radio again and talk to them before the start of this?
And I say they have a lot of courage doing this. It's I see it, and I've been here, and they have a lot of guts, as they would say.
Mr. President, enjoy your time.
Thank you very much. Great.
Mike.
Thank you, Jamie. What a day in Daytona, the 67th annual Daytona 500 at the ready. Rain perhaps on the way, so we'll be racing to get past halfway just as quickly as possible here. 41 cars, drivers from 4 countries, most of them NASCAR Cup Series regulars, getting ready to flip the switch and race into history. Let's go trackside for the command.
Daytona International Speedway, here to give the command to fire engines from Marvel Studios' Captain America: Brave New World, now in theaters. Please welcome Captain America himself, Anthony Mackie.
Drivers! Start your engines!
200 laps, destiny awaits. Perhaps one of these drivers to hoist the Harley Earl Trophy in Daytona Victory Lane.
The Daytona 500. Fans have been anxiously waiting as the NASCAR Cup Series kicks off its highly anticipated 77th season at the Daytona International Speedway. Known as the Great American Race, this iconic event draws racing fans from around the globe eager to witness the heart-pounding drama that only Daytona can deliver. Drafting is vital today because it helps drivers reduce drag and increase speed by closely following another car. This strategy is crucial on the high-speed turns, where maintaining momentum can determine who leads the race. Effective drafting also aids in fuel conservation, which is essential in the later stages of the competitive Daytona 500. Mastering this technique can greatly influence the race's outcome. We caught up with some drivers, and here's what they shared about their experiences racing in this prestigious event.
It's amazing. I mean, just what it does for your season, you know, starting out the year with a big win, gets you in the playoffs, which is great. Not a lot of pressure there. And then I think, honestly, just what it does for you off the track is huge. And then for your team, you know, your team really cherishes that moment. And it's something special that you guys can share forever.
The first few laps, especially of a race, are definitely white knuckling it. You know, like you're so close with one another, and one little mistake, they'll half the field's wrecked. So It doesn't take much, but you just try and get more and more comfortable with it throughout the race. You just know that at the end of those things, somebody's going to wreck. It's just a ticking time bomb, you know, but you just hope you're in the right spot at the right time.
Last year, after the race was postponed due to rain, we watched as William Byron was leading the field to the white flag. Ross Chastain attempted to overtake the 24, and the 1 made contact with Austin Cindric, causing both drivers to wreck. Byron took home his first Daytona 500 victory, crossing the finish line, taking both the white flag and the yellow flag. A victory at the Daytona 500 is more than just a win. It's an achievement that cements drivers' legacies in the storied history of NASCAR. Who will be kicking off this year's race season with a win at the biggest race of the year? Buckle up. It's time to experience the thrill of the Daytona 500.
In July of 1984, George Bush was here in 1983 as vice president. Bill Clinton campaigned at Darlington Raceway. George W. Bush attended several races, including this one in 2004. And this is President Trump's second trip to the Great American Race. The Thunderbirds with an encore flyover. And the procession of pre-race at the ready.
There's nothing like it, guys. Such a display. Power.
Before he climbed aboard, the pole sitter visited with Regan Smith.
Chase Briscoe getting set to lead the field to green in the Daytona 500. Your first race for Joe Gibbs Racing. How do you control the adrenaline of the moment and focus on 500 miles?
Yeah, of all the races to qualify on the pole of, this is definitely the one. So yeah, adrenaline's pumping. This is the biggest race of our year. So have a really fast Bass Pro Shops Toyota. We start up front, just got to try to finish up front now.
Thanks, Chase.
All right, drivers, you're alone.
Finally.
The window net is up. No more meet and greets, no more handshakes, no more selfies. You are in your happy place. What's going through your mind right now?
Finally, like Clint said, finally you're in the car and you're able to focus on the things that you need to focus on. It's quiet inside the car. You'll have the engine shut off right now as they try to decide when they're going to roll off a pit road here. We get an air show over the top, so you're trying to watch the airplanes flying by. But it's the best time of the race because you're finally in the car and everything is peaceful.
I know you're not going to believe this, but this is the time I close my eyes and I think about the plan. I think about my teammates. I think about the situational awareness where I need to be, when my spotter's talking, when he says hi, when he says clear, that means now. Do not delay. Do not halter. If you do, you will be the wreck. You have to put all the pieces together. They have to be perfect to win this Great American Race.
Well, the presidential motorcade begins to roll out. They will do 2 laps. Then the fleet of dignitaries in the Chevy pace cars, and then our 41-car field, largest Daytona 500 starting field in several years because of the addition of a provisional spot reserved for a driver outside of NASCAR but with world-class credentials. The team had to apply for that more than 90 days in advance. Team Trackhouse did, and Helio Castroneves, the 4-time Indy winner and 3-time Rolex 24-hour race winner, has that provisional start in 41st position.
They're rolling, guys.
Well, and this is where it all starts, Clint. I mean, right here. You got to make sure you start dotting the I's and crossing the T's to get your job done, prepping for pit road, making sure everything's functioning correctly. You've gone through your belts and everything as a driver, and now you roll off through that checklist and make sure that you're ready to go.
It's not every day you get a president to be the pace car and lead the field to green. That's pretty cool.
I always felt like when the president showed up at the race and was able to attend the Daytona 500, it just took things to another level. Everybody from the sponsorship side of things is already here, but when that president of the United States is leading you around on the pace laps, you know this means something.
That heavily armored limousine weighs approximately 22,000 pounds. No official figures are given. And its top speed is a well-kept secret.
Well, they're going to need it. They're going to need all they can get. If he gets up on the high banks, 31 degrees at Daytona, you heard him. The man said himself, they tell me it's going to be fast, so I better get in, buckle up.
Now, in a regular street car, you need to drive 65 miles an hour or more just to stay up on the banking. Otherwise, its steepness will kind of spit you down and out.
Honestly, when I give rides around Daytona, places like here in Talladega, my favorite thing to do is actually slow them down. Let them feel that. They get really nervous thinking the car is going to flip over at slow speed. At high speed, when these guys get up upwards 200 mile an hour, believe it or not, you don't even feel the bank, do you, Kevin?
No, and when you're going slow like that, it feels like the car is actually going to spin out the wrong way down the hill.
Or flip over.
Yeah, or flip over, one or the other.
Toyotas, Fords, and Chevrolets fill the field. As this lap is recorded for posterity. Into the back straightaway, nearly 3,000 feet of asphalt ribbon. And then they bank sharply up into the 31-degree banking of turn number 3, something the limousine will not attempt today.
Well, you know, we got to dissect. We're racers. I don't know about the air pressures. What do you think they're running in that thing? You think they're at minimums? You think they're down a little bit? I mean, we got to find an edge somewhere.
Well, the thing that they're going to find an edge at is what these 2 extra pace laps mean. And that'll immediately spin the crew chiefs and engineers out into a different cycle of strategy. So I hate to tell you,
I'm trying to have some fun here. Now you're going right down to the fun police has arrived, and we're down to the details already. He's worried about fuel mileage, already complaining about fuel mileage. I love it.
Well, we actually want to win the race, Clint, right?
Man,
we don't want to just be in it.
I want to be.
We want to win
the show and win the race. It's a long ways from now.
All right, here comes the field off turn number 4, behind the presidential motorcade. Oftentimes, the series director for NASCAR will address the drivers, but the next voice you hear will be the President of the United States.
And Mr. President, thank you for joining us to get this year's Great American Race, the Daytona 500, started. The radio is yours, sir. And Mr. President, the radio is yours.
This is your favorite president. I'm a big fan. I am a really big fan of you people that you do this. I don't know, but I just want you to be safe. You're talented people, and you're great people and great Americans. Have a good day. Have a lot of fun, and I'll see you later.
Once the ceremonial pace laps are finished, the president will retire to a VIP suite to watch at least the first stage of today's race. It was a great sight to see all the folks in the stands jumping up, grabbing phones, grabbing cameras as Air Force One did a flyby of the Speedway before landing.
You know, we're very fortunate, Kevin, you and I, this sport's given us everything in our lives. Very fortunate to have a sport that somebody as powerful as the President of the United States of America wants to come and be a part of it, be present. It means a lot to the sport of NASCAR and everybody involved.
It does mean a lot, and I've been fortunate to, go to the White House and meet with several presidents, and Donald Trump has been so good to the sport, being and attending events, the Daytona 500 twice now, so it's a great sight to see.
All right, the motorcade heads for pit road. They will not be stopping for tires and fuel.
No fuel.
And away from Donald Trump, President of the United States, to send the field on its way.
Cool stuff.
And with that, let's have a look at the starting lineup for the 67th Daytona 500. Indiana's Chase Briscoe, first Toyota ever to win the pole for the 500, with Austin Cindric, the 2022 winner of this race. They have the front row. Row number 2, Bubba Wallace, a two-time runner-up who won his dual race Thursday night, and Eric Jones making his best Daytona 500 start.
Well, let's dial up Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace, Kevin, and the guys up in the Fox booth. A lot of hype here, buddy. How do you keep yourself calm, and what do you think we're in store for at the beginning of this race?
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, you've done it. It's the biggest race of the season, and this is the most relaxed I've been out of my 8th start here, so feel good about it. I feel like our McDonald's team and this whole Toyota Camry is really, really fast. Was able to show that on Thursday, but now it's time for the real test here. I think the start, it's the big fuel-saving game now. That's all we talk about in our meetings is how can we capitalize on fuel saving and keep the lead, which is damn near impossible. So we'll see what happens. It's all in all, let's have a good day and go get us one finally.
All right, well, I appreciate you talking about fuel already. My partner just left the booth because that's what I was talking about as well.
Team. Tell him my
Good luck, man.
I appreciate it, brother. Have fun.
All right, row 3, we got William Byron, defending Daytona 500 champion. On his outside, Chris Buescher. Keep an eye on him, Daytona winner in August. Also, row 4, Ty Dillon, pride of Welcome, North Carolina, and 3-time Daytona champion Denny Hamlin.
Row 5, we've got Ross Chastain, the only Florida driver in the field, and Joey Logano, 3-time champ.
Let's dial up, Joey Logano. How about you, Joey Logano? Boyer and the boys up in the booth.
Yeah, what's happening?
You're happening, buddy. Daytona 500. We've got the president here. Thunderbirds in the air. You got to be just jumping to get out here and get started. Tell me about your car. I loved what you guys had. It's teamwork in the Penske duel number 2 with you and Cindric.
Yeah, like with what we got going on here, we got a really cool looking Shell Pencil Mustang with the collaboration with the IndyCar stuff with it, Joseph Ducard and his Indy 500 win. So we want to make this thing up front, end up there. I think we got a good piece. We got a great team and a great car. So we just got to go do our jobs now.
All right, man. Good luck out there. Do your thing.
All right, row number 6, Tyler Reddick with 3 wins last year, and Corey LaJoie making one of his few starts this year.
All right, row number 7, you got A.J. Allmendinger, finished top 10 in his last 4 starts at Daytona 500. On his outside, Todd Gilliland, best Daytona 500 start to boot.
Row 8, we've got Austin Dillon from Welcome, North Carolina, and Ryan Blaney, our 2023 champ.
Row 9, 2020 Cup champ Chase Elliott and John Hunter Nemechek. Jamie?
Mike, 7-time most popular driver Chase Elliott is entering his 10th Daytona 500. This is the one. This is the trophy that has eluded him. Now, he starts mid-pack today, but they tell me the plan is to get to the front as quickly as possible. He also said he was very comfortable being aggressive in practice. So watch for that 9 car to go to the front. They feel like they have a car capable of winning.
Row 10, Xfinity champ Justin Allgaier driving for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Christopher Bell, who's finished 3rd in this race both of the last 2 years. Regan?
Mike Christopher Bell is a part of new generation Cup Series superstars, willing to drive anything, anytime, anywhere, and win while doing it. Last year, statistically speaking, a career year for Christopher Bell. 3 wins, and as you just mentioned, a 3rd place runner-up or 3rd place finish in the Daytona 500. That has him coming into today confident that today is the day he puts his name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy.
Row 11, Kyle Busch, 2-time Cup champion. This is his 20th try at the Daytona 500. And Kyle Larson, who's won nearly everything in the Cup Series except this. Josh?
Well, there is no doubt Kyle Larson is one of the best drivers on the planet. He's won races in a number of different disciplines in motorsports, but the 2021 Cup champ has yet to win the Daytona 500. 0-11 in the Great American Race, 0-21 here at Daytona. But talking to Kyle, his confidence isn't shaken. He said he's led late in this race. He's put himself in position. It's just about executing when he gets that shot, so there's no need to change. His crew chief Cliff Daniels says, hey, it's not a matter of if, but when he wins this race.
Row 12, we've got making his third start, Ty Gibbs, and Rookie of the Year contender, Riley Herbst. Row 13, we've got 2021 Daytona 500 winner Michael McDowell, and making his first Daytona 500 start, Shane Van Gisbergen.
All right, row number 14, Ryan Priest, new RFK driver. Keep an eye on the number 60. On his outside, Cody Ware in a 51 car. Row 15, Pride of the Wood Brothers, that's right. Number 21, Josh Berry. On his outside, number 41, Cole Custer.
Ricky Stenhouse, Noah Gregson in row number 16. Row 17, Carson Hocevar and Brad Keselowski.
Row 18 is Justin Haley and Daniel Suarez.
Row 19, Zane Smith and Alex Bowman.
Back in the 20th row, a couple of Cup champs, Martin Truex and Jimmy Johnson, and Helio Castroneves with the provisional starting spot, 41st. Now let's take a closer look at the science of drafting with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Mike, these drivers are going to be running over 180 miles per hour for 200 laps or 500 miles. But the way you can max out speed is the draft with cars lined up nose to tail. Let's go to our Toyota Cutaway car and show you about the draft. This is a single car in race mode running wide open. Notice how the airflow goes across the car. Max downforce, but it hurts the speed of the car, 180 miles per hour. I want to bring in a second car that's going to line up behind it. Notice how the airflow changes. These two cars almost become like one unit, a gain of 3 to 4 miles per hour. I'm going to add one more car, a third car, and I want you to notice when it pulls up to the tail of the second car, how the airflow starts at the nose of the lead car all the way to the back of the trail car, another 3 or 4 miles per hour, 186 miles per hour. Optimum is 7 cars lined up. That's about over 190 miles per hour. But if we can get the whole pack organized, guys, that's well over 190. But one factor today, wind gust up to 30 miles per hour. It'll be like an airplane, a tailwind down the backstretch.
Well, and Larry talked about 7 cars being the maximum number of cars that you really want if you're by yourself making those green flag pit stops. And that's what we're going to talk about all day. How do we get organized and how do we make our line run the fastest?
Busch Lights giving away one ultimate tailgating package for one ultimate fan and more big prizes throughout today's race. Follow @BuschBeer on X and comment using hashtag #BuschNumber1Fan, hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 1 for your chance to win.
Look at these fans get on their feet, Kevin.
The Chevrolet Blazer EV SS leads the field out of turn number 4. It heads for pit road. Fans on their feet. Sellout crowd in Daytona for the 67th annual 500. The Wood Brothers family, racing Fords in NASCAR since 1949, wave the green flag, and we're underway.
As they build this energy, you talked about it earlier, Kevin. First time any of these guys have felt all 40 cars being out there. A lot more speed, a lot more, the pushing, everything, all the runs, the blocks, everything happens a lot faster when everybody's out.
Yeah, and you know, the experienced guys and guys that have had good talks with their team, they're going to take their time a little bit right here. But I don't think you want to wait too long. I think you want to put yourself in as good a position as possible. If you're at the front half of this field, if you're at the second half of this field, you're going to immediately go into how much fuel can I save, because the guys up front are the ones that have the track position, and you're not going to get it. So you might as well start trying to accomplish something in the second half of this field.
Now 10 drivers had to start at the rear due to either unapproved adjustments, backup cars, or engine changes. They are Larson, Gibbs, Herbst, Van Gisbergen, Stenhouse, Keselowski, Haley, Suarez, Bowman, and Castroneves.
On board the Wendy's cam here with Elio Castroneves, and he's had a tough week here, Clint.
He has, but he's back out there. Those guys did a whale of a job rebuilding that car. That is not a backup car. They completely rebuilt, new front clip. I mean, that thing from front to rear is a brand new race car. These guys did a good job getting him back. These guys are going to go into fuel savings mode, and watching this race back last year, Ross Chastain was the first one to jump on that outside and drove. As soon as they did, they slowed that pace up. He drove all the way to the front and found the track position that he needed.
You came down here to run 195 miles an hour. Why are you saving gas?
Because you came down here to get a trophy, and that happens at the end of the race. How do you get to the end of the race? Right here in fuel savings mode.
Yeah, and you see right here, you're running 50-60% throttle. A lot of times, you'll be able to trail that throttle back to 50% down the straightaway. But what's going to happen here is at some point, these guys in the second half of the field are going to get frustrated, and then they're going to say, okay, I'm going to take advantage of these guys while they're trying to save fuel, and I'm going to get some track position. So you're going to see that game start to be played at some point. But the ultimate goal in this situation is, how do I make the shortest pit stop?
Tell me why you wouldn't go to the front and lead this pack now.
I think you have to somewhat stay in that fuel window with everybody else.
And how do you do that better than the guys at the front?
Well, if you use more fuel at the beginning of this race and have to make a longer pit stop, you're going to lose the track position anyway.
And when you're back there in the back, that draft, that magnificent draft that all these 40 cars push, that hole in the air that Larry showed you with the Toyota cutaway car, that enables those guys in the back to use less fuel because they're just literally pulled along in that airflow.
Yeah, and this is not easy. I think as drivers, you have a lot of responsibility, and your teams have to see the savings and the things that are going on. But in the middle of the pack especially, you start to get that accordion effect and have if you're not paying attention, can run into the back of somebody pretty easy.
Leaders off the spoiler cam of William Byron, Chase Briscoe alongside. Chevy and Toyota. Byron, last year's winner of the 500 in a backup car. Now, one car has lost the draft off the pace, is last year's Rookie of the Year, Carson Hocevar. Fuel pressure issue.
Losing his health, the one still have back, 19 trouble.
Yeah, and we saw that car not practice yesterday, Clint. That's a very good reason to be able to make the argument for that last practice yesterday. Speaking of Carson Hocevar.
Larry Mack?
Yeah, let's take a look at our Craftsman tools of the race. This would be for the drivers. No mistakes on pit road, especially on the green, getting on the pit road, getting off. We saw a lot of mistakes in the dual races on Thursday night. Know when to push and when not to. One bad push at the wrong time can cause the big one. I would tell all my drivers this, including a man named Earnhardt, we can't win this race in the first 150 laps, but we can flat lose it if we get in trouble.
All right, the third lane has formed up. Thanks, Larry. Michael McDowell was the first to jump out there and create a third lane, trying to get those cars to the front. Joey Logano on the outside in his Ford.
Well, here they come. There you see that teammate. There's the pairing that I was talking about. The teamwork of Joey Logano and his teammate Austin Cindric. Lights out in that second duel Thursday night. You see him heading to the front, outside coming.
Yeah, and that'll put 3 Fords in a row in line on that top row, and you start to see some of that strategy with some of these team cars getting together.
6 laps complete in the Daytona 500. William Byron, your leader. As we take you, Fox, side by side. Welcome back to the Daytona 500 on Fox. Sprinkling in turn 2 has put us under caution at lap 10. With William Byron leading from Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon, Chase Briscoe, and Joey Logano. All three makes, Chevy, Toyota, and Ford, represented there in the top 5.
Well, we just heard him on the radio say, let's go hard until the rain starts to fall, and it fell quicker than most of them had anticipated.
He's with Alex Bowman, who started 40th. He's gained 10 positions and up into the top 20. Kyle Busch has driven from 21st to 13th. Michael McDowell from 23rd to 15th among the big movers in the first 10 laps. Now, earlier this morning, we were allowed to sit in on Chase Briscoe's pre-race team meeting.
So pretty much it's regular Speedway strategy for us. It's going to be pretty simple. It's just communication. So just make sure if Chase needs to do something better or you need them to do something different, that we all just talk about it. We just need to be careful because you started creeping. We just make sure we can't roll out of the box as well.
We can hold you. Do like if you want to be on the clutch and the gas, we can hold the car.
Do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a good idea. We're just going to try and maintain the lead and save fuel at the same time and stay out of trouble. So very excited for this year, and I know we can do good things. So good luck and have a good day. Thank you.
What's new about Team 19 is the driver. Chase Briscoe was with Stuart Haas last year in a Ford. That team closed, sold off 3 of its 4 charters, and kept 1 for Cole Custer. That brought Briscoe to the Toyota camp for the first time, and he's responded by winning the pole. William Byron is last year's Daytona 500 winner, and he did it in a backup car. Not the first time that's happened, but certainly was a bit of a surprise. Austin Cindric there in second. And here is Jimmy Johnson, 7-time NASCAR Cup champion who had to time or race his way into the field. He is not one of the 36 chartered cars guaranteed a spot. And you'll see Shaq on the hood of Jimmy's car. You can see Shaq and the Inside the NBA crew tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on TNT, NBA All-Star 2025.
They've had a ton of fun. It's been fun, too, watching it and seeing the promotion they've done around this event, the Daytona 500, anticipation with it. Shaq's always a ton of fun. And Jimmy, I think did you see him on the court? Didn't quite look as magnificent. You know, I don't know. He just didn't look near as big as Shaq.
Yeah, well, you know, I
dunking
think
is nothing. It's not even
a big
close
difference.
To his future. Yeah.
I tell you one thing that isn't exciting from the driver's side of things. You get through all the work, you finally get in the zone, you sit in the seat of the car, you run a handful of laps, and it rains.
But we're not sure that this is going to be a long rainstorm. It's a narrow band of rain across the state of Florida, and it is expected to pass through pretty quickly if the prevailing direction holds. And then we'll get to track drying here in Daytona. We've completed 11 laps of the Daytona 500. We invite you to play the Fox Super 6 Daytona 500 Challenge. Download the Fox Sports app right now. Enter for free for a chance to win your share of $10,000 plus a VIP ticket package to next year's Daytona 500. See the Fox Sports app for all the details. Well, we said it would be windy today, and that is the case as this front is blowing through Daytona Beach. This track is so big, 2.5 miles around, it can literally be pouring in turn 1 or 2 and completely dry over in turn number 4. And that is the case at the moment. Winds out of the southwest at 18. Thursday, we had a real frog swallower come through here Thursday afternoon, just about sent our catering tent away to the beach. And when it was done, the wind came from the beach side, and with the sun, dried this track in 90 minutes.
It did. It did indeed. Big time storm, and obviously you've seen it again all the way over from the Gulf of America now. It'll be blowing right through here, and we'll be back to business. Seems like it always happens. It takes it from us, buddy.
It does. You know, you never know what the mess of the day is going to be, what you have to overcome, whether it's a rain shower or a mistake or whatever that is. And as a driver, the ones that are really calm about change makes it a lot easier to deal with.
We're going to try to dial up William Byron, last year's winner of the Daytona 500 for Hendrick Motorsports. And that car they won with, they just got it back from the attraction outside the Speedway. It goes on display there for a year. Rick Hendrick and William Byron got it back in a ceremony this morning just before race time, but obviously not the same car this year.
Well, let's dial him back up, see if they'll answer. Hey, Willie B, it's Boyer and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, man. I hear you.
Well, not ideal, but so far so good. Car looked pretty good. Take me back to the ceremony, seeing that hot rod from last year, the one you rolled into Victory Lane, got that trophy, seeing that car again for the first time.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. It's just been a really fun week down here, just reliving it and pulling back into the racetrack. So honestly, more than I expected, but just giving us some confidence and mojo for this weekend. So hopefully that continues once we keep going here.
William, how do you deal with the ups and downs of this day? I mean, all the excitement, the anxiety, getting into the car, finally getting your helmet on, only making 8 laps, and now we're sitting here under rain delay. This is low. What do you do?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you just prepare like normal, and you just prepare for the race to happen and everything to go per usual. So the rain delay just kind of, it's just a brief pause, and you just try to take your mind somewhere else. But once we get back going, it's going to be the same pace and everything. So just got to kind of get through the rain delay, but prepare as normal.
So obviously, already saw fuel savings out there with everybody, the whole entire field. How do you find your teammates, all your allies, your manufacturer allies? How is this going to work? Obviously, this is probably going to work into a fuel window of some sort. That's obviously on your mind as well, huh?
It is, yeah. You just try to find comfort in, other Chevrolets, but honestly, it was a weird situation there because you want to kind of keep the track position because you don't know when the delay is going to happen, and so we wanted to keep some track position, but also save some fuel. And once that third lane got going, it was hard to save a bunch of fuel. So just see how that plays out once we get back.
All right, buddy. Take care of business. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Byron finished 3rd in the season last year, his 2nd straight year, finishing a career best 3rd in points. And there is the ceremony. Rick Hendrick in the gray cap and the black vest.
And Jeff Gordon down there
Gordon
as well.
In the black cap. And there is.
Been a while since he's seen it, huh?
Right.
Check it out again.
William, you can get out. You can cover the car. Heavy rain up here, so this is it.
There's a look at it. 1 year ago, in that backup car, coming through a collision scene and then to the line as they spun behind him. Byron over teammate Alex Bowman by several feet at the moment of caution. scoring the Daytona 500 victory.
And you go back to that wreck. I mean, think about it. He was the one that actually, off the bumper of his teammate Bowman, got turned sideways into Brad, and the whole wreck happened. He was able to save it, drive it off into victory lane. What a wild chain of events.
Here are the last 8 winners of the Daytona both the February and the fall race. And that is quite a list of favorites and outliers, let's say.
Well, with this new Gen 7 car, it allows you to be prepared in ways that you never have before. You're not behind on a chassis design or a body design or anything like that. So it puts us in a position to where it gives a lot more opportunity to people to come down here and win this race. And oh, by the way, you have the most amount of time to prepare for this race, and that's really why sometimes you see some of these upsets. But in the end, you're going to have to be able to survive.
Kyle Busch getting ready to climb out of his car. Talked to some folks at Richard Childress Racing, and they feel this is the year. That 20 years of trying that applied to Dale Earnhardt before he won his first 500. Then in the 3-car for Richard Childress, this is Kyle's 20th try to win this race. He finished second in 2019. Has led 342 laps, more than any other driver who's not won the race. And on the all-time win list, 63. That's more than anybody who's not won the 500.
Man, just like Dale Earnhardt, the stats don't lie. He has all the stats. He has everything except for that win. The runner-up, the laps led, all of it. He's got the car, he's got the equipment, RCR, 20 years. It's going to happen. I feel it.
And he's got the drive and determination, and he says, I want to win so my kids can enjoy it and see me as a winner. He has a son, Brexton, who's racing, a young daughter, Lexi, and wants to win for his kids.
Well, there's nothing better than being able to win with your family there, and especially your young kids. And, you know, I think for Kyle, and I think it's interesting, and I think when I went through the end of my career and you kind of go through that losing streak, and I think the fans actually start to get on your side more and more. And I think I see that with Kyle Busch as well. I mean, there's still a lot of people that don't like Kyle Busch, but there's a lot of people in this sport, including us, that want to see him win.
And it's nice to hear that perspective from Kyle Busch. We all went through it. I went through it. I watched you go through it. We're very selfish as race car drivers. Everything is for you, right? And it's kind of handed to you. You get very selfish with the perk of the job. But then you start having a family and children and things like that, and your perspective, the want to win ends up being not necessarily for yourself anymore out of selfishness. It's for your family. You want to see those kids see it.
And some of our greatest champions, Earnhardt, Waltrip, Allison Pearson, took a long time to win the 500, as did Buddy Baker, Kurt Busch, Michael Waltrip.
Well, and some of our greatest champions, and you know, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, they've never won this race.
No, and Terry Labonte, Ed Jarrett.
We got 6 champions in the field, right? And by all 6 of them, there's only one of them that's won the Daytona 500. That shows you how hard it is. Everything has to be perfect.
Well, let's talk about what comes next. Back in the day, you'd just sit around and wait for the sun to come out, but fortunately technology is going to help us here at Daytona. NASCAR has quite a number of jet dryers that they will employ to get the flat areas of this racetrack, and that includes the backstretch pit road and the short chutes from start finish to turn 1 and from turn 4 coming back. There's one of the jet dryers. They also have the Air Tundras. This is a NASCAR patented track drying system that once the rain stops, those units mounted on pickup trucks, and they sing a one-note song, but that concentrated blast of air does a great job of drying the race surface. And then they'll finally put cars out on track, and the heat from the exhaust and the tires will help to dry the racing surface. Not worried about the ball field grass, which is getting itself a nice winter rain. Well, let's take a look at speed weeks so far for this NASCAR Cup Series. Under the full moon. And longtime race fans know what that means. First, Chase Briscoe wins the pole for the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric the outside pole. Bubba Wallace won the first Thursday night dual race. And in the second one, crashing calamity, But Austin Cindric, when the caution light came on just about 100 foot before the start-finish line, he was declared the winner, and not Eric Jones, who was first to the line but under caution.
Well, you just never know how this is going to work out. And for me, I want to be the one leading the field no matter what time it is, because you just don't know when the caution is going to be flown for a wreck. They're going to wreck at some point. You have to push and shove and be more aggressive in this car than any other generation NASCAR car that we've had. So I want to be leading, Clint. And even there, I'm not safe.
Well, that's exactly right. We've seen it all the time that you get wiped out leading. But the thing is, we talk about the plan. You talk about details, the plan. My gosh, you go through so many meetings, whether the manufacturer, your organization, your teammates, everybody has a plan until they don't, right? Until the big crash happens and all of a sudden that plan is deteriorated and you're going, who do I got left for a friend around here? You got to find somebody that you can trust. You can't trust these guys out here, but you have to find somebody. You have to put them in a situation where they have nothing to do but to push you. They don't have a way on the outside. They don't have a way on the inside. To get the best finish for them is to push you. It's hard to do, but that's a chess match at Daytona.
We've got some interesting new tools this week for getting drivers in and out of the pit box on these timed stops for fuel. We'll get to show you some of those as the afternoon goes on. Right now, we are under the red flag in Daytona with 11 laps complete, all 41 starters on the lead lap. We're just waiting for Mother Nature here in Daytona.
Thanks for joining us for today's coverage of NASCAR Cup Series racing. Due to weather in the area, today's race is currently delayed. NASCAR is evaluating the weather conditions and working to prepare the track. Until the track is ready for racing, please enjoy this race recap from a previous Cup Series race.
The NASCAR Cup Series heads back to the streets of Chicago. This 2.2-mile street circuit takes drivers through the renowned Grant Park area right in the heart of the city. With the course starting on Columbus Drive in front of Buckingham Fountain, the layout goes on to include Lakeshore Drive, Roosevelt Road, and Michigan Avenue. The course consists of 12 turns total, with turns 1 and 6 being shared by the same intersection. Drivers will have to adapt to things normally not seen on racetracks, such as sore hole covers, changing surfaces, sloped streets, and striped roads. The race demands precise car control as there is little to no runoff if you miss a brake zone. With the iconic skyline of Chicago as the backdrop, this race offers a one-of-a-kind experience to both drivers and fans.
Green flags in the air, we're racing in Chicago. The field spreading out as they head into turn number 1, Bagman.
Everybody holding their breath off the end of the front straightaway. Ty Gibbs will beat the entire field to turn 1 in the lead. Remember, these drivers are on slick tires, they're not on the wet weather tires. Battle for third. Bowman in the purple 48, wedging his way to the inside of Michael McDowell in a race for fourth.
They race onto Lakeshore Drive for the first time. Ty Gibbs, the black 54, leading the way as this race for the 4th spot continues. Battle for the lead as Tyler Reddick looks inside Ty Gibbs. They work through 4 for the first time. Here's the right-hander, turn 5. Everybody through cleanly as they hit Columbus Drive.
They exit turn number 5, work their way back onto Columbus Drive. Remember, turn 6 was the trouble corner last year in the wet. Let's see how everybody's about to fare out now as they begin to slowly decelerate, apply pressure to the brake, and ease into this corner. Everybody's gotten the memo so far. Nobody coming in hot. Nobody slamming into the tire barrier. 2 and 3 wide racing down the hill to turn 7.
They're coming to the wettest part of the racetrack, and it is still raining over here. This is narrow, it's technical. It is very difficult in the dry. You can see everybody kind of tiptoeing through here, taking their time, trying not to make a mistake. But right here, the 54 car of Ty Gibbs, this is where so many people had problems piled into these tire barriers last year. A pass right here, 16 of Alma Van Gisbergen, moving McDowell out of the way.
You see the slipping and sliding. Coming to the green, we had Jones, Barry, Byron all hit pit road before even taking the green flag. We'll see again a lot of commitment, a lot of drivers staying on the racetrack as the 34 continues to search for rear grip down the front stretch.
Watching Shane Van Gisbergen further back in the field, battle for the lead now. A couple of Toyota teammates. Tyler Reddick in the 45, Ty Gibbs in the 54. They now turn right onto Lakeshore Drive. Again, this is the race for the lead, and everybody is minding their P's and Q's so far.
Tiptoeing their way out of 2, down the back or down the front stretch into turn number 3 here as Gibbs starts to get some separation from Reddick, who falls back towards Kyle Larson in the 5 car. Single file through the first 5 or 6 cars and all the way through the top 10. Here's Ross Chastain trying to defend from Chase Briscoe as they work through 5 once again.
And Dylan, I have to think that these drivers are on a recon mission right now, just figuring out what are the boundaries of these slicks in these conditions. Every lap that passes, they'll probably take it up a notch here or there. For instance, Kyle Larson in the 5. He tried to outbrake the 45, couldn't do it. That's the battle for second. Here comes Larson back to the inside again.
Yeah, you can see the aggressiveness picking up a little bit of dry on the left side of the racetrack. Everybody is being smart, but at the same time, you can't give spots up. Don't want to be too wide through this section. Somebody's got to give. Bubba Wallace with a wise decision. Bowman taking advantage of it.
Gibbs is the first one to get to the racing surface. He's out front. Reddick, then Larson. Van Gisbergen has now passed Larson for that 3rd spot. And you see the 16 making the turn through 12. Marty.
All right, Rick, been running up and down pit road here. Here's a very unofficial count and the driver, Steve, that I have on wet tires to start the race. Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car, Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney, Corey LaJoie, and all of Team Penske. Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton as well, Zane Smith. Those are on the wet tires, and Corey LaJoie, I think I mentioned him. So, Steve, do you agree with that call as it starts to sprinkle again here on pit road to go with wets, or would you gone slicks?
Well, I thought the wets were going to be a clear advantage, but have yet to see it. The 19 of Truex is up to 10th. But Gibbs, Reddick, SVG, they seem to have a lot of confidence. You see right there, that lead Penske car, that's the 2 of Cindric. You see how aggressive he is into the corner, but it's really not a standout advantage yet. We'll see if it continues that way, if the rain continues to fall.
Ty Gibbs, SVG racing yesterday in the Xfinity Series. Again, Gibbs knew that he would get track time out there and a little more experience, and right now it's paying off. He's staying in front of SVG.
Yeah, but if he looks in that rearview mirror, Rick, he sees SVG closing in. Ty Gibbs doing a great job. Oh, and he almost clipped the wall there coming out of turn number 1. He's doing a great job of managing his race so far. But Dylan, he's got Shane Van Gisbergen pressing hard behind him.
That's right. SVG has gone to the whip the last couple laps and has closed in on Ty Gibbs in a hurry. Tyler Reddick lost 3 spots through turn 4 a few laps ago. He's back to 6th. These two have been the class of the field so far. They worked through the right-hand turn number 4, and here's turn number 5. This is where Van Gisbergen was so strong yesterday, trying to close on Gibbs again.
And coming out of turn number 5, this is the driest part of the racetrack. Right now, turn 6 is absolutely dry. So this is an opportunity for those drivers to make up ground. Here's Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen. They were max send here into 6 as they head down the hill to 7.
This is one of the most difficult braking zones on the racetrack. You can see it's downhill and very rough. Hard to get to keep the tires from sliding. Again, you can see a little bit of a drying over here, Marty.
Jeff, I agree with what you said a moment ago. I would not want to be a crew chief today, Steve. Here's the issue. The weather is coming, and a lot of crew chiefs, including Cliff Daniels, told Kyle Larson this a moment ago. We think it's about 7 to 10 minutes out. So if you are on the slick, Steve, right now, clearly they're a lot quicker, but that rain is coming. When do you commit to that? Do you wait for the rain to start and lose the track, or do you go at them early?
I think you have to wait until you're forced to put them on. As we see some 3 wide action right here. Man, they did a nice job sorting it out. I think you have to wait for the rain. You just hope it doesn't start raining as you pass the entrance to pit road. 9 laps to go in this stage. The 54 and the 97
or excuse me, the 16. That's why you saw that 3-wide battle in front. They feel the pressure of the leaders coming. Rarely do we see cars go down laps at the street course, but with these alternate strategies, it has mixed up the field.
Just about a 5 up Columbus Drive and downhill and braking into turn number 6. There is a big group of cars in front of the leaders right now. First up in front of Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen will be Ryan Preece. Also Joey Logano in the mix. Here's Gibbs. He'll peek to the inside of Preece in that red, white, and blue 41 and 7.
There's nothing these guys can do. They're on rain tires, and they are just, they've eaten the rubber off of them. They have to hope it starts pouring rain here pretty quick so they can get that advantage back, because they are going to get lapped, and it's going to put a lot of cars a lap down. That's very unusual on a road course. SVG with a big move on the inside of Gibbs.
The 16.
Christopher Bell trying to go with him.
Yep, now trying to drag race that 19 of Gibbs, 54 of Gibbs as they go onto the front stretch. Now they try to go around Ryan Preece in the 41, and it's Shane Van Gisbergen who's able to take the lead. Here comes Christopher Bell in the 20.
Christopher Bell out of nowhere now is going to challenge his teammate for second. Joey Logano blocking the way. Joey in that yellow and red 22. He's a lap car. All of these cars that are passing him are on the lead lap, led by Shane Van Gisbergen, Ty Gibbs, and others out of 2.
All the top 10 has rubber banded back together here. Here's a race for third or fourth, Colin, as Stenhouse has a spin right in front of A.J. Allmendinger, you see there. The leaders working their way down Lakeshore Drive into turn 4. Larson in the 5 runs fourth. Briscoe had a look behind him in the 14. Everybody cordial and orderly this time through 5 and back onto Columbus.
Meanwhile, Shane Van Gisbergen is starting to slowly check out in these conditions, but they have stacked up from second on back with Gibbs and Bell and Larson and lap cars in between them. Briscoe and Larson, a couple of red, white, blue cars right now exiting 6 and heading downhill to 7.
Yeah, Reddick has a great seat for this battle in front of him. You can see everybody tries to get single file. This very narrow portion of the racetrack, cars sliding all over the racetrack. You know, we act like it's dry. It's still damp. It's still very challenging conditions for these drivers, and they are maximizing their opportunities. You can see very tight right there with the 43 car. He's on wets. He's eating the tires rubber off of them.
SVG is out in front. We saw the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who just became a father on Thursday. And a spin here for him.
Yeah, just overcooks it down into turn 1, kind of locks it down, makes some contact with tire barrier, no real damage. And then SVG in the 16. So we have that car in front is for the lead. The black and green car, he gets a move to the right side. That's in turn 11. And as they chase each other from 11 to 12, Christopher Bell, the 20, right behind the 2 wide. The 16 will use the slower cars and kind of bang the 41 out of the way, then 3 wide. Ty Gibbs has to check up a little bit, but works his way through. Scary moments for the leaders.
We'll ride along with SVG and see how he navigated through 11 and 12 here. He got to the inside of Ty Gibbs in the 54 there. Drag race up and over the bridge into turn 12. And then we saw them split Ryan Preece in the 41. SVG out in front has... Christopher Bell's confidence is building now as he keeps fighting with Van Gisbergen for the lead here in Chicago.
Well, if any driver was upset about last year and SVG winning, it had to be Bell. Such a good car early, and when the race had to be shortened, it kind of ruined his strategy. I think he's been interested in getting back here. You see a big move down the hill into 7. The 16 defends.
We're also seeing the rotors start to glow in the 20, and that's one of the advantages of this cloudy kind of overcast sky right now. You see the glowing of the rotors, but again, it's SVG trying to pull away from Bell, but we're seeing to the west and to the north, it's getting darker. There's rain coming, so that's the tough decision. Do you come to pit road to put on the wet weather tires, or do you stick it out with slicks? There's only 5, now 4 laps to go when they cross the start-finish line. There you see back to the west and to the north of Grant Park.
I know a lot of crew chiefs that love that view. They want you to stay on it so they can try to judge what's coming. The 16 works by the 66, which is traffic. Now the 20 of Bell attacking.
Field works out of turn number 2 and onto Lakeshore Drive. Still dry down here at the southernmost part of this circuit. Shane Van Gisbergen, the leader. Christopher Bell, though, keeping him honest. You get a look at him there out of the back of Van Gisbergen as Corey LaJoie is around over on the backside of the course.
Right now he is in turn number 5, facing the wrong way as Corey LaJoie gets turned around before he has an opportunity to make his way onto Columbus Drive.
So the caution does come out to allow LaJoie to get spun back around. We're riding along with the Celsius on board. He was running 29th, and so this is the caution that now will teams make this decision to come to pit road. Pit road will be open again until 2 laps to go in this stage.
Let's see what happened with the 7 through turn 4 over to turn 5. Turn 4, very, very difficult, heavy braking. You heard Parker Kligerman talk about it in the pre-race, and he just by himself.
So it's going to be Shane Van Gisbergen. He will win stage 1. It ends under caution because of the spin by the 7 of LaJoie. Zane Smith in that 71 on the left side. Christopher Bell in the 20 on the right. Back into the gas they go. And we're back to racing now on the wet tires and the wet streets of Chicago.
You see the sliding, but look at the cars disappearing in the distance with the spray. Grip and visibility a challenge.
Ty Gibbs immediately going to work in that green and black 54 to the inside of the orange and blue 71 of Zane Smith. Everybody just trying to funnel down into some degree of lack of chaos there in 1. Here they are in 2. The right-hander onto Lakeshore Drive. So far, so good.
We saw a race for second there. Zane Smith trying to fend off Christopher Bell, the red and black 20. Bubba Wallace around in front of the field. He was inside the top 5 as everybody tries to come around him, kind of in a blind spot there as they come around the corner onto Lakeshore Drive. Leaders continue to work their way back into turn number 4 and 5. But here's Bubba and Daniel Suarez stopped at the exit of 2. You'll see it here as they work down into turn number 2. Bubba on the outside in the 23, just contact there from Bowman. Bubba kind of gassed it up to try to get out of everybody's way, and Suarez collected. Baggy, they're headed to you.
Now here they come into turn 6. Here they come. Ty Gibbs tiptoeing his way. This is the battle for third. Larson, Zane Smith. Oh, and Chase Briscoe. He'll nail the tire barrier in 6. He gets turned around, and he just shellacks that tire barrier. Nobody else collected, but a hard contact for Chase Briscoe, and he's able to drive away. But he gave that tire barrier one heck of a lick. Watching Chase Briscoe just trying to get his car right in. Here's how it happened. He came in low, hot sideways, and slams into that tire barrier. He is lucky nobody was to his outside because that could have been a whole lot worse. But Chase Briscoe, the only one that's worse for wear right now.
Now he's just trying to get right into it. I mean, there's nothing he can do but get it refired. When these things spin like that, they definitely don't want to get refired. You see the seams on the hood broken loose a little bit. Not a ton of damage. Very lucky that it was tire barrier. You see right there the 16. I thought there was some contact from the 14 when he was sliding. Let's take a look on board and see just how much damage to the 16. I think he hit right side. I think this car is really wrecked.
Junked?
Yeah, the right side of this has heavy, heavy damage. The absolute favorite coming in. So you're gonna be on board right here and you're gonna see he's gonna get hit from behind and straight into the barrier. Briscoe hits the 16 of Shane Van Gisbergen, and that was a big, big hit. I would be shocked if the 16 can continue.
It's not running.
And he's out.
He is out of the car. That's it.
That's it. So the favorite out of the race. There'll be no defense of the title. He won this race a year ago, Rick. And now disappointment after the win.
AMR safety crew down there to help SVG out.
And nothing he could do, right? Chase Briscoe lost control of his car and just basically ran him over. You know, didn't mean to. Chase didn't want to do it either. He wrecked as well, but this is the chaos that the rain brings. We saw the 48 hit the 23 in turn 2, and now the 14 hitting the 16 heading into 6.
Once the race leader crosses the start-finish line after 8:20 Central, which is local, the next lap will be the white flag followed by the checkered flag. There will be no overtime.
And I read that from NASCAR as in we could be under yellow, we could be under green, I mean, that is a time limit, so you know that's the situation. I only say that because if we run enough under green, this could be the someone could be saving fuel to run those last 2 laps. So we really have no idea what it could be, but I applaud NASCAR for putting that time out so early, right? Now the teams know what they're up against.
And again, it's a single file restart. Green flag is back in the air. Ty Gibbs leading them down Columbus Drive into turn 1.
Here's Ty Gibbs. He'll take the reins. He'll scamper out in front by about a car length or 2. That's Christopher Bell in the 20. Kyle Larson in the 5. They're already side by side. Zane Smith kicks the back end wide right there. Everybody is safely through turn 1. Now the right-hander onto turn 2 at Lakeshore Drive.
Good racing there at the front of the field. Larson on Christopher Bell for the 2nd spot. Bell will get the better of that battle as everybody works down Lakeshore Drive here. Just looking for some clean racetrack to avoid the spray. They work through 3 and down into the right-hander, the treacherous turn 4. Bell is close. He's putting the pressure on Ty Gibbs. Now here's the right-hand turn number 5. They go back onto Columbus Drive and head towards turn 6.
And everybody is taking a measured approach. This is a very slick portion of this road course, and it's collected cars already today, and this has a reputation of being very tough in the wet. Here's the battle for the lead. Christopher Bell taking a peek. Ty Gibbs giving him room, and Bell's just going to jam it in there. Couple of Toyotas, couple of teammates side by side for the lead.
Christopher Bell won New Hampshire in the rain. That's a 1 mile.
Trouble turn 6. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Denny Hamlin get collected. Hamlin driver's side into the tire barrier. Stenhouse driver's side into the tire barrier. They got stacked up coming off the end of the back straightaway here. Hamlin rights his car. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to do the same.
Hamlin can't get it fired. Stay green. The 20 has taken the lead away from Ty Gibbs as they work their way through turn 11 and up the hill and back down to turn 12. But it's now Christopher Bell out in front. Ty Gibbs running second. Here comes Kyle Larson in the 5.
Here they come into turn number 1 through turn number 2. Greg, we still got a problem here in 6. We got Hamlin and Stenhouse. They still have yet to refire their cars, and Hamlin is sitting in the middle of the racetrack.
With no one coming except for the leaders, I think they're going to try to give the 11 as much time as possible. But, oh, it looks like he's rolling now.
He was rolling, and he stops again. Marty.
He's trying to recycle the power. That's what Denny Hamlin's trying to do. Finally, he gets moving, and I believe we stay green that entire time. Yes, we do.
Here comes Larson, though, as he's closed the gap on that 54. Coming right at you, Dylan.
They work down into turn number 4. Christopher Bell has scampered away. Ty Gibbs trying to fend off a hard-charging Kyle Larson through 4 and into 5. This is the race for the 2nd spot. Tyler Reddick in the mix there as well at the back.
Hamlin and Stenhouse away. So turn 6 is clear. The Ty Gibbs right now. Christopher Bell, everybody stacked up. Bell's away with a good lead. Here's the battle for second. Gibbs in the 54. Larson in the 5. Tyler Reddick in the 45. And they are tiptoeing their way through turn 6, up the hill, and then down to 7.
Here's the replays of what happened. This is riding on with Denny Hamlin. Oh, he locked the rear wheels up. Just not understanding the grip level. You could hear them bouncing up and down. That is just too much rear brake in these conditions, it sounded like to me. And then Ricky Stenhouse, the wrong place, wrong time. They were running 14th and 15th. The tire barrier doing a great job absorbing the energy, and I don't think a tremendous amount of damage to those 2 race cars.
Yeah, maybe the 11 into the back of the 47. That was a pretty hard hit that the 11 got into the back of the 47. But back up to 2nd and 3rd. That is Ty Gibbs, who's running 2nd. 3rd is Larson. He's trying to close that gap and take the position away.
Everybody trying to search for grip right now. The track is starting to dry out. Don't get me wrong, it's very wet. These drivers are starting to get a little comfort as they hang the left onto Balbo. That's turn 1 with Christopher Bell. Probably one of the largest leads we've seen all day. Here's Ty Gibbs and Kyle Larson. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on Lakeshore Drive.
Christopher Bell, who was so strong in this race last year, felt like it slipped away from him. Trying to avenge that here. We go on board with Ty Gibbs as they work down the back straightaway. The car running in the 2nd spot. You see Christopher Bell, the race leader, ahead. Going into the right-hand turn number 4. Here it is for Gibbs. He's got Kyle Larson behind him by about 2 car lengths as they round the corner off turn 5.
Ty Gibbs getting a little loose there coming out of 5. He collects the car, takes a check of the mirror, and he's got Kyle Larson breathing down his neck right now. You've also got Tyler Reddick and Todd Gilliland. They are the rest of the top 5, and everyone in hot pursuit of Christopher Bell as he's already left turn 6.
Great shot right here. You see the amount of work that Ty Gibbs is having to do, and look at the vision that he has. Basically, he can see the lights flashing of Christopher Bell, but it's very hard to really understand exactly where he is in the lines. So you're not really going to learn anything from him. You're just trying to make sure you don't make contact with one of these walls. If you overstep your bounds, push a little bit too hard, this is a narrow racetrack, and you will pay the price for making impact.
Ty Gibbs doesn't want to have any impact with these walls right now as he continues to chase down the 20 of Christopher Bell. And
yeah, I love the look out front, but watching Ty go to work is even better. I mean, it is anything but smooth. Look how busy those hands are, trying to keep control of that race car. Even on the straightaway under the shifts, it wants to fishtail.
Here's Seabell, back to the corner. Ty Gibbs, we watched him in car there a moment ago. Here's Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick. They've already made the right-hander, the left-hander that is, onto Balbo. Here comes the right onto Lakeshore, and the leaders now starting to spread out just a tad, Dylan.
Everybody just legging it out. You see some cars power sliding there off of turn number 2. Here's a great look at Lakeshore Drive. That's turn 3 right there that the race leader Christopher Bell is going through. Heavy transition here from different sorts of pavement and asphalt as they round turn number 4. All that street paint as well makes this so tricky and slippery. Everybody amongst the top 5 and top 10 right now, smoothly through 4 and out of 5, headed towards you, Mike.
And not to mention the slick nature of the concrete that's on Columbus Drive, and that's what they're on right now. They'll go drivers right up against the wall, and then Christopher Bell will angle his car in. Larson, oh, Larson's in hot. Oh, he'll go windshield deep. Kyle Larson locks it down and slams into the tire barrier while racing for second here in turn 6.
very hard contact for Kyle.
Welcome back to Daytona, where NASCAR's plan is if there is no further rain, they will call drivers back to their cars in less than half an hour from now, and will be racing again before 6 p.m. However, possibility of showers on the horizon, but we are hopeful and we will race tonight.
Caution has come out. He's trying to get unlocked from that tire barrier, but to no avail. Looked like he was going to shorten that car up as hard as he was going in there.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest hits we've seen in turn 6. You hear him, he's stuck. I don't know if he made contact with the 54 or the 5 was trying to get by. I think he knew the 20 was kind of pulling that lead, and he knew he had to make something happen. What exactly happens? You just see too far, lock up, and barely contact. Turns right, actually. Kyle Larson turns right to miss the 54 and takes a head-on shot. Turns right, or the car goes right, but almost misses the tire barriers all the way to the right. Makes contact with the concrete wall. You see the damage. Grazes the bumper of the 54. Look at that concrete barrier move. That is a big impact.
Yeah, reminder, those things are 10,000 pounds, and all 5 tons are moving when the 5 gets in him. And out of 12, they've gone through the restart zone, back under green flag conditions. Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, and Nemechek barreling into turn number 1.
Christopher Bell first to the whip and first away with the lead. Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, all stacking up behind them. Here's Chase Elliott. He's trying to go to work on Ross Chastain of that orange car. Chastain now will make the hard right. Now you've got Elliott and A.J. Allmendinger racing for a spot.
Chastain goes to 6. That's the race for 7th. You see out the front of Alex Bowman's car, A.J. Allmendinger there in the 13. He'll dispose of Chase Elliott and go to the 7th spot as they all work through 3. This is the race into turn number 4. Alex Bowman, Hendrick Motorsports teammates to the inside here of Chase Elliott. That's the race for the 8th spot. Here's the race into turn number 5 now. Give that spot to Bowman as they hit Columbus Drive.
Alex Bowman now will clear Chase Elliott. What a great view.
Car in the wall in turn number 4. It is the 4 car. Josh Berry went hard into the tire barrier. Everybody's going to scoot by in here for now. You also got Chase Briscoe off over here as well. So 2 Stewart Haas cars able to drive away from the scene, but they both go long and off in turn 4.
11 up to 12. And Bell, Gibbs, Reddick, Gilliland, Nemechek. They're the first 5 that have to test those braking zones, which we have seen a few cars having some difficulties with.
I like what Reddick was doing, putting the pressure on. I think force them into a mistake is just as important as making a mistake yourself. You see right here, the 41 and the 24 side by side. The Ford just way too fast into turn 4, head on into the tires.
And he wasn't the only one. Chase Briscoe in the 14 behind him also missed the turn.
Looking back, so here they come, 41 double file. And you just wonder if the 2 cars in front of them, you just kind of lose perspective in the braking zone. You see the 14 have to miss the corner as well.
4 was running 28th, the 14 was 34th. Mike.
Here they come out of 5, back onto Columbus Drive. Christopher Bell, the red and black car right there leading. And again, the front 5 have stretched themselves out, and they've really checked out from 6th on back. Bell, the first to turn 6, everybody hugging the inside line. This corner is not dry yet, but it is in the process of drying. They're downhill to 7.
Christopher Bell, a little bit ago, was driving away from this group, but now Ty Gibbs is able to keep up, and that Reddick, Gilliland, Nemechek, they all have better pace compared to what they had earlier before that last caution. So not sure if Bell's car has gone away a little bit or these other guys have figured out this wet conditions. You can see what happens if you push too hard, though. It is a risk versus reward scenario. You definitely don't want to overshoot the braking zones.
Yeah, you mentioned push too hard. SVG out of this race. He was the favorite. Second favorite would be Kyle Larson. He hit the tire barrier in turn 6, now standing by with Kim.
Yeah, Rick, and hit it hard. Are you okay, and what happened in turn 6?
Yeah, I'm okay. I think all of us were getting a little bit more confident of braking, and yeah, I just went to the brakes a little bit deeper kind of each lap, and that time, as soon as I touched the brake, I knew I was in trouble. So yeah, just went straight, wasn't really aiming for anything, just was kind of just going to go where it was going to go. So yeah, it was a big hit. Glad Ty didn't get caught up in it. So yeah, just unfortunate.
It's a disappointed Kyle Larson. To your point, Rick, one of the favorites here this afternoon.
And a big hit.
How helpless that must feel going straight.
Christopher Bell, he is Pied Piper, leading everyone around the streets of Chicago. Right now it's Christopher Bell out in front. Ty Gibbs running second to him. Working around this somewhat wet track now.
And coming to an intersection here as we put the clock in. Remember, it's now a timed race, 31 minutes and 30 seconds. When they see that mark, next time by will be the white, then the checker. So a couple laps after the clock. Coming 2-3 to go. The question now is, does anybody dare pit before the end of stage 2 under green to put slicks on? Earlier, it was about a 97-second lap time that seemed to make sense. They're at about 102 seconds, so still 5 seconds slower. No taker so far. I think it's just too wet to gamble, but maybe if you're in the back, maybe somebody with no track position will do something. There you go, the 3 comes. 33, the 9 of Chase Elliott. This is the move. You have to do something. Oh, the 8, this is like everybody follow to pit road, Kim.
Yeah, and you saw the 9 of Chase Elliott. Alec Gustafson said we got to do something different strategy-wise. It was who could get the slicks on first. They wanted to be one of the first. Chase Elliott with 4 fresh, slick Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Kyle Busch's radio has been alive with the discussion, and so he brings the 8 car to pit road. Will this help him make the miracle he needs for the 2024 season? 4 slick Goodyear tires going on this Chevrolet.
So now the question is, that was about 10 or 12 cars. Pit road will be closed when this man, Christopher Bell, hits the start-finish unless he chooses to pit. Remember, because he's the leader, because he's closing pit road at 2 to go, he still has the option to pit. I think, Jeff, he has to come this time.
Yeah, it's a very interesting call. Because
we're going to have to pit this time.
There you go. There they come. But I just do want to make note that we don't have a drying lane like we saw earlier in the race. It's definitely getting there, but it's taking longer this run than it did early when it rained. But I think if you're going to win this race, the first one to slicks is going to get it done.
And you heard him, we have to pit. Not that we want to pit, but the other teams forced our hand. They know a yellow's coming, so here's Bell, the 54, also going to follow of Gibbs. Gilliland, Nemechek, Reddick. I think everyone's going to come. I'd be shocked if anyone stays on the racetrack. Look at this. It looks like it's caution flag. Everybody's coming to pit road, Dave.
And Steve, this was the call as the drivers gave their feedback. Ty Gibbs hitting his pit stall. The track is not great. It's not great for slicks. They're going to have to be extremely careful as they lead here. Remember,
turn
Gibbs.
6, Austin Dillon is in the tire barrier. He locked it up, and he too has made contact here in 6.
He keeps rolling, and they stay green, Dave.
And there's Christopher Bell. He's got his 4, and he's gone now as well. Bell, the leader of 14 laps so far today. Ty Gibbs, 17 laps. So those leading Toyotas are going to try to make it work from here.
And they're going to have to work gingerly around this racetrack now with these slicks. You see the 20 already. The back fishtailing behind it.
Yeah, because there's still 2 laps to go. 4.4 miles. Out there on ice, on slick tires, slipping and sliding. You see how much more grip the 10 car has than the 20. That's just the tire difference. The 4 off again. This is in turn 1. It's been a long afternoon in the rain.
Yeah, Josh Berry struggling as we see Noah Gragson work his way through 4 and back to 5, and they're headed back toward you. Joey Hand out in front of this field.
Christopher Bell just tiptoeing into 20, coming out of turn number 5, being passed by Daniel Hemrick, Harrison Burton. Now, this will be the real test. He's got to blow this car down to get into turn 6. Turn 6 is not dry. He's going to ease it on in, but he's got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47 breathing down his neck. Bell sideways, coming out of 6, downhill to 7.
Guys all on slick. Everybody around you is on wet tires. Don't worry about them. Just keep the 54 behind you.
That was great information. He did not understand what he had on tires compared to all those guys that were passing him. What he was told was, don't worry about them. The 54, keep him behind you. That is our race. That's how we're going to win it. These other guys, we're not racing them right now. Do not get yourself in trouble.
Again, Joey Hand scored as the leader. He's out front of Alex Bowman.
And the counter argument, Rick, what is Joey Hand staying on the racetrack for? Well, it wouldn't shock me if he finishes stage 2 and stays on wets. And he said, we're driving right by you guys on slicks. We know we have to get on slicks eventually, but if we are 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap faster than you to start the next stage, I can gap 30, 40 seconds. I can come and pit and blend and still be better than those guys that started on slicks.
Steve, how far do you think you could go on wet weather tires when we know there's a clock? We know there's an end to this race. It's 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes from now.
It's really the speed crossover, right? It's really when do wet weather tires become slower. You see right now, though, Joey Hand leads, but Alex Bowman, he's thinking this stage win would be very important. That is a team that is looking to be pretty decent in the playoffs, looking at points. He's not locked in by any means, so a lot of very important points at the end of this stage. How much is he willing to push it to pass the 60 on the right? You see the footwork of Joey Hand. Right foot brake, or right foot gas, left foot brake. A very more normal NASCAR setup. Oh, look at the 48, Rick. He's on him.
Can he get by? This is the final lap, and Joey Hand looks like he's going to be able to outrun Bowman. Bowman tries to go to the inside, but Joey Hand is going to win stage 2. Alex Bowman finishing in second there for stage 2. That's the first career stage win for Joey Hand. Brad Keselowski third. Carson Hocevar and Martin Truex Jr. These are drivers that still are on wet weather tires, did not come before pit road closed. Gregson, Hemrick, Stenhouse Jr., Harrison Burton. Out of turn 12, Joey Hand, Bowman, Keselowski, Hocevar, Truex Jr., all on wet weather tires out in front of the field.
And Joey Hand with a great restart across the start-finish line. But here's Alex Bowman, who'll quickly catch him in turn number 1. They're hanging the left onto Balbo. Now, although about to hand the right onto Lakeshore Drive, Joey Hand still in command off turn 2.
And Truex had a look there on Carson Hocevar down into 1, stayed in line, but he's got a good run here off of turn number 2 as they work down Lakeshore Drive. That's the race for the 4th spot. Truex will go driver's right through turn 3, and here it is down into turn number 4. Hocevar heats way. Truex goes to P4 in the 19. Next on his list, Brad Keselowski in front of him in the 6 car.
Martin Truex Jr. coming to life now out of turn number 5, and yes, Truex with some ground to make up. They race their way down Columbus Drive. There's Joey Hand, first car to turn 6. Alex Bowman 2 car lengths behind, and Brad Keselowski's got a lot of company at the back door. There's Martin Truex Jr. Stenhouse on the comeback trail after getting turned into turn 6 earlier.
Stenhouse on relatively new tires. That's helping him out a little bit. He's taking advantage of it, but out in front of this pack is Joey Hand. This is an accomplished race car driver. He has won the 24-hour Daytona, the 24-hour Le Mans, the 12-hour of Sebring. This guy can get it done. A lot about SVG last year winning this race. Can Joey Hand make it happen today?
Well, it would be pretty amazing. And on that list is Joey Hand. 29 spots since the start of this race he has made up. Brad Keselowski 31, the most laps that have been made up to this point. But Joey Hand really hoping that a caution could potentially come out to slow this down as far as much is going on. The 48 now right on his back bumper.
Alex Bowman tried to take a peek right there, but he exercised some restraint off the end of the front straightaway. But Hand cannot shake Bowman as they're racing through turn number 2.
Got a car in the wall. A.J. Allmendinger in turn 12, buried in the tires, and will stay green as the leaders continue to work their way down Lakeshore Drive. For now, race for the lead into turn number 4. Alex Bowman looks to the inside of Joey Hand. Hand slams the door on him. Nose to tail as they work through turn number 5. Hand leads in the 60.
Bowman couldn't execute the move going into 4. His next opportunity is right now going into turn 6. Here they come now. Downshifting and braking into this corner as A.J. Allmendinger continues to try to right his car. Bowman, though, can't send it in there to the inside of Hand. Battle for the lead is still on as he clears turn 6.
Yeah, you can see downhill run, heavy braking zone right here into turn 6. 48 car is a little better than the 6 car. Alex Bowman has got to find a way around. See the car slipping and sliding. Uphill through the loop, now downhill. Bowman is all over the rear bumper. Will he give him a nudge here? Heavy braking zone. Bowman got a good run off the corner. Not enough, though.
These two trying to separate themselves from those that are on the slicks right now. If they can get far enough away, remember that countdown clock is under 13 minutes now. Joey Hand trying to stay in front of Alex Bowman. Bowman all over his back bumper.
Joey Hand's mirrors are filled with Alex Bowman. Here they come into turn number 1. Bowman again looking low. Hand will block the advance. He'll keep the lead out of 1, but Bowman now another opportunity to go to the inside. Will he do it? He's looking. Hand strong out of 2 and onto Lakeshore Drive.
This is where Bowman was good last time. He's closer this lap as they work down Lakeshore Drive through turn 3 on the right-hand side, out the front of Alex Bowman's car. Race for the lead, down into the heavy braking, turn 5. Bowman to the driver's right of Joey Hand. He goes by. Alex Bowman to the lead. Joey Hand tucks in line behind him. They race off 5 in reverse order, but nose to tail.
Alex Bowman in that purple number 48 takes the lead coming onto Columbus Drive, and he's going to lead Joey Hand by about 2 car lengths. On descent into 6. Hand is with him, stride for stride. 2-car breakaway for the lead, while Hand now will lose a car length coming off that corner.
Yep, Alex Bowman, we can see he had the best race car. Oh, the 4 in the wall again. This is turn 2. Multiple times he's been in the wall today. See if he can get backed out of there. They're going to try to keep it green as long as they can.
And the cautions come out.
There's the caution
out now.
So Josh Berry slamming into the tire barriers. That brings the caution out, and the clock still ticks on the end of this race. Are there enough cars between Alex Bowman and Christopher Bell? Because we know Christopher Bell is going to be faster. He's on the slicks, and there is a dry line around this racetrack. The clock continues to count down. Through the restart zone, Alex Bowman back into the gas. He goes through the gears, And down the front stretch, he rockets. Bowman, Hand, Keselowski, Truex Jr., Hocevar, Stenhouse Jr., Gregson, Hemrick, and Bell back there in ninth.
Alex Bowman just trying to get out of Dodge right now, trying to get away from Joey Hand, and he'll do it in turn one. Matter of fact, he'll walk away by about 3 car lengths. Everybody now, trouble in turn number 1. 1 car around, it's Chase Briscoe. Second time today, he has found the tire barrier. First time in turn 1, while the leaders head up Lakeshore Drive.
Got another one in the tires. Look like John Hunter Nemechek. He's able to escape. Christopher Bell has moved by Daniel Hemrick. He's into the 8th spot, so 1 car down as he tries to continue to pick him off as quick as he can. Race leader smoothly through 4 and 5. Bowman continues to lead over Joey Hand as Christopher Bell tries to move forward.
Christopher Bell is in 8th, and he's got to get to it. Time is running out. About 3.5 minutes to go. Up front, it's Bowman and Hand, 1 and 2. Bowman in the purple car, the black and green car, Joey Hand. Hand will complete the pass, complete the journey through turn 6, downhill to turn 7.
It's been 80 races since Alex Bowman last won a Cup race. He's got a lot of pressure. With a very good race car driver behind him, and Joey Hand, you got to push hard. But we've seen what happens if you push too hard. Multiple cars in the tire barriers. There's a lot of pressure on Alex Bowman, a lot of conversations about him. Driver for Hendrick Motorsports needing to win. Great opportunity here.
And Jeff, you mentioned the number of races before he has got to victory lane, but how about Alex Bowman and where he was coming in? He's 16th in the point standings as we see Bell making another pass on Hocevar, so he's knocked another position away. But Bowman trying to lock himself into the playoffs with a potential win here in Chicago.
And Bowman's walking away from Joey Hand coming into turn number 1 again. He's starting to lengthen it out. John Hunter Nemechek. Trouble out of turn number 12. Oh, right in front of Austin Dillon. Heads up piece of driving by Dillon, who almost collects John Hunter Nemechek, while the leaders again clear turn 2.
Bowman continuing to leg it out over Joey Hand. Truex sideways, he gets into Bell. Hit by Hocevar. That may derail it for Bell. He continues on, but loses all that track position he had gained. Falls out of the top 10. That's a break for Bowman, but another heartbreaking race for Bell. He's got damage in the 20s. He works down turn number 3 and into 4, just trying to keep that car righted. You'll see a replay of it here. They work off of turn 2. Truex sideways, maybe some contact from Stenhouse. It hooks Bell. Heavy contact into the wall, and Hocevar a victim of that as well.
Now it's Gibbs that could be the one in position here.
Yeah, you see right there, just 2 wide, 2 rows. The 6 and 19 gets together. The 19 catches his teammate in the 20. This was off from, I believe, turn 12, the 42 with a big shot to the side of the car. On the bottom right, though, you see the 48 of Bowman. Now 5 car lengths in front of you, Burton.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He stretched it out a little bit. Still a lot of work to do. He wants a caution right now. Essentially, this race will be over.
A lot of work to do as the countdown clock continues. 1:20.
And just remember, that's not to the end. Double zeros, then the next lap, white flag, then the checkered flag. So there will be racing past the clock. With under 1:10 to go, the 48 leads into 1.
Alex Bowman, you see him zigzagging down the front straightaway, just trying to find as much wet asphalt as possible, considering he's still on wet weather tires. Good battle further back in the pack. Ty Gibbs right now pressuring Brad Keselowski. That's the race for 3rd. Oh, they make contact. 3 wide. What a move by Reddick to pass them both.
Physical racing for 3rd. Ty Gibbs trying to get going. Now we got Denny Hamlin in the tires. Austin Hill there as well. That's on the entry to turn number 1. Hamlin will get away. Hill trying to still get refired. It looks like he'll do so. Headed to turn number 5 as the leaders work through this set of corners over here.
Chaos behind, but leading out front, the 48 of Bowman. 10, 12, 15 car lengths, 26 seconds. He should see double zeros at the start-finish line. That will mean he has to run 1 more lap for the white and then the checkered. So 2 laps after the double zeros, he's in the slow section at the back of the track with 13 seconds left. Jeff, I think he'll see the expiration of the clock this time by.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted. He would love to have a caution right now because they would finish it and him not be in it, but when he comes around, he knows what he's going to have to do, and he is stretched it out from Joey Hand. It's going to allow him to be calm and smooth finishing this race off.
As he comes down the hill into turn 12, time has expired. This is basically 2 to go. Next time by, he'll see the white. Rick, the gamble for the 48 on wet tires is paying off.
80 races. You heard Jeff Burton say it. 80 races, Bagley, since the 48 went to victory lane.
Unbelievable. Of all the talk and all the pomp and the circumstance of this race coming in, Alex Bowman's name has not been mentioned once to win this race. But through a late race set of circumstances, Alex Bowman not only passed one of the best road course drivers in the business, Dylan, but he's left him in the dust.
Yeah, he is looking very strong out front, and a battle for second behind him is exactly what Bowman wants to see. He works down Lakeshore Drive, drops a couple gears here into turn number 4. You see it drying, likes to see that. Just a little bit extra grip on those wet tires as Bowman works through 4 and out of 5. Tyler Reddick has moved around Joey Hand. That was the race for the second spot, but Reddick has it now.
Look at Bowman just trying to get all the wet asphalt he can on those tires. He's going to swing wide into 6. He's going to cut it right there at the apex, swing wide out of the corner, and now set up for the approach downhill into 7.
You see the brakes glowing, and yeah, that shows you the confidence he has in the braking of that race car. He's able to drive the car hard on these older tires. He has a ton of confidence in his ability to brake, but he has enough gap. Now it's not so much about running lap time, although Reddick is running him down a little bit. Reddick's been pretty quick, about 2 seconds faster that last lap. Can Reddick mount a charge here?
He's got one more time around when he comes by this time. Alex Bowman's going to see the white flag. 1 lap to go.
One more.
Is there enough time? Reddick is the faster car. He is catching Alex Bowman.
And Tyler Reddick's sails are in the wind. He'll cut the left. He's got time to do it. Question is, does he have enough time? 1.7 seconds behind the race leader. Tyler Reddick trying to shut down the separation and trying to score the win today in Chicago.
That gap is shrinking. You can see it visually. Reddick is starting to close. Bowman has been strong down here through 3, 4, and 5, but it's drying out in turn 4. That plays to the advantage of that car, Tyler Reddick. Bowman through 4, out of 5. Here comes Tyler Reddick. He hits the wall. That may be all the gap Bowman needs. He's in the wall as they work to 6.
Tyler Reddick gave it all he had coming through turns 4 and 5. He's given up too many car lengths now to be a factor as Alex Bowman, for the final time through turn number 6, drives away. Tyler Reddick came so close, but he did regroup the car, but now he's 3.6 seconds behind.
Reddick had about 20 lap newer tires on his race car, running Bowman down and simply made a mistake. Got into the wall, and that's allowing Alex Bowman to drive away.
Alex Bowman making his way through Congress Plaza for the final time. He works through turn 10, now 11, up over the railroad tracks and into 12. Alex Bowman has never won on a road course, and now he is going to conquer the streets of Chicago. Alex Bowman has won at Chicago.
Hell yeah, buddy! That's what I'm talking about. Hell of a job, brother.
Boy, Alex, of all the scenarios of a path to the playoff, did you have a road course on wet weather tires on your bingo card?
Man, I don't know. Anytime you go to the racetrack with Hendrick Motorsports, you got a shot. But first off, like we talked earlier, I have to apologize again to the 23 guys. Just messed up and trying to get my windshield wiper on, missed a corner and ruined their day. So I hate that. I'm still embarrassed about it, but we have a trophy to take home, and it means a lot to this team. They put me in position to win the race, and man, I broke my back, had a brain injury, and we've kind of sucked ever since. And I didn't. You start to second guess if you're ever going to get a chance to win a race again. And last one we won, we didn't really get to celebrate. We're going to drink so much damn bourbon tonight. It's going to be a bad deal. I'm probably going to wake up naked on the bathroom floor again, but that's just part of this deal sometimes. So just thanks to Ally and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. Everybody that makes this deal go round. Mr. H and Jeff, and shout out to Chloe at home. She's at home with the pups. It's like the only race she's missed all year, so I'm sure she's pissed off at me for that one, but she's sitting at home with Huck, and yeah, excited to get home. It's going to be a good night.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Rain probably 15 minutes out, starting in turn 1. Might get small drops before that, so be on the lookout when you get to the front stretch. Caution's out safe, caution's out safe, caution's out safe. Rain's a little heavier in 1. Yeah, the wind's going to pick up here, fellas, so let's get this thing tied down. Get out. Strap everything down as good as you can on that car cover. It's going to get windy here in a minute.
Yes, it did. Wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour, but now most of that has blown through. This started out as a narrow band of showers, but it kept building and building over the Gulf. It rained here for an hour and a half beginning at 2:15, and now after an hour and 45 minutes of track drying, the red flag has been withdrawn, and the cars will line up in the order in which they were running at the time of the red flag, and we will be back under yellow and hopeful of going green. Now, there is still the possibility of the edge of this rain system coming to Daytona Beach or maybe staying south of us. We'll just have to wait and see. But the big difference, in addition to the track having been washed clean of rubber and everything else, is the change in the ambient temperature, Kevin.
Yeah, and the reason that that matters is because it should give these cars more grip. And when they get more grip, we're going to find out quickly who's got the fastest cars. But it also, when it has more grip, the guys get a little more pushy than they did before.
For me, it takes us back to practice, right? We watched a guy like William Byron, maybe with the Hendrick camp. His car was a little bit loose when he was in his duels, right? So he probably put a little more downforce in his car, whereas his teammate, Kyle Larson, said his car had plenty of downforce, plenty of grip. They wanted a little bit more speed. So I think you're right, Kevin. I agree with the temperature difference. That's going to put some grip in these cars. The guys that had them trimmed out a little bit more for speed might play in their favor. We'll see.
More than a 20-degree drop in temperature since race time. Still a little bit of drying going on for a couple of weepers there in the back straightaway and elsewhere. 13 jet dryers and a whole platoon of air tundras to get this track dry as the fans hear the sound of the cars and begin to filter back into the grandstand for the restart of this race. William Byron is your leader. Austin Cindric is in the second spot. Ty Dillon posted in third place, and pole sitter Chase Briscoe in fourth. So before we get restarted here in Daytona, time for the Toyota Rev Up to Green.
Toyota kicks off a new era this season, competing under the global Toyota Gazoo Racing banner. GR uses motorsports as a rigorous proving ground, pushing the limits on track to build ever better vehicles. Established by Toyota's chairman and master driver Akio Toyoda, Gazoo Racing uses lessons learned in racing to directly influence the development of GR production vehicles. Wherever we race, Toyota Gazoo Racing competes as one, with every lap, every stint, and every race focused on building better vehicles.
Ready to restart in Daytona. 45 minutes to sunset. And not to worry, this track is brilliantly lit at night all around the 2.5-mile Tri-Oval Speedway. Well, let's get down to pit road and catch up on things, beginning with Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, it's definitely cooled off down here, about 20 degrees cooler than when we started the 500 earlier today. Got a jacket on, but the teams are ready. I just talked to crew chief Paul Wolf for Joey Logano and said, what's your game plan here? And he said, what we're looking at basically when we go back to green, we should have about 50 laps. He said, so once they open pit road here, they're going to come down, they're going to fill it up. And then if their driver does his job, if Joey can get it done, that should be enough to make it to the end of this stage. Of course, those caution flags will help. Josh?
Well, Jamie, when I caught up with Ryan Blaney earlier, he told me the theme for this season for him is Revenge of the 12, a nice play on his love of Star Wars. But that's because he came up just short of back-to-back championships, and he's a two-time runner-up here in the Daytona 500. His crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, told me they had a rough year on super speedways last year. They went to work in the offseason, working on making sure they find better ways to make it to the end of this race. So let's see how that plays out for them today with all the work they did in the offseason, Regan.
Josh William Byron, the 2024 Daytona 500 champion, picking up right where he left off, leading this race right now. No real comments or concerns about the car, but I just checked with Rudy Fugo on what the plan is going forward in this stage and if they were going to pit or what their thoughts were going to be. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders, just like normal. These crew chiefs are playing tight to the vest right now.
Not surprisingly. 65 laps will be the end of stage number 1. We've completed 12 laps, the last couple of them under caution. Let's take a look at today's track facts, sponsored by Ford Performance. The Daytona 500 first run in 1959. This is the 67th running. Turns 1, 2, 3, and 4, 31-degree banking. That's probably steeper than the roof of your house. 17 degrees in the Tri-Oval. Ford has won 5 of the last 8 Daytona races and led over half the laps in the last 6 races. Well, pit stops are going to be the order of discussion here. Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, I want to follow up on Jamie Little's report, and I've been crunching a lot of numbers over the last 3 hours, even reached out to some of my crew chief buddies. Remember, the fuel window is about 42 to 46 laps. This caution and red flag came out with about 54 laps. They're banking, as Jamie pointed out, several caution laps. You have to be full here to make it to the end. They need about 2.5 seconds of fuel to be full. I think here's what you're going to see. You're going to see drivers pit when pit road opens, but I think you'll see a number of teams come back to pit road and top it off, make sure it's full when you get that one to go.
Thanks, Larry. Well, let's have a look at some of our onboards. This is our race leader, William Byron, with the Chevrolet onboard camera and the spoiler cam view from the right rear corner of his car, looking forward at those. Ignore those ominous clouds, please. Ross Chastain has the Busch Light camera for us today, and in addition to that view of Ross, there is the front bumper cam. Bug's eye view ahead. Joey Logano, the NASCAR Cup champion, with the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam. Views all around. And here's Bubba Wallace carrying the Toyota Cam. And a look up at Bubba roof cam, and bumper cam. Eric Jones will carry the Advent Health camera today with a 360-degree view. And A.J. Allmendinger, the number 16, with the Celsius camera, and he'll have a 360-degree view as well. Kyle Busch with the Rebel Bourbon onboard camera and that all-around view. And Christopher Bell's Toyota camera will include a spoiler cam looking forward. Ryan Blaney and the Ford Performance camera. There is the front bumper cam. On board last season's runner-up for the Cup title. And Elio Castroneves, the Wendy's cam, with a 360-degree view. Now Ryan Preece has the buildsubmarines.com cam, and Thursday night we enjoyed watching the foot cam for Ryan, the former modified champ. Good to get to that one before it gets dark. Still a bit of drying going on pit road where the cars were parked. And other than that, I believe all the track drying equipment has been put to bed. Chase Briscoe, our pole sitter.
Kevin and Clint, I'm scratching my head just a little bit. We've got some drivers like Shane Van Gisbergen, Tyler Reddick, Riley Herbst complaining about vibration since they went back out on the racetrack. I'm not 100% sure what that could be just sitting on pit road like that.
Well, sometimes when you come onto pit road and you sit there on those hot tires and stop, it could be just a flat spot that is created on the tire, or we've seen this happen with the brake rotors as well.
I wouldn't think my first initial reaction was brake rotors, but I wouldn't think that they would even use that much brake, this far with only, 8 laps under our belts.
Well, not only that, but once it started raining, they ran several caution laps, with the rain coming down. So getting excess brake heat in one spot, that doesn't seem very likely.
No, I would say it's probably more the hot tires sitting in one spot for a while and getting that kind of a flatter spot or something. On pit road,
they like getting
when they sit there. I'll spit this out eventually, Clint. But when they sit there like that hot and don't move, they get a vibration when they go around.
Well, this is what I want to say. This puts us in the fuel window, as Larry said, and if there's a silver lining in anything that happened with the rain delay, it's the fact that when these boys go back at it here, it's going to be for the gusto, for the stage points, and they're going to be putting on a show right off the bat. No more fuel mileage as soon as we go green.
Yeah, and you probably heard a lot of these cars not running while they were going around under caution, and that is for sure. They're trying to save as much gas as they can under caution.
So I hope you folks at home got the driveway shoveled of snow, or maybe the lawn done during the rain delay. We were hard at work.
Oh, man.
That's real nice, Kev. That's real nice.
There's just not too many opportunities that we get to be on the other side of the fence of giving somebody grief, but I hope you feel better from your nap.
Here's the fun thing about that. Old payback. It always comes full circle.
That's fine.
Took me a little siesta. Felt good.
Yeah.
Felt good. Actually, I'm ready.
Was it warm? Was it warm right there behind all those
I'd say my
machines?
back hurts and my neck.
Needed a better pillow.
All right, Larry Mack, pit road is going to be open next time. What do you expect?
I expect a lot of drivers to come to pit road, make sure that thing's full of fuel, as I mentioned, somewhere around 2.5 to 3 seconds of fuel to be full. But I still believe you'll see, especially drivers at the back of the pack, come back and top off when we get to one to go. Just have that little bit of insurance.
A little bit of extra drying going on those pit stalls.
Well, and that's what you worry about right there. You have an intercom system that the teams can talk to each other. Then you have the radio system in the car. We always hear about some sort of problem. If a little drip of water went in the wrong spot of the radios or something along those lines, it's always a possibility. So these teams try to take as much precaution as possible to keep those radios dry.
Yeah, it never fails. A rain delay like this always ends up with something electrical having problems. Track looks good.
And I would say if those guys do have a vibration, they're going to come in here and change the tires just to be safe.
7 sets of tires of Goodyear Racing Eagles plus 1 scuff set from qualifying are lined up in each pit.
Several sets on the ground in each pit too.
William Byron has led 8 laps. Chase Briscoe 4, Ty Dillon 3 as they come to pit road, most of them. Regan.
Mike William Byron hits his pit stall right now. As you see, the pressure is going to be on fueler Landon Walker to do a perfect job and get him out as quick as possible. Josh?
For the 10 of Ty Dillon, happy with what they got that car to after the damage it suffered on Thursday night. Fuel for him. He's led 3 laps today, Jamie.
Austin Cindric, he started on the front row, will restart on the front row. Just enough fuel, barely gets around Chase Briscoe. Briscoe in his box to top off as well, Mike.
All right, we saw Todd Gilliland, among others, change tires.
Saw Josh Berry pull in the wrong box.
Ooh.
He had to pull back out and go down.
Yep.
This is always the hardest thing to do on pit road when you have all these cars together and you haven't been in and out of your box with anybody this week. You've been spaced out one box apart. Now you have to go in and around cars, and everybody pitting at the same time is always a possibility of tearing the car up.
Yeah, I was looking at Josh Berry. He pulled in that red banner of Custer, I believe it was, on the wall. Looks like his Wood Brothers stuff, right? And he pulled into that red slot. It was the wrong one. I had to pull up.
Well, most of the teams now have illuminated number signs above the pit stalls to aid the drivers getting in. And some of them have illuminated signboards. And even for the timed pit stop, some of the crew members will hold an iPad in front of the car that turns green to tell the driver when to go.
Hey, don't forget, we haven't really covered this all day long. Over half the field out here is working in some sort of new environment, and Josh Berry's one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, if you
whether that be that be a new crew chief, a new organization, a new spotter, something, over half the field has something new today.
Elio will find his pit stall easily.
Yeah, and
now,
when you
there's
see
that iPad.
Yeah, you see that iPad right there. That's to tell the driver to go when it gets green. That way the crew chief can watch what's going on, and the driver can go immediately when that thing turns green.
I say Elio will find his pit stall because his pit sign is the Brazilian flag.
And that is something that I always did. I always had the smiley face. A lot of guys get talked into just being lazy and not having some sort of emblem that is consistent with their career. I always suggest that to our young guys. Have the consistent emblem so that when you're going down pit road, whether you're on the same team or not, you can pick out your pit stall.
A few cars top off as we get a look at the Chevrolet Blazer EV-SS that leads the field here at Daytona. Now, Chevy's had various models carrying the SS or Super Sport logo since 1961, but this is the fastest SS Chevrolet has ever produced. 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds, that is. All right, the jet dryers are clear of the back straightaway. And it looks like just a couple of them coming around turn number 4 and heading for home. We are minutes away from restarting the Daytona 500, which right now has 17 laps complete. Looking at the weather, it looks like most of that is going to stay to the south of us. There is always a chance of just the corner of that system catching the Speedway, but it looks like if that happened, it would be a very brief shower.
We're going to put these cars at speed on this racetrack. We're going to implement Darrell Waltrip's vortex theory. That's what's going to happen in this 2.5-mile beast.
Well, we've gotten pretty lucky with the whole thing, honestly. A lot of it has gone away as it's gotten closer to us. So hopefully that's the case as we continue through the night.
All right, the fleet of jet dryers exit the track just after the pit road exit. And That will leave us just the pace car and 41 race cars on track and ready to go.
Looks like they're going to roll one more. Some people are going to come down and top off.
A couple of raindrops on the windshield of the pace car is why we're going to take an extra lap or two here. And here is Chase Elliott's radio.
Mark, getting some small drops up here. Yeah, copy.
Up here, that would be Trey Poole up on the roof of the main grandstand where all the spotters are.
I like that car in practice, Clint. In the duels the other night, that Chase Elliott car just had the great ability to push anybody, anytime, and even in practice with fewer cars, when you can push like he was able to do in practice, that just has a lot of riz to it when you look at the field wanting to be pushed by a car that can push.
What did it have?
Riz.
Riz.
Yeah.
Oh.
The ability to track other cars.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, I tell you, it was
hanging out with the Rizzler.
Oh, we did have the Rizzler down there earlier. Yeah. That's right.
You two are rizzing out. I don't know what's happening right now, but that car did look like a total package. It handled good and it had good speed.
Now NASCAR, as is tradition since this track was built in 1959, has observers stationed all the way around the race car to check for either rain falling or debris. And Brad Moran, series director, told me this morning they also have weather observers in different locations a couple of miles out from the Speedway, especially to the west, to warn of impending rain. So. So while we're waiting to restart this race, we're going to take a quick break and go Fox side by side. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. And by Ally, the bank that's your ally. 9 laps completed under caution, and again the pace car brings the field down pit road. This time, instead of stopping in their stalls, they're kept to the outside edge of pit road. See a few sprinkles there on the spoiler cam, and going to hold them a bit because
small cell.
Not making this up. This is expected to be just the edge of this cell system. And the hope is here that they will not, quote, lose the track, unquote, which is when the track gets so wet that it's too wet to compete.
I'm staying optimistic on this one. I'm looking at the ground. I don't think we're going to lose the whole track.
Here's Joey Logano's team.
There's like a little cell above us here, probably for the next 5 miles or so. Other than that, I don't see nothing. Maybe like some scattered stuff, but very small. Seems like the drops right here are just hard enough to not want to go green here, wouldn't you think?
Yep. Not quite yet.
They agree with me, Mike.
Good.
That's what that is.
Well, we remain hopeful. So the first 4 cars did not come down pit road at lap 16 when most everyone else pitted. They were on pit road, of course, at the red flag, but then did not stop to top off when everybody else from there on back stopped to top off fuel, and some took on tires. So
well, that's the crazy part about today's world is there's always some outliers in the strategy piece of it, and you never really know exactly where the strategies of that particular team, and we're looking at Riley Herbst in a Monster Energy Toyota here, but for instance, we don't know exactly what their plan was before the race as far to where to run in the pack based upon how they qualified, and go forward, stay where you are, stay in the back, let's play it this way to the first stage. And so a lot of that plays out on the fly. A lot of it is pre-planned, and you know, these guys they'll surprise you sometimes in some of the crazy strategy that they come up with. It all seems so straightforward until the race starts.
Until somebody's willing to gamble.
That's right.
That's what I like.
So 20 laps officially have been completed, 11 before the red flag, and now 9 laps under caution. 1 pit crew member allowed out to the cart, and they are going to cover up, well, it appears some of them. And again, our hope is that this is just the corner of this cell and it passes through here within about the next 12 to 15 minutes.
Something about this place, Kevin, this is all, it's just so reminiscent. It brings back old memories of the highs and lows, the emotional roller coaster of this day. We've both been in this situation. These guys are, you know, you finally get over the hype and the energy, all that stuff, get in your car, rain's 8 laps in, you go to the bus, you hang out, you eat snacks, until everybody's tired of you. You get done doing interviews, you get back in the car, you don't even go back green.
So were you able to take a nap like that when you were in a situation while you were driving?
No.
No, I wasn't either. I could never make myself just calm down, relax, and rest. I was always thinking about, I always worried about when we were going to go. Am I going to miss driver intros? Am I going to be late to my car? And that was always a
Which
a
I
worry
almost
of mine.
did a couple times.
You did?
Took off running, yeah.
We once had a rain delay at, I believe it was Michigan. I was working radio with Barney Hall.
Oh, boy, we're going way back.
Oh, we are. And they called drivers to the cars. They got the track drive, got ready to go, and everybody's car had a driver in it except the Wood brothers. And Barney, who was best friends with a lot of drivers and just a great, wonderful talent on the radio, says, David Pearson, if you're within the sound of our voice, they have fired these cars. You better get over here and get in yours. And we look way across the infield. Here comes this car bouncing over the berms, through the infield, right up to the edge of the garage. David jumps out, runs to his car, runs the race.
He was in the infield?
He was off partying in the infield, I guess, visiting with some fans.
My man.
Things have changed, Mike.
Yes, they have.
Things they didn't have buses.
Things
That
have
borrowed somebody else's.
Definitely changed.
That's a fantastic story, Mike.
Jamie Little.
Well, I'm with Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for Chase Elliott, and the guys in the booth are talking about the emotions of this place. Like, it rains and it stops, and it's the Daytona 500. What are the emotions for the crew chief?
Yeah, I mean, it's Florida, right? I mean, it's, peninsula out in the middle of 2 oceans. So, Yeah, I mean, it's we just want to get going here. We've got a great Napa Chevy and had a really good week so far. I feel like our car runs really good. I think everybody's got a lot of optimistic hopes, you know, so we just want to get going racing and, yeah, see what's going to happen and get the fuel strategy going and make it to the end and see how our car is and see what shakes out.
So Jeff Gordon came up to me right at the start of this race and he said, watch out for Chase. He's like on another level. He is so focused. Have you seen the same thing in him this week?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he's really at the end of last year, I think we got into a really good place and we're competing at a really, really high level. And it's carried over so far this year. You know, it's been good, obviously, at the Clash. And you know, this week we haven't got the finishes that we'd like to get, but I think the performance has been there. So, yeah, a long way to go in the race yet, but I think he's operating at a super, super high level, and I think the team is also.
I know this is his 10th start in the Great American Race. He's never gotten this one. He's got the championship with you. How is it so far? How's the car handling, and will we see him make some progress? I know that was the plan, to get forward as soon as you could.
Yeah, I think we just want to get running. It's hard to tell. It's been so early, you know, and the conditions are changing. And that was one reason we decided just not to practice yesterday, because we kind of thought we were going to be back into this, you know, cool and overcast. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, everybody's still feeling it out. I think there's a long way to go, and business will pick up. But for right now, all's good.
Thanks, Alan. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Regan.
Well, Chris Gale, new crew chief for Denny Hamlin this season, of course, with Ty Gibbs last year. And what a race to jump into here with the start, the stop, everything going on today. And now, of course, a pit stop that kind of falls right on a window. So how do you equate all that out on top of the pit box for the remainder of the stage when we get going?
Yeah, it's going to be, it's close on fuel, but yeah, the caution came out right at the spot where the whole red flag, you're sitting there debating, okay, are we going to open pit road with 3 laps, with 4 laps? How many caution laps are we going to run before they open it? Because it could dictate whether we can make it to the end of the stage or not, need to pit again. So it got really close. Honestly, with this little bit of rain, it just probably made it clearer on us that we'll all be able to make it if we go run a few more caution laps. So I think that kind of the second rain helped.
All right, so the rain helped. I got to ask you, your driver, Denny Hamlin, he's won 3 of these Daytona 500s, and 2 of those 3 came after a crew chief change. So big shoes to live up to. Are we going to pull that off again today and go 3 for 4?
That's big pressure on that one. I will take that. Like, if we can make that stat go, it'll be a great weekend for us, right? That's a lot of pressure, though. I don't know. We'll see, right? New car, everything. If we can just be competitive at the end, I'll be happy.
All right, good luck the rest of the way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Regan, the good news is it is no longer raining in turns 3 and 4 or on the roof of the main grandstand. Might be still just a touch of a sprinkle over in turn 2, and a big weather system that is moving off to the south here. So we are about done with rain. They're going to make a quick pass with the jet dryers, fire them up, and we're going to go. Josh?
Well, down here with Jonathan Hassler, crew chief of the 12 car for Team Penske. How does all this hurry up and go, stop, go affect you guys?
Yeah, you definitely got to, you got some time to wait, but you got to continue to kind of stay focused and, stay into the details of kind of what's happening as the night and the stage conditions kind of evolve.
We talked earlier about your guys' approach to super speedway racing, and obviously you've won before, but you felt like 2024 wasn't the year for you. How have you approached and reevaluated your program going into this season?
Yeah, I think last year we just, we had a lot of speed, but we struggled to kind of finish races. So, yeah, we focused on just trying to have good handling in our cars, maybe give up a little bit of speed, and then just focus on trying to be there at the end.
Thanks, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Sean.
Mike?
Thanks, Josh. The rain has stopped. A quick pass with the jet dryers, Chris Myers. We should be back racing shortly.
Just trash.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. I was just sitting down here with Jamie McMurray in our staging area.
Welcome back.
Are waiting out the raindrops. Hey, thanks to all the drivers who stopped by before they had to hop in the cars. I know the fans, it's frustrating waiting for this race to go. What about, we heard Ford's talking about their speed. We know Toyota on the pole to start this thing. Of course, Chevys have won here over time here, Jamie. Is there still the manufacturer alliance? Because it seems like it starts out that way at the Daytona 500 or any of these super speedways, and then things change dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like of all the drivers that we heard from, the Ford guys seemed to be the most optimistic, and it wasn't just because their cars were fast, it was because they could push. And then when we talked to the Chevy and the Toyota guys, they all referenced how well the Fords could push. And when it comes down to the end of this race, it's who can get locked together, who can get the right run at the right time. So I like the Fords. They have a lot of cars. The numbers are in their favor as well. And those drivers, I mean, if you think about it, with Brad Keselowski Penske and Joey Logano, they were fighting over who was going to have the best car up here. So pretty optimistic.
When you won the Daytona 500, and we talked with William Byron, there's a chance to the drivers. There's obviously Kyle Larson. So I think sometimes they need a break here since we're stopping and starting in between things, and we have another rain delay here. What's it like defending the title when you come back to Daytona? Because the last one to do it was Denny Hamlin, and that was what, about 4 years ago.
Yeah, I loved it when we talked to William Byron, who won this race last year. Talked about driving through the tunnel and the kind of the emotions that he felt, getting to see his car back from the Daytona USA and look inside of it. You know, after winning it just becomes so special. And then every time that you pull in here, you get those same feelings of, can I do it again? And and it's I don't want to say it's emotional, but you become attached to this place. This is like Lambeau Field in racing. It's incredible grounds. I loved hearing Dale Jr.'s passion for the fact that we should feel honored that we get to race at a facility like this. And for all these guys getting in their cars right now, you see William Byron. It's such a special place.
Yeah, and obviously it's unique in that we open the season with the most important race of the season. Denny Hamlin, a three-time winner, the only one in this race who has won the Daytona 500 that many times, still searching for that elusive Cup championship. We had a chance to sit down and talk to him leading into this race.
Dude, this has been like ridiculously not predicted. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's gotten cooler.
Between Jordan and Joe Gibbs, I mean, the championships around you. So until
I'm surrounded by them.
Right.
This is a guy with a great future. You know, if you can't beat them, join them. Right?
That's right.
And that's why I started the race team. If I can't win one for myself, I latch on to some of the best drivers in the series.
This is your 20th year in the car.
It's flown by, truthfully. I feel like it was just my rookie season.
Didn't just hit him with that pie.
Ambush!
He clobbered him.
Now you're busier as an owner and a driver. I know that's been going on for a few years now, but you've been able to handle that.
It's just in my DNA. I love staying busy. I love working. You know, I love the process to build this race team from the ground up, being good at my sport and what my different gifts are. I feel like this is what I'm supposed to do.
How often do you think about not having the Cup championship when annoying guys like me bring it up?
Day to day, I don't think about it. You know, when they talk about the greats of the sport, they're going to go down the list of race winners.
Yes.
That's how you win a race, team. Way to go.
I really want to get to 60, put myself inside the top 10 of race winners in the Cup Series all time. That, to me, is the driving factor.
Yeah! We got it!
If I can get to 60 and win a championship, I mean, icing on the cake.
Three-time Daytona 500 champion, that says a lot. What do you think about that when you arrive in Daytona each year after having accomplished that?
It's certainly a lift off of my shoulders where I'm not overthinking it. I'm racing freely because it's just a free roll to get another.
Hell yeah!
Would you trade all three of those Daytona 500s for a Cup
Not
championship?
a chance. The Daytona 500, just to me, it's the biggest race of the year. It's far bigger than our championship race, so why would I take away 3 Daytona 500 championships for one end of the season Cup? No.
Is the clock ticking on you, or do you feel like, not running out of time, but you can see the finish line now more so?
I definitely can, and I'm just not going to allow myself to be another driver out there. That there will be a day when I wake up and I don't have the skill set that I had before. I don't know when that day is. I don't feel like it's right now. I feel as sharp as I ever have behind the wheel. I'm no dummy. I understand that Father Time's undefeated, especially in our sport where reaction time is probably the most important thing. More than likely when I stop it'll be an abrupt stop.
Denny Hamlin has won the 2 closest finishes in the history of the Daytona 500. 2 of his 3 have been that close. Co-owner with Michael Jordan, the 2311 team. He drives for Joe Gibbs. It's all part of the Toyota family. He seems to handle that well. I want to just focus on Denny, the driver, though. And last year, he got off to a great start and then missed the championship 4.
He did, but even at the end of the year, even though he didn't win a race, he was still had, I think, 2 of the last 3 races he was in the top 5, so he's still running really well. And when I watch that piece, I laugh when you're like, how much longer are you going to do this? And, he doesn't just want to be another driver. And I think the most important thing for Denny is that he has a path after driving, Chris. When you think about a lot of guys, when they stop driving, they don't know what they're going to do. For me, Clint, Kevin, right? We're doing TV, so you still get to be a part of the sport. By him starting that team, it's given him a path of something to keep him busy, something that he's really interested in, something he's passionate about.
I'd like to see him maybe race for 23.
I think that I agree with you 100%. I think it'd be really fun. And maybe he doesn't do it full time. Maybe he comes in and he just runs 8 or 10 races of his choice. But I think that'd be pretty special for him to get to drive for his own team.
It was great. I got to tour the 2311 race shop
Airspeed.
At Airspeed, right? Which is they combine Denny, the Jordan, the 2311, the shoes, the combination of the two, and I mean they really have a good thing going, and they both are very involved. I mean, obviously Michael Jordan, big fan of racing growing up and involvement in the team, and they seem like they're on the same page working towards. What about the drivers of the 2311 team, their chances, not just in this race but this year?
Well, look at Reddick last year, makes it to the championship 4. I mean, Reddick's as talented as anybody in the series, and I think he's pushing Bubba Wallace. Bubba, obviously, maybe the weakness would be road courses, but really good at places like Daytona. Won a duel on Thursday night here. Both of those guys, as you look at their performance, and I've spent a little bit of time at that race shop in the off season, and when you look at their performance since they started 2311, both of those teams have gotten better every single year, and that's what you look for in a race team. Is we need just to keep building on what we have, and that's what they've been able to do, not just with Tyler, but also with Bubba. And then they've added, right here, you see Riley Herbst to the mix, added another car. Is that going to take away from the team? I don't think so. I love the model that they have, where they have this engineering alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing. We know how good Joe Gibbs Racing is every single year in the Cup Series. So I like that alliance that they have, and obviously they have been able to come in and starting out, they've been as good as anybody.
Yeah, the only Toyotas to win at the Daytona 500, Joe Gibbs and Denny Hamlin. I like that he said Father Time is undefeated. Apparently Mother Nature at Daytona
She's winning right now.
Also puts up a pretty good battle in a rain delay. So what are we, 20 laps in? We got 11, then we had to stop and start, and that's where we are now. But it looks like the weather is clearing, and we'll have prime time racing in the 67th running of the Great American Race. So when you can relate to him in terms of winning
being old?
No, I'll do the jokes. Okay. Winning the Daytona 500, but then not having the championship, and you've won at a lot of the majors in NASCAR. So I don't know. He's come close, obviously, but leaving the sport without having that, did that bother you as much as he seems to be at peace with it? Yeah, and I mean, he's in a little different position when you look at the amount of the wins that he has, and also how close he's come to a championship. There were a couple of years that Denny came within laps of being able to win the championship, and I think that's what has made it so frustrating on his part. But I agree with him. The Daytona 500 is our biggest race. The championship is a huge deal, but it's just, man, when you see all 3 of those Harley J. Earl trophies lined up at Denny's house, yeah, very impressive. And did you see how quickly he answered when I said, would you
He didn't
trade?
even let you get the sentence
Yeah,
out.
I couldn't even.
Yeah.
And I like his goal of 60 career wins. He's not that far away. Six more and a chance maybe in a couple of years to do that. That puts him in that top 10. I certainly can understand that. Talked about them adding a team at 2311. Trackhouse also has added a team. And Michael Waltrip got to hang out with some of the guys, having a little fun.
I'm gonna turn this griddle on so it'll start getting hot for you guys, okay?
Hey.
I'll be back.
Thank you. Well, this is cool. So we're gonna cook our own stuff here? Is this how we do it in Florida, Ross?
No, not normally. When I pay for food at a restaurant, I like it to be cooked for me normally.
Yeah.
This is a unique experience, I think. I've never been here.
Are we ready to go here? Here we go. Uh-oh, you're... That's teamwork right there. There you go. That's a good-looking cake. Speaking of teamwork, multicultural, you guys are from all over the world. What brings you all together?
We've been working pretty closely together, which is cool, and everything I ask on the oval side is all open on the sim, and we all talk differently how we describe the car, but talking the same thing.
We've been very fortunate to win some very unique races. Yeah. Shane did in Chicago, Ross winning in Phoenix in the championship race, the three-wide finish, like all these things are very unique. And the fact that Trackhouse has all of them is pretty cool.
It was cool last year that he was the most, I'd say, in tune with the data side, watching us when he was only running Xfinity. He'd say something about a lap or something that happened in the race. It was cool he was like keeping up with the actual driving, and now that he's gonna race, like he'll be able to match steering curves and throttle. And
well, I talked to Justin, and he said you've watched the last 4 years of Daytona 500s every lap over the last couple of weeks. Yeah, I didn't learn anything. You just learned they're going to crash, right? There's nothing else like it in the world. Now, Ross, you grew up in Florida, so you know the significance of the Daytona 500 and how much it would mean for a Florida kid to win this prestigious event. Can you put it into words what that might feel like?
This race, the history of it, I think the significance of the sport coming off the beach and what the France family built and how they invested in the future of the sport, to put it on a big oval like that, and thinking about all the drivers that have tried and how hard it is to win. I can't think of a single race that the race itself would mean more.
What about you growing up in Mexico? When did you first think maybe you would even get the chance to race in the Daytona 500?
I used to watch the NASCAR races, the Daytona 500. I thought only superheroes were there. I never thought I was going to be able to do that one day. To have the opportunity to compete in the highest level was very special to me. So to be able to win that, it would be amazing.
So who's paying the check?
Mikey.
That's 3-1.
No, 3-1.
All right, bring me the bill.
Okay.
That's rare that Michael picks up a check, but they were, you know, they weren't at the International House of Pancakes, but they could have been because think about it, all four drivers.
Wow.
You got a driver from Brazil, 4 different countries, Mexico, New Zealand, and then of course Ross from the U.S. in Florida, representing the Sunshine State that right now is clearing from rain. So how about this team? I was surprised to hear the news of Pitbull. Well, that's a different story for now, but I want to talk a little bit about what you what you think of the drivers of this team with their international flavor.
Well, I'll speak to just Trackhouse in general. When we first went to the Gen 7 car 3 years ago, I think everybody was shocked, including myself, about how fast all those cars were in 2022. It seems to me, though, that they've lost a little. Either they've lost a little bit of speed, or the bigger teams, the Gibbs and the Hendricks, have made up a little bit more ground. But they're still able to win each year. If you look at last year, Ross wins at Kansas. Suarez has this epic finish at Atlanta, where we're going next weekend with Blaney and Kyle Busch, one of the closest races in NASCAR history. They still have speed, maybe not as much as they did when the Gen 7 first came out, but they've added SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen, to their lineup. We have 5 road course races in the Cup Series this year. He is going to be a threat at all of those. I mean, his road racing skills are incredible.
Well, it was interesting that Pitbull, who performed earlier here as we got our ceremonies going in the pre-race, ending his partnership with Trackhouse Racing, but and we don't know all the details behind that. I know there were some other people stepping in to support the race team that has had kind of a rapid rise given the time that they've had. Was it 4 or 5 years? It's their 5th year now, right?
Yeah, but I would tell you, Justin Marks, Trackhouse Racing, they've changed the game of NASCAR about the partners they bring in, the look that they have. It's super cool. The fact that he brought Pitbull in years ago to be a part of that team, there's no telling what Justin Marks has up his sleeve.
Yeah, and an exciting group, and this is exciting because the rain has stopped.
Oh yeah, we're ready.
There you go. Yellow flag caution out, and 21 laps in. Can I go 200 laps? Yeah, there we go. That's good to see. Keep the wind pushing the rain further out of Daytona Beach and away from Daytona International Speedway. Well, this is kind of just what you wanted, a little prime time. You heard Chase Elliott say a little bit earlier that he loves racing at night. They have the July race here under the lights.
Well, they just ran the duels here on Thursday. Everybody kind of knows the balance of their car running at night. Look, if you're a NASCAR fan, the cars under the lights, they look faster. They're shiny. I mean, look at that view right there. It's going to be a spectacle for the fans in the stands tonight.
And whoever wins this race, it'll be worth it. There have been some extended, some lengthy Daytona 500s. This one will be worth it all. Back up to the booth. Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer, and Mike Choi.
Thank you, Chris. All of the meteorologists that we follow on X and everywhere else on social media says the rain is over. And the best side of that is the Goodyear blimp is back. They can't fly that in inclement weather, but it's back here over the Speedway. They provide our aerial coverage, and since 1925, the Goodyear blimp has been inspiring fans to keep looking up and driving forward. N2A is the N number on the Goodyear blimp. I think I called it N24 the other night, but this shot shows it much better because this is Wingfoot 2. And when you got that low of a number on your aircraft, you have been at this for a long time, right?
Well, you know you're at a big sporting event when that baby shows up.
That's exactly right.
I'm ready. Let's get this going, Kev.
I'm beyond ready.
These drivers are ready,
yes.
More importantly. And
now,
I think you fans better get ready because this stage is going to be wild. Kevin, you've been here. When we sit around, we're sitting in our motorhomes, all balled up, ready to go. That energy's got to go somewhere. It's fixing to get on display.
There's a piece of the strategy that's been taken out of the puzzle.
That's right.
With no fuel window necessary for saving fuel or anything, these guys are most likely going to get after it right here for this first stage.
For your favorite thing, tell me why.
What do you mean?
Points, baby.
Hey, we're always racing for points. You have to go after the points. So it'll be very interesting to see exactly what the strategy is for the guys in the middle of the field back, because it is going to be a long road to get to the front when they're all full throttle like they're getting ready to be.
Well, 4 hours and 15 minutes ago, we were all ready for the start of the Daytona 500, and we got it started, but just barely. And here's a radio remix, Coming to Green.
It's gonna be a fun year. It's gonna be a really great year. I can feel it. So y'all have fun, be safe. Looking forward to it, fellas. Thank you. Good luck. You got it, man. Fight to the end of this thing. Really appreciate all the work that went into getting this car ready to go. Proved yesterday that we can put another one together and at those speeds. So let's go have a good day today and make something happen. Just do your thing. When it comes down to it here, don't wait for somebody else. You go off of what you need to do here. When you get aggressive, that's when we're going to be in our best spot here.
And the best thing I've heard over the radio in the last 4 hours is 1 lap to go at the line.
The best thing I heard was right there on Kyle Busch's radio, and I can't agree more with what they said. Be aggressive. You have to be aggressive in these cars. You have to push, you have to block, you have to do everything that you can to keep yourself in the front. I don't care if you're not in the front. If it's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, you need to do everything you can do to keep all the track position that you have, because as the night goes, that'll become more and more important as we run out of laps.
As you were, to your point, starting 12th right there, you can't afford to lose any more spots. Then you're in a really problematic area, the sucker hole. You don't want to be there. That is where everything happens. If it materializes in front of you, it's right in your lap and nothing to go. Look for Kyle Busch to try to gain some spots.
Green track from the rain. Ambient temperature 20 degrees lower than earlier. A few drivers coming in to top off right here, and these were drivers that did not come in during the earlier caution flag. That is the front 4 of them, led by Ryan Blaney. So ambient temperature down, speeds may be up. Right now, the fastest lap of the race is Ricky Stenhouse, 190.59 miles per hour. And we expect that mark to fall. And new this year, there is a championship point that goes to the driver who has the fastest lap of the race. Coming up Saturday on Fox Primetime Hoops, freshman phenom Cooper Flagg leads 3rd-ranked Duke against Illinois in a showdown at Madison Square Garden. Coverage Saturday begins 7 Eastern on Fox. Red sky at night, racers delight.
We've seen some wild races that run long here, Clint. Ooh. I can think of a jet dryer being hit. I can think of Brad Keselowski doing donuts back there on the back stretch, trying to keep his car from catching on fire. Yeah. I guess it might not have been a 500, but it was here.
Yeah, a lot of wild ones. Again, I kind of said it when we sit around, you know, cooped up in the motor home, you're ready to get out there and get it going. And usually, from my experience over the years, this is when things get wild.
Oh, and it's also hockey weather, apparently.
Shorts.
Blackhawks jersey. So 22 laps, 55 miles have been completed of the 500. The end of stage 1 will be at lap 65. They have enough fuel to go the distance, so if the plan is to stop after the end of stage 1 when they wave the caution flag, then everybody can go all out from here to there.
The plan is to go get me all them stage points, Cowboy.
All right, pace car is in. And the fans, wet and dried off and on their feet once again. Green flag, we're racing again in the Daytona 500.
Kind of broke up a little bit around that fifth or sixth row, Kev.
Yeah, it looked like the 9 car, I don't know what happened on that restart with Chase Elliott, but it looked like they definitely had a gap. Something happened right there going through the gears.
See them starting to collect one another here. You might see a run. You know what you're not going to see is that 2 leave the 22's bumper. They work together Thursday night. They're going to do it again tonight. There's the dancing partners we talk about.
And the Penske team in general, they've been really good. As you see William Byron start to make some ground, those guys staying committed to each other just gives you that confidence in knowing that you have somebody that's going to stay behind you. Unless it's there's no way out. The leader is going to go to your lane like Joey Logano is doing right now with Austin Cindric, and he knows that he's got a really good pusher behind him. And as you see that third lane start to form up top.
Yes, you took the words out of my mouth. Starting to see it already. Denny Hamlin's wanting some help. The help is Kyle Larson. The rest are coming. Getting a pretty good line up there. Watch him get collected, and what else you're going to see is maybe a Chase Elliott and some other ones. They're exactly right there. I think that's Van Gisbergen pulled up there. More will come.
Joey Logano has now led his 9th straight Daytona 500. Now Cindric up there to the outside. William Byron on the bottom behind Logano.
Here they come. Let's see if there be any more takers. There it is. Chase Elliott jumped out there. Wanting that track position we talked about. Now Chastain. That looks fun. I want some. Now here comes Chase Briscoe.
And now you'll see Joey Logano stay on that bottom lane because Austin Cindric is going backwards, so he knows that he has to abandon the 2 car and block that bottom lane.
Chase Briscoe bringing the outside up, comes up in front of Chastain, who goes to the middle and makes his own hole for the number 1.
Well, he had the momentum, right? When you have momentum, you need to take it because he has the help coming with Cindric. He's going to pick him up right here, pick the momentum back up. We start again.
And you see that bottom lane start to get a little bit out there with those first 3 cars, 3 wide after the first 3 cars there. But what's going to happen is that momentum is going to get built back up, and eventually those are all those cars are going to come back together in that bottom lane, and Joey Logano will have to go back to work on blocking whatever lane gets there first.
Look who we heard from right before the went green here. It was Kyle Busch right on the bottom. The 3 wide, that's him on the bottom catching those guys. Made up a lot of ground.
Fastest lap of the race is now Ryan Preece. He restarted last, but got a PR lap by lagging at the start, catching up to the pack, 194.7 miles per hour. There's Preece.
And that's not just PR anymore, like you said, Mike. That point,
money lap,
it could be valuable at any point during the season. So that's a new twist to every race this year.
See these 3 cars break away as that 3 wide pack kind of stalls one another out. As long as they stay in line, especially running wide open the way they are. No more fuel savings.
Nice shot there from our drone coverage over the ball field between the front straightaway and pit road.
Well, here we go again, Clint. That middle line starting to fall back again. That top line finally broke free of being side by side with Ross Chastain, and now they're starting to make some momentum back to the front.
Back to that outside line. You know it's going to have speed. That was our fastest car down here in Daytona, Chase Briscoe.
Well, that might be the fastest car, but one of the best pushers is Chase Elliott right behind him. So you lock that out with the best pusher and what we believe is one of the fastest cars. That's a definite reason why they're making up ground.
Good combination. There it is. Great push again from Chase.
That's the 19 and the 9 on the outside lane, and now that is Chastain trying to lead the 3rd lane up to them with Van Gisbergen and Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson.
Yeah, and about the time we think that those 2 cars in the outside lane were going to make up ground with that 3rd lane, they drop down to the middle, and we see those 4 or 5 cars out front still able to maintain that gap on any other line beside them.
You're good where you are. Just stay there.
Starting to see that third lane really stall out now. We'll see if this too wide scenario can start to prevail on the inside. I'm surprised the bottom lane is doing as well as it is. Obviously, it's the biggest lane. That's probably the reason. But the middle and the outside lanes in the duels were kind of the place you wanted to be.
Well, a lot of times the speed of the lane is dictated by the second place car, and you see William Byron really organized and that third car in line. Now this is going to change it. You see Kyle Busch drop up, move up into that second lane, so that's going to change the momentum of each lane.
The last lap for each of the top 26 drivers was their fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is because of the fact that they got that 3 wide out of that third or fourth row there, and now the lines are going faster without that extra lane pulling each car back.
30 laps, 75 miles complete.
Logano went to that outside line, elected to get up in front of Busch, block him. Now Byron on the bottom, door to door.
Well, you see Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch in that top lane, so now they're right behind Joey Logano.
Oh, he went to make a move. Now Elliott to the outside.
Wow, that was right across the front bumper of Kyle Busch there with the back end of Joey Logano's car.
Tiptoeing around there, feeling things out, but that's how it starts. That's how it happens.
So William Byron on point with Ty Dillon and Corey LaJoie in a part-time ride in that 0.01 1 cent car, let's call it, leading the middle lane. And coming up, let's have another look at that.
Well, you see Joey Logano go down to block Kyle Busch, and then he goes back up to think about blocking. And anytime you have to make a move and stop,
and then go back,
that breaks the momentum or it causes a crash.
Yeah, when he had to react and get back in front of Kyle Busch so quick, that's problematic.
And here comes LaJoie.
How about that?
Full-time driver in the Cup Series last year, without a ride this year. He's teamed up with Rick Ware Racing for a very short schedule, starting with this Daytona 500, and the Concord, North Carolina driver is in the lead after 32 laps of the Daytona 500 on Fox. We'll take you side by side. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. Corey LaJoie gets passed by Joey Logano for the lead. Logano from Middletown, Connecticut. LaJoie, the product of a great Norwalk, Connecticut racing family. His granddad, standout in the modifieds, just wrote an autobiography. You can find that at coastal181.com. And his dad, Randy, two-time Busch Series champ. And there is Corey LaJoie, part-time ride. Looked ahead to this season without a car to drive, dipped into his kid's college fund to secure the ride in this car from Rick Ware Racing, and then found sponsorship to cover the note. First time that car number has led since Regan Smith in 2008.
Well, we've seen some pretty consistent players up front. With Joey Logano is able to push cars, make moves. We've seen Corey LaJoie stay up in the front. William Byron has been right there. Kyle Busch has made himself one of those consistent players in the 9. It seems like they've changed the lanes a couple times, but those are the guys that are consistent. Now, if you're in the middle of the pack, like we heard Christopher Bell's in-car camera a few minutes ago, you know, he's still letting off because there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
He's not saving fuel. There's just nowhere to go when they get 3 wide, and it's very, very hard to make up ground if you're in the middle of this pack.
So here's Logano, a former 500 winner. LaJoie in second, finished 4th in this race last year, and then led a bunch of laps at Atlanta, the mile-and-a-half super speedway where NASCAR on Fox heads to next Sunday.
Yeah, we were watching LaJoie there. He was actually leading that 3 wide, and it was all the way from the top to the middle of the bottom, blocking those guys. I like where he's at right now. Car looks like it's getting tight on the entrance to the corner, though. He's having trouble keeping it on the bottom.
Yeah, and we see Austin Cindric on the top lane right there. Shoved that 9 car of Chase Elliott forward, but he wasn't able to clear the front of Kyle Busch's car to keep that momentum going.
You keep an eye on LaJoie. Every time he gets in the corner in the wake of that car, he's having to breathe a little bit. Looks like it's getting up the racetrack. If they get underneath of him, he'll be in a bad spot.
And what will happen with these cars, you'll have the wheel in the car up off the corners, but that turn 4 this weekend, Clint, has caused a lot of trouble in a lot of races. We've heard a lot of drivers talk about turn 4. And if you come off a turn 4 with wheel in that car and you hit those bumps wrong, or you buffet air and get that right front fender above somebody and it catches that right front fender, it'll turn you around quick.
Yeah, eventually it snaps. You got all that wheel in it. The track goes, the banking comes out from underneath of you. It catches and away it comes around on you. A lot of drivers are talking about that. Sorry, Mike.
That's right. Joey Logano's Ford, Chase Elliott's Chevy, and right behind them, the 2 winners in Thursday night's dual races, Austin Cindric in the number 2, Bubba Wallace in the 23.
There he goes. Chase Elliott, he wants the lead. Going for it. That'll line those 2 Penske cars back. Well, maybe.
I like that move, though, Clint, because that pulled Joey Logano down to try to side draft. And, you know, I think that is interesting to see how that played out. But Chase Elliott is a player with speed.
He grew up racing on the short tracks and told Jamie Little earlier, he says, I think all big races should be at night. Well, tonight this one is. We started at 2 p.m., couple of rain delays, and here we are with 100 miles of 500 complete.
We had him on the pre-race show. It's just, man, it's just something about his swagger, his confidence. It's different this year. That big Clash win, again, just like we talked about. I saw him down at the Super Bowl, just spent some time with him. This guy's confident.
Well, he looks
showing. He ought to be confident. That hot rod's fast.
Yeah, on board with A.J. Allmendinger here. A little further back, 5 or 6 rows back in the middle of the pack with Austin Dillon there on his side. But when you go back to talk about Chase Elliott there up at the front with Joey Logano behind him, I mean, he just looks fit. He looks confident, relaxed. And when you go out and win at the Clash, I know that it's a non-points race, but when you get your season off to a good start and your cars are fast, that momentum just starts to snowball.
All 41 cars within 3.5 seconds of the lead at 190 miles an hour. Fastest lap so far, Cody Ware, 195.8 miles an hour. Then Daniel Suarez and Carson Hocevar, who got his fuel pressure problem fixed and remains on the lead lap.
Yeah, Joey Logano, he didn't think that was going to happen with Kyle Busch going 3 wide, but it worked out for both of them because Kyle Busch was in big trouble if Joey Logano didn't go up a lane. He was going to be the only guy in that bottom lane. Joey Logano at the beginning of this race, I mean, you are seeing the strength of this car, but you're also seeing the experience of the driver.
42 laps complete in Daytona. One car off pace, A.J. Allmendinger, as we go side by side. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Downy Unstoppables, the laundry scent boosters that keep your clothes feisty fresh. 45 laps complete after a long rain delay. We're back under green, and there's now 19 laps to the end of stage 1. A.J. Allmendinger, who had 4 straight top 10s in the Daytona 500, his number 16 has been pushed to the garage.
Well, we saw Denny Hamlin push Shane Van Gisbergen up to the front, and Shane went to the bottom, and Denny stayed in the middle. And that car is a good car to be able to push like he is doing, and he's found himself at the front of this field, Clint.
Well, the cream rises to the top, and look what you got. Denny's all the way up there, 3-time champ. Byron, last year's winner. Logano, a winner.
Here's Jamie on the leader.
And Joey Logano, the 2015 winner of the Daytona 500. They unloaded with a fast race car, but I talked to his crew chief, Paul Wolf, this morning. He said, we didn't just unload with a great car. We had to work on it for drivability. They made adjustments. They were too tight for his comfort. They got it just right. Joey couldn't be happier as he continues to lead here.
Logano has led 20 laps of the 47 so far.
Yeah, and it's a real balance to get your car to handle like it needs to be balanced and be fast. You're walking that line of shifting things around on the downforce side as far as balance, and then you've got the way that the car sits on the stop. So it's a real dance. Look at this.
Hold on to it. Speaking of dance.
To the high line, Ross Chastain. Wondering if you're the #1 Busch Light fan? Busch Light's giving away beer money during stage 1 and more big prizes, including the ultimate tailgating kit throughout tonight's race. Follow @BushBeer on X and comment using hashtag #Bush1Fan, hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 1 for a chance to win.
There's a lot of cars moving fast. Christopher Bell, he's way up. 23 spots he's gained since we went green. Daniel Suarez, 21. Stenhouse.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly what happened on the middle and top lane right there, but we saw Chase Elliott. I mean, look at him. He's all the way in the back, way back in the field in 23rd.
And Brad Keselowski was leading that middle lane, and they now way up to the top, and they've dropped quite a ways back. Regan.
Well, Mike, you see Willie Byron riding in second place right now, doing a nice job all day so far, but the report from his spotter, Brandon Lyons, down to him a moment ago, was that they need a lap still of fuel with 19 to go. They're trying to save it now so they can go good at the end, or go hard at the end. We'll have to make sure, or keep an eye on them, make sure that he does.
50 laps, 125 miles complete. Larry Mack.
Yeah, I've been watching Joey Logano's throttle trace, and I go back to what Regan Smith just reported on William Byron. I get a feeling they pitted at the same time. I know one is Ford, one is a Chevrolet, but Joey Logano is staying about 70 to 80% throttle a good portion around this racetrack. Don't know if he's just trying to stay in touch with the 24 or maybe saving a little fuel as well.
We better get to flooring it, because there's some guys coming in a hurry. Keselowski, Blaney, these guys have come a long ways. I think Blaney was one of those last cars to pit and put tires on that last right before the green. Might be seeing some handling going away, Kev.
Yeah, and right there you saw Corey LaJoie go underneath of Ryan Blaney right there. And this is the time of race when you're starting to figure out who you can trust, who you want to work with. And I know that those are both Fords right there, and I don't know that Blaney was expecting him to pull out by himself. It put Blaney kind of in the lane on the outside, and I think that caught him by surprise. But you're learning who you can trust and who you can't trust and know as you work through this race.
Off you by half, inside 23 bumper. Not in front of the 6.
That was Tim Fedewa, Blaney's spotter. Bit of chatter from the roof, keeping him informed of where everybody is. Boy, Keselowski,
look at this push.
Has done quite a job. Now Chris Buescher trying to pull that lane up to the front. That's Keselowski on the outside with Blaney, with Stenhouse, and Logano moves to the top side to pick him up and abandons the Chevrolet of Byron on the bottom.
Blaney got attached to that bumper going down the back straightaway and gave him a ride all the way to the front. His teammate pulled up in front of him. Man, Logano's doing a great job controlling the lead of this race.
Yeah, and there you see that orange car, the 47 car of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right there. We talked about his car being a little off pace in the duels and in qualifying. A lot of experience racing his way towards the front right behind Ryan Blaney.
We know Brad is a very aggressive pusher. Backup car. How about that?
Christopher Bell's found his way up into the top half dozen alongside the 24. Working that high line. 13 to go to the end of stage 1. Well, the sun was out at noontime during driver introductions. Everything looked great. We waved the green flag. 11 laps later, we were under red for rain. And tried again. Ran 9 caution laps. Rain again. But now we are clear to the finish. And right now, 8 laps to go in stage number 1. Then the caution will wave. They'll pay stage points. Everybody have a chance to come to pit road.
Yeah, we talked, Larry talked to us during the break, and the reason that Chase Elliott went back was because they wanted him to save fuel. We didn't think it was that close, but apparently
had to pull the reins back on him a little bit.
Had to pull the reins back.
But look at him. Now he's back on the outside, and he's going for it. I think he saved enough. They let him go.
We've also established that Brad Keselowski is going to be a player in this. He can push well. Logano can push well. So there are definitely some Fords that you're going to have to deal with, and there's 3 of them lined up. 1, 2, 3 right now.
Well, those 3 drivers have combined to lead 1/3 of the laps raced in the Daytona 500 since the introduction of this 7th generation car.
Well, there's 7 laps to go right now in this stage, and as we get to a couple laps to go, maybe on the last lap, it'll just depend what the strategy is, but there's definitely going to be some movement to race for these points as we get close to the end of the stage.
So where is defending 500 winner William Byron? He is now back in 14th place. Here's his radio.
That's him talking about. They told him too, just like Chase Elliott, his teammate, you need to save me some more fuel. He ain't liking losing that track position.
Yeah, you see some trash on that grill right there on Joey Logano's car, and you just never know how that's really going to affect the car. I've had a tear-off get on the car. That looks like a plastic bag. I had a tear-off get on the car one time at Kansas, and my car went from dominating the race to
blowed up.
No, it didn't blow up. It got stuck on the splitter, but the handling went so bad you couldn't drive it.
Joey's done a good job. I said it earlier about commanding this race so far. He's got him on that outside line, single file, right where he wants him. 6 to go here. As these laps count down, though, somebody's going to get greedy and go after him.
Well, he's also got that. It's also become single file there for 9 or 10 cars, and that will make the end of this stage a little less chaotic if they don't bunch back up. But I don't know that that'll stay that way.
Stage points for the top 10 runners at the end of the stage, coming in 5 laps.
I mean, I heard you praising those Fords and the job they're doing, but understanding what happened to those Hendrick cars that were as strong as they were at the beginning. And I can't help but to think the Toyotas were kind of in the same bunch as the Chevrolets, because I was slowly watching Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell and all those guys march forward, and then they kind of slowed down a little bit. I think they were saving as well.
On board with Christopher Bell right here, running 5th.
Ricky Stenhouse just ahead. You talked about Stenhouse being aggressive. That car's aggressive when it rolls off the truck.
Well, he's been doing, before this got single file, he was doing something a little different and being a little more aggressive with the side draft in the corners, trying to check that inside lineup and get right next to the door of that inside lane.
Yeah, pinning them down for sure in the corners, slowing their momentum down. The other thing that I'm going to say about Stenhouse, that's where I feel like the movement's going to come from. He's going to try to back them up. Maybe Bowman goes with him. He gets backed up a little bit, gets a run on Blaney, tries to make a move here. 4 to go, coming to 3.
If Brad keeps pushing Joey like that, I mean, it's going to limit everybody's options if he stays committed. But I would assume.
Now, among the Hendrick cars, Alex Bowman has not been saving fuel. In fact, he's been working his way up through the field. Started out back, one of the cars that had to go to the rear on the start, but there's Bowman in 6th place in the 48.
I think that's the benefactor. Oh, we got it. Denny's around.
Denny Hamlin, and around goes Zane Smith. And we're going to be under caution. Oh, Josh Berry in the wall for the Wood brothers.
You see the right rear broke on that 38 car.
Lock it down.
Lap 63. Officially 2nd caution, or is it the 3rd of the night, and damage to the left front of the number 21 of the Wood brothers, who won this Daytona 500 5 times. And Denny Hamlin was the first car to get out of line and down to the apron. The green Ford number 38 of Zane Smith is also involved in this. Chris Gale, Denny's new crew chief this year, with Chris Gabehart taking a management role at JGR this season. Now, Smith's car, from that view, looked none the worse for wear. Can't say the same for Josh Berry.
Yeah, the 38 car, it's got a broken right rear toe link, it looks like. You're going to see Denny Hamlin right here check up.
Well, they actually checked up in front of him, but you're right. Yeah, you said it.
Yeah, that inside line is going to stack up, and Denny Hamlin is just at the end of that stack up and checks up and gets hit from behind.
Yep.
From the 38.
Almost had it saved.
And you saw Zane Smith hit the door of the 2 car right there and spin out. That happens a lot. You hit that right front end of the door, and all of a sudden the car will just whip around.
Still out there. Occupied out back.
Just accordioned on him.
Outside.
Boy, Hamlin did a nice job of keeping that car going forward as it slammed down from the banking onto the flat.
Yeah, he actually went down on the flat, and then the back of the car started to come around, and it actually hooked the banking with that right rear tire and straightened it out. Did a great job right there saving the car.
Unfortunately, poor Josh Berry wasn't doing anything wrong, and he's probably got the most damage out of all of them. The right rear toe link is broke on Zane Smith, but they'll be able to fix that, I would think.
We're told Austin Cindric also has some damage from that incident. That puts us under yellow at lap 63. With the stage end at lap 65, they'll continue under caution, and Joey Logano will pick up his first ever stage win in the Daytona 500. Under caution for this. Joey Logano comes to the caution flag and gets the green and white checkered flag, signifying the end of stage 1. His first ever stage win in the Daytona 500. Logano has led 38 of the 65 laps so far. In his Penske Ford. And now the pit crews get ready to go to work for the second time tonight.
Now you get to see what kind of pit crew you got.
The UFL is back. Skip Holtz and the Birmingham Stallions are a spring dynasty, and they're now chasing a 4th title. But the rest of the league is coming for their crown. The new season kicks off March 28th on Fox. Zane Smith has taken his car to the garage, joining A.J. Allmendinger. Now they are eligible this year to make repairs and return. Jamie?
Well, Mike, we always talk about.
Shout out to the wife and kids at home. Michael Hicks, rear tire changer, and I love a big bowl of cereal at night. Jay Combs, tire carrier, back-to-back Pit Crew Challenge champion.
Darrell Edwards, Jackman. My first ever Cup win was the Daytona 500.
Peyton Moore, fueler, former all-conference linebacker at the KSU.
Work to go into that because everything is so precise, right? What do you do to prepare?
And that is the fastest pit crew from 2024. We like to keep an eye on those, Mike, as you know, you talk about it every race, how important these guys are, how fit they are. They are true athletes.
Christopher Bell's pit crew won the All-Star Pit Crew Challenge the last 2 years, led by Adam Stevens. Stevie Reeves up on the roof is the spotter, along with the over-the-wall crew that you just met.
Well, we saw that get a little spread out at the end of that stage, which tells me there is some handling happening with the cars. We talk about a lot of people being tight, most likely, and we heard some of the cars in the duels talk about being loose. So we've seen both handling conditions, and as we go to this pit stop, it'll be interesting to see exactly how this all works out from 2 tires, 4 tires, things like that. So we know they all need to fill up with fuel. But the thing I will tell you, this first pit stop, there are a lot of cars on the lead lap, and getting in and out of these stalls can be dangerous, just like we talked about the first time. So you just got to keep an eye on banging your car up here on pit road.
38 of the 41 starters on the lead lap. Josh Berry 1 lap down. 3 Fords out front, Logano, Keselowski, Blaney. As you see the manufacturer run down on the scoring pylon. Larry Mack, what's the biggest challenge on this pit stop?
Well, this is kind of a reset, the end of stage 1 for the 65 laps of stage 2. And what the crew chiefs are telling them, for the most part, everybody's going to do 4 tires, but they're telling them you can change 4 tires quicker than you can fill it with fuel. We're waiting on fuel. We have to leave full of fuel.
Field rounds out of turn 4 under caution. And as it's a whole new year, we'll remind you to have a look where your volume control is, because it's time for a NASCAR Fox Rank It Up on pit stops.
Four tires going on me. Go to switch 2 for me, pump 2. Thank you. Go. 1 out, all clear.
Lots of 4-tire changes. They're full of fuel and ready for stage 2 in the Daytona 500. Stage 1 winner, Joey Logano. Welcome back to Daytona. 69 laps complete. We're at the end of stage number 1. And let's take a look at the live odds sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. Eric Jones, I got a feeling. Number 43 has won here 7 times. I know he's not one of the favorites, but he got denied Thursday night by about that far from the caution flag to the line. Why not?
Why not? And I think for me, I'm going to go with the obvious. I'm going to go with Joey Logano right now. It seems like I've had a few picks this week, but right now, based on the race, way he's able to push and the speed in that car, I like Joey Logano.
You've even changed manufacturers on
Yeah,
it.
that's okay.
But
I can do that on DraftKings.
I, too, am going to change my pick. I like the way my man, Bad Brad Keselowski, was pushing your man, the 22 of Logano. Bad Brad is going to get his first Daytona 500 victory.
So there are the top 10 odds. Subject to change, as we always say.
By the lap.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place for live betting. And this week, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Penalties to Kyle Busch and Justin Allgaier. Their crews were over the wall too soon.
I think Kyle Busch got one of those penalties last year.
Yeah, and that's the thing that sets him off and gets him in trouble.
Larry Mack.
Clint, if your pick is going to win this race, Brad Keselowski in the 6th, they're going to have to clean pit stops. The reason he had to come back to pit road a second time, they could not get the second can engaged and did not get it full of fuel.
That is a massive problem, especially on a next stage like this where fuel mileage is probably going to happen and you're going to see a green flag stop, not be able to get it.
And that's why you got to come back in and fix it, because you know that it's going to come down to fuel mileage. Regan?
I hope they did.
Hey guys, just to update, the 20 car of Christopher Bell lost some spots on that stop. It was not because of anything on the stop itself. It's because he had to back up to get around the 1 car, Ross Chastain. Kevin, you mentioned it. Pit road, very difficult with this many cars in here still.
And when pit road is that tight and you've got all those cars in there, these cars don't turn good going slow. It feels like a dump truck when you're trying to turn the thing. It feels like you just keep turning it, and it's hard to turn when you're going slow. So they turn on a dime when they're going fast, but in and out of those pit stalls on pit road at slow speed, very, very difficult in tight quarters.
Ready to restart for stage 2. Fastest lap of the race, Austin Dillon, 197.6.
I want to see the job that Logano does trying to hold these guys back, save some fuel here. See if somebody gets around him or if he can maintain the lead and control the pace of this race.
Logano the leader. Blaney is his wingman. Right behind in the high lane as we go back to green, Alex Bowman on the bottom ahead of Bubba Wallace, a Chevy and a Toyota.
I think Logano missed something happened with a shift or something. Stack that outside lineup and the wrecking.
Oh, crash. Ross Chastain, Castro Neves, and others. Chase Briscoe, the pole sitter.
I hit there. I don't know what the hell the guy on the bottom's there. Just get it rolling. Take care of it.
Is Denny Hamlin in that as well?
Well, I think a lot of them just took evasive action and wound up spun out and in the grass.
Kyle Busch in trouble.
Well, we just...
Here's Joey Logano on perhaps on what happened here.
Got blowing up or something. Wasn't going anywhere. I wasn't going anywhere. I don't know what the deal was. I was barely going. Once I shifted to 4th, it just petered out.
Well, that was the best car here.
Oh, that one's tore up bad too.
Ross Chastain.
Garage.
Chase Briscoe, the pole sitter, involved.
So obviously you see Logano, you heard him say something's wrong with the car, and you see how the power, obviously everybody's going by, starts stacking them up one by one all the way back. Accordion effect happens. Then Chastain gets turned up into LEO.
Yep, John Hunter Nemechek got the corner of Chastain, which went up and into the wall.
And then there's Kyle Busch spinning around back there, product of that penalty. Mistakes bite people, bite these teams each and every week.
And that's the exact scenario that they got into last year, as we see another angle here.
Watch that green and white car as things stack up. gets tipped and comes down. Didn't drive into Chastain, but got tipped down there.
The further that accordion's back, the harder those hits get, and eventually somebody gets spit out and sent up the racetrack.
Riley Herbst involved, Justin Allgaier, and more. Whoa.
Poor Elio.
Let's ride with Castroneves. And Kyle Busch, who restarted at the back under penalty.
Other than that little bit of right front damage, I don't think he's as bad as I thought he was, Kevin.
Let's go back to Ross Chastain. Castroneves. Boy, he has taken some shots this week.
He has, and you know, I look at those shots. Chastain, Castroneves, you see their heads snapping around. Those are big hits.
An accordion-style pileup at lap 71.
And when you look at that Harley J. Earl trophy and you look at the names on that trophy, sure, we have some upsets here and there, but it's a who's who of of NASCAR racing. And when you look at the history and everything that goes with the Daytona 500 and what that means to our sport, there's just nothing that matches it, you know, in anything else that we do on the schedule.
Join Kevin and his crew every Tuesday and Thursday for NASCAR's #1 on the charts podcast, Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour, presented by Echo Park Automotive. We saw Helio Castroneves go up on the hook and be towed to the garage. Martin Truex drove into the garage, and pit road is now open. There are the cars involved in the crash with a wide variety of damage. A lot of gas and go. A few like Justin Haley taking on tires. Also Cody Ware, who had some damage in that one.
Yeah, you see us about 10 laps from the, you know, from the last end of last stage, and now, you know, you're still going to be short. So, Larry, what do you have on the 22?
Yeah, what he was complaining about after that restart and the caution came back out, his car was idling at 6,000 RPM. It would not go down. So what they're doing right here, they're changing out on the top right side of the dash what we call the ECU, the electrical control unit. It controls everything about that race car. Electrical, it tells the signal about the fuel injectors. They're changing that out. They're a lap down. The good thing is right now we only have one other driver a lap down, and that's Shane Van Gisbergen, Mike.
Thanks, Larry Mack. Josh Berry gets the free pass on this caution, which means he's able to pass the pace car, come around, and restart at the tail end of the line. Bit of damage there for Van Gisbergen. Chase Briscoe also involved. Kyle Busch with a bit of damage. Riley Herbst, Justin Allgaier, Cody Ware, all part of that one.
I know one thing, Clint, right there. We're gonna need to reinvest.
Yeah, we need to go back to DraftKings.
Yeah,
maybe not. I don't know. That guy looked pretty optimistic the way he was jumping out the side of that thing. Look, let's see if it's fired up. I think it's running. Look at that, put it in gear, taking off. Doesn't sound like it's 6,000 RPM idling. You might be back in the game, bud.
Don't need to come back no more, right, Paul?
Still not running right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I heard it missing right there. Did you hear it missing?
Yeah. I heard Joey say it's still not right either. Doggone it.
1 to go.
That's your pick, bud. Guess the fun thing about DraftKings, you can go back to the well and get you some more.
That's exactly right.
Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Best seat in the house since 1925. Happy 100th anniversary to the Goodyear blimp.
Place looks awesome lit up at night.
This place looks, I pulled in here, what was it, Tuesday night, and drove by the track. The front of this place, the presence that this track has is by far and above the most beautiful racetrack we go to.
See the grandstands there, redone several years ago, but I walked underneath the grandstands this week to all the different suites and areas and hospitality areas, and you walk outside to the main grandstand and some of the seats that you can sit in. It is absolutely awesome.
It's top notch, but I still love the nostalgia of it. Like you go down to the turn, 4 tunnel, that thing's still the way it was back in the day.
Well, Busch Light's giving away a $2,500 NASCAR shopping spree during stage 2, and more big prizes throughout tonight's race. Follow @BuschBeer on X and comment using hashtag #BuschNumber1Fan, hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 1 for your chance to win. 75 laps complete, working lap 76, 33 cars on the lead lap. It'll be 34 with Josh Berry coming around for that free pass. Joey Logano 1 lap down. Shane Van Gisbergen 2 laps down. In the garage, Martin Truex, Helio Castroneves, Ross Chastain, and from the early incident, Zane Smith, AJ Allmendinger with engine trouble. Blaney and Chris Buescher, Penske, Team Penske and RFK. On point on the high side, Austin Cindric for Team Penske on the inside with Ryan Preece from RFK. 4 Fords out front on the restart.
And you saw Chris Buescher on the outside get connected a little bit better, but the third place car behind him, Daniel Suarez, didn't really get as connected as well, and they got a little bit further out. That allowed that inside line to make up that momentum they didn't have right off the get-go.
Well, there's definitely some new sheriffs in town. Buescher's won. His teammate Preece on the inside of him.
And that's always the case at the Daytona 500.
Yeah.
You know, we saw Brad Keselowski have a bad pit stop. We saw Joey Logano have what we believe is some sort of engine trouble. And all of a sudden you'll see these new players get in the mix and position themselves up towards the front of the field. But you just don't know what the next twist is going to be, Mike.
Nope. Well, that's why everybody stays tuned, right?
Chase Elliott had a big head of steam coming on that outside. Buescher pulled up in front of him.
There's Chase in the 9, stuck in heavy traffic.
Now Preece up there.
Cindric the Entertainer, he was called in driver introductions. There he is on the inside, leading Noah Gragson. And Michael McDowell, who just has a way of finding his way to the front in these super speedway races. He's in a new ride this year, the Spire Motorsports number 71.
Same old Michael McDowell, though. Same result on these super speedways. He just has a knack for it. He knows where to go. Boy, that piece Tom Rinaldi did on him back for his Daytona 500 victory. Special piece. Great guy.
You see him move to the middle lane right there in front of Ryan Blaney. And a lot of times when you make those moves, you recognize who those cars are. We know that the Fords do a great job pushing. You see a lot of Fords starting to pile up at the front of this field. And Michael McDowell used to be in a Ford, so he knows that those cars are good. He's also got a relationship with a lot of these guys in these Fords up towards the front of the pack.
Can't believe the company you're seeing up here. Noah Gragson, haven't seen him at all day long. Now here he is on the inside.
Gragson trying to work his way to the front. He's got help from Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to actually get under Austin Cindric there, but it just kind of stalled out. Now you see him start to work back to the inside. You saw Cindric kind of be a little bit indecisive right there, and it kind of drug him back, and Noah was able to peek under that left rear quarter panel.
I thought the same thing. I was like, he better not come back down. Noah's there. He stayed where he was at.
Jamie?
Looking at where Michael McDowell is running right now, Vic, you never know that he has some kind of issue. They think it's maybe in the engine. He said if he pulls out of line, he loses about 200 RPM, so he has to stay tucked in. They wanted to diagnose, but they said don't give up the track position, just stay out there and see what you can do, and so far he's doing a great job.
Wow, 3 wide, 10 rows deep across the line at over 190 miles an hour.
Going back to Michael McDowell, a lot of times when you're in the middle or the back of the pack, you think a lot of strange things are happening with your car because of the way that the air buffets around. The car just doesn't seem like it'll pull up to the one in front of you when there's nobody pushing you from behind. And then all of a sudden you magically appear up in the front of the pack, and that thing starts to run a lot better and gets up on the pipe a lot easier.
Now, one car you don't see in that lead pack is Joey Logano. Larry, what's the update?
Yeah, right now, Mike, I think they're going to be coming to pit road here shortly. He's 1,000 RPM down from the field. And yeah, I know he's running by himself, but he's 20 miles per hour off the pace right now.
Oh, what a shame. Three abreast Fords at the front. And you see in our track map at the top of the screen, looks like Joey Logano may lose a lap here, maybe before he gets to pit road.
Well, that's too bad for Joey. You know, they had a great car, and
Cindric got a bump there from McDowell, and that didn't look friendly.
Well, I think Cindric's trying to manage the pace of this thing. They've got him back down about a second of pace. I'm hearing it right now.
And that's the tough thing to dictate when you're not on the same team or same organization as to what that pace is and what your plan is, what your strategy is. The only thing you can do is look at data and just try to follow along as they're creating the game plan in front of you.
I tell you who's creating that game plan is Fords. 3 Fords, 3 wide. There's no way around them. They're controlling the pace of this race. Caution is out.
Debris on the track, lap 83, and Joey Logano will benefit from this caution flag. Regan?
Well, Mike Martin Truex Jr. unfortunately out of the Daytona 500. You came back for one more, retired at the end of the year last year. How disappointing is this?
It's always disappointing when you don't finish, no matter what the situation. But especially in a race like this, when it's probably our only shot this year. So thanks to Bass Pro and Tricon and everybody that helped us put this together. And it was fun while it lasted, but unfortunately we were just wrong place, wrong time there.
All right, thanks, Martin.
Martin Truex, the 2017 Cup champion and veteran of this series, ended his full-time driving career at the end of last year. Going to run the Daytona 500 and maybe a few others this season.
You heard me talking about, I think they're pulling the pace back. Those Fords leading that charge. This debris caution is going to put them right in the window, Larry.
No question. This is right there on the threshold. Pit road's going to be very busy. Probably a lot of fuel only.
Now, Larry, you talked about Joey Logano wanting to make a stop for repair, but he is the free pass car, which means he would get his lap back. However, if he stops now, would he lose that opportunity?
I think once he gets the free pass, he can still pit the second time. So he did get the free pass. I think their next plan is to change the throttle body. These cars do not have a carburetor being fuel injection. It has a throttle body. I think that's the next plan.
Thanks. Cindric, Preece, and Gregson led a 3-wide traffic jam all the way to that caution flag ahead of Buescher, McDowell, and Reddick. Elliott, Blaney, Gilliland, and Bowman the top 10 at the time of caution here. There is your rundown. We still have 33 cars on the lead lap. Logano will make that 34 when he comes around.
Yeah, and when you come to pit road just for fuel only like we expect them to, that's when it all happens a little bit faster. So you're just there for a couple seconds and you're pulling in and out of your pit stall. So the chaos will continue, and as the pit stops are shorter right here, it just happens faster than it would on a tire stop.
Track truck goes out to turn number 1 to pick up debris that put us under this caution flag. The 4th one of the night. Pit road is open.
If you don't like fuel mileage saving and strategy, this is exactly what you wanted to see at home. That means, and when I say they're in their window, that means when they go back out there, they're going for broke. They're going to go for that stage in. It's exactly what we want to see.
18 of the 65 laps of stage 2 have been completed as Logano pulls around the safety car and gets the free pass. Pit road is about to be a very busy place. And Bubba Wallace and a couple more stay out, Regan.
Mike Noah Gregson doing a nice job getting himself to the front. Earlier in the race was Darty and snappy with that car. No complaints since he got up front, and a close call getting out of the pits there. Jamie?
See the Ford, Noah Gregson making his way into his pit box. A few more. Ryan Preece, one of the many drivers in the field that switched teams, just staying long enough for a little fuel. Same with the 2, about 1.5 seconds for Austin Cindric.
Yeah, we saw that 17 car right on the line there with his back tires in the pit stall, so it'll be interesting to see how they judge that.
Kyle Busch's rough night continues. He had to back up to his pit stall to get fueled there. We're under caution in Daytona. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. And by Wendy's. Try Wendy's fresh, juicy hamburgers today.
Ross Chastain checked and released from the infield care center. Ross looked like a major stack up and check up there. Anything you could have done different?
Probably made some better moves than our Busch Light Chevy like 30 laps earlier, Regan, and not get back there in the first place. Just thought the top, middle and top would be a little more dominant, and I could save more fuel in that first run and stay up front. And I just like slowly over the whole first stage worked my way from like third all the way to basically the back of the field. So yeah, just some bad decisions there, and that puts us back there with the accordion coming back. Didn't see the hit coming to get right rear hooked, and then of course like take out my teammate on my way to the wall. So hate that for Elio and Project 91, but for our Busch Light Chevy it drove good, and we made some progress on handling here this weekend, and just kind of a change in philosophy for us. So excited for the future and go on to Atlanta, dial some grip into it for the speed we've had over the years.
Thanks, Ross.
Atlanta Motor Speedway next Sunday. Ready for the restart. Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott on the outside. As they head back to turn number 1, Josh, what was wrong with the 23?
Yeah, for Bubba Wallace, he came over the radio reporting an electrical problem, saying that alternator light was not functioning correctly. After they cycled through a couple times, it came back to life. So he said everything is all good now. They came in topped up with fuel, and things are good for now, guys.
Thanks.
You see him make that run right there, Clinton. That always feels so good at the back of the pack when you can just get up on the outside and start passing people, and the next thing you know, brakes.
Yeah, nowhere to go.
Michael McDowell on the outside, trying to bring that third lane up even with the leaders, as we had just prior to the caution.
He about had me there. He pulled up in front of his old car. About called it the wrong way.
That 34 is now Todd Gilliland.
How about Michael McDowell? Come on with it, buddy. Going to the front.
Now, not only did he move to Spire Motorsports for this season, but he took his former crew chief, Travis Peterson, with him. So a lot of that speed that was in that 34 last year gets translated over to the 71 with McDowell at the wheel.
Well, we just heard Ross Chastain talk about wanting to be in the middle and top lane and working his way to the back. So it will be interesting to see the cycle of how these lanes start to unfold as we get more and more laps on the tires.
As I'm watching Blaney go to the back bumper at Chase Elliott and just push him at will, I think I've found a favorite. These guys are going to have to go around these Fords if they're going to win the Daytona 500. Obviously, a lot has to happen. Got to miss the big one. We all know what's coming at the end of this race, but these guys and their ability to push and have the grip to do so is pretty impressive. And it really doesn't matter which one it is. We've seen RFK cars do it. We've seen the Penske guys, all three of them do it.
Well, we just watched Todd Gilliland push Michael McDowell all the way up to the front on the outside lane. It's not a coincidence that you're seeing all these Fords push these cars towards the front of the pack.
And behind Gilliland, how about Ty Dillon? He's been absent from the Cup Series. He's back with a full-time ride for Colleague Racing. He's in that number 10, and he is in the mix here, up in the top 10. Third car back in the outside lane.
And has been all week. Yeah. Has been all week we've been at Daytona. Ty Dillon. Very good point, Mike.
Let's get an update on Joey Logano from Jamie.
Well, the team diagnosed it, Mike. They found out the culprit. Some piece of debris like a little rag or a paper bag went through the grill and into the throttle body, causing that issue. So they think it's all good to go. They've been listening to him. The mechanics just gave me a thumbs up.
You just don't see that very often, Kevin.
And because of the free pass, Logano is now back on the lead lap.
Not out of it.
Nope, not by any means.
Want your pick back?
I mean, I was pretty much there.
Stuck with it anyway.
Nobody's asked me to pick a new one, so that would still my last pick.
That is amazing.
Larry,
that's changing a lot of stuff,
Larry. Can you talk about how that rag got in there?
Well, again, you run no tape on the grill opening, and part of that air that goes through there actually goes out to hood louvers, but part of it feeds air to the throttle body. And what Jamie just described, it sounded like some debris went through that block-off plate in that throttle body. I want to give a kudos to that group. They changed it in 80 seconds and kept him on the lead lap.
Noah Gragson on the bottom, trying to bring Ryan Preece up there into play. The 4 and the 60 with last year's Daytona 500 runner-up Alex Bowman third in line on the bottom.
There again, you see Chase Elliott being able to keep that really close spacing on the back bumper of Austin Cindric as he shoves him out there to the lead.
McDowell coming on the high side. Help from Gilliland and Ty Dillon, and then John Hunter Nemechek in the 42. Bottom lane with the energy. Here comes Gragson being propelled to the front.
There you see that Rush Truck Center Ford Mustang down on the bottom of Noah Gragson. Ryan Preece right behind him. As you guys talk, Preece's car has been really fast. It'll be interesting to see if he can get that spacing right on that inside lane like we've seen Todd Gilliland on the top and Chase Elliott in the middle. Right now they all look like they have about the same spacing.
I think that's...
And all this at 185 plus miles per hour.
There you go. You see Preece locked to the back bumper of that 4 car. I'd like to see him stay attached just a little bit longer getting into the corner right there, but that's something that as you get used to it and you're up there doing that all race, we've talked about this leading into these races before. When you can come off the corner right like that and be attached really quick off the corner and keep that spacing a little bit closer than that all the way down the straightaway, reattach out of the tri-oval, that's when you start to make time.
And to your point, that's exactly what's happened on that outside. They had to detach as they went through the tri-oval, but as they get better at that and the laps progress towards the end of this stage, you'll see them pushing harder and harder.
Which is why we want to race up front. We want to be able to be a well-oiled machine at the end of this race so that you know whether to drag the brakes, dump the throttle, whatever that method is to keep that spacing correct.
93 laps complete of 200 at Daytona. Austin Cindric, Michael McDowell, Noah Gragson up front. Ryan Preece was in the bottom lane and went to the top, where Noah Gragson already was, and they lead the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric in the middle, and down on the bottom here comes Alex Bowman for Chevrolet with Chris Buescher in tow in the 17. Off turn 4 and 2 laps to halfway, which would make tonight's race official.
Starting to see some new players up there towards the front. You see Chris Buescher, Alex Bowman has been up there. Christopher Bell running 7th now, so you're starting to see some things cycle around a little bit.
Just past halfway of stage number 2, which will end at lap 130. Preece, new to RFK Racing, came over from Stewart Haas when that team shut down its 4-car team and compressed down to just 1 car for this season as Haas Factory Racing. But Preece previously with a couple of Xfinity wins. And now the Berlin, Connecticut driver leads the Daytona 500.
Well, the thing for Ryan, not having the experience in cars that are this fast. This is great experience for Ryan to be able to lead the race with a car that is capable of winning, to control the lines, and he's done a great job of that so far. He's got a great pusher behind him that he can trust a little bit more than probably Alex Bowman on the bottom in a different manufacturer. So we've seen Austin Cindric be able to push well all night, but this is great experience for Ryan Preece to be able to dictate these lines and run up front like he hasn't had to do before.
And my gosh, I'm happy for him. It's got to feel good to be up there leading a pack. He told everybody, I can do it. You give me the right chance, and he's proven it right here tonight.
Preece, leader of the halfway lap. Driver leading at halfway, won the Daytona 500 only twice since 1992. Was Denny Hamlin both times. Joey Logano up 17 positions since he got back on the lead lap and cleared that throttle body. Larry Mack.
By half in front, pushing him.
All right, let's go to our Toyota cutaway car and let's show you exactly what went on with that 22 car as far as the throttle body. So you see the airflow going through the grill opening. Now pay attention to the blue arrows. The green arrows, that air goes out the hood louvers, but it goes through that duct right there, through the block-off plate and that throttle body. All the block-off plates that I saw in the garage area had big holes in it. This is exactly what Jamie Little described. Air went through there, debris went through there, and got a hold of that throttle body and had damage. Now it's changed. It's good to go, Mike.
Thanks, Larry. Logano back up to 17th place right now.
I'm so happy that we have those tools because that is such a simple explanation for you guys sitting at home to see how these cars function. And when we can analyze a problem and show it to you that easy, that's great work.
Alex Bowman started out back. One of the cars that had to go to the rear prior to the start for either backup car, unapproved adjustments, or engine change.
Yeah, I was a little bit intrigued by Preece's move to go up to the outside, Kevin. The Fords had that front row sealed off 3 wide. Whoa, hold on to it. Cindric got down right on Bowman's door, side drafting off of him. But you know what I mean? They had that front row locked off and was controlling the race.
Well, I know Ryan has a lot of experience, but it's a whole different ball game at the front, and understanding, the handling of your car, whatever the case may be.
That's a great point. That may have been the case. He may have been tight on that bottom, wanted to get up on the outside where he didn't have as much wheel in it on the exit of corners.
Alex Bowman in the 48 trying to take the lead. Josh.
And Mike, you talked about it, Alex Bowman having to go to that backup car after damage to the primary in the duel. Talked to them this week with Blake Harris, their crew chief, and he said on Thursday and Friday they weren't completely happy with that backup, but they got it to a place where it needed to be. And for this team and Alex Bowman, he finished top 5 in the last 2 Daytona 500s, so they know if they can get it to the front, they have a driver that knows how to handle these situations. Runner-up last year, looking to finish 1 spot better this time around.
Bowman dueling with Austin Cindric, who has won the Daytona 500. Chevy Ford battle at the front. 104 laps complete, 38 of 65 laps complete in stage number 2. Alex Bowman, your leader.
Pound on your chest like there's no tomorrow. Just play the game right, no one can follow. It's time to fire on up.
25th season of NASCAR on Fox, our 22nd Daytona 500 telecast, and we're just 23 laps away from the end of stage 2. Here's your progressive race summary. Austin Cindric, the leader in a Ford, one of 13 different drivers to lead this race, 28 lead changes, and we still have 34 cars on the lead lap. Joey Logano won stage number 1, but had to pit twice, make repairs. He's back in 19th position, but one of 34 cars on the lead lap.
You know, it's funny you say that. Let me show you something I just saw. This little thing right here on my screen says biggest movers. You know who's on top of that? Number 22, Joey Logano.
Since the restart, correct?
Fixed it.
Yep, all fixed.
Well, they fixed it, and he's fortunate that he's got one of those cars that is fast enough to make some moves. He's obviously experienced enough and has won enough of these races to know how to pick them off one by one, not get impatient, because when you're back in the pack right here, there's really no good answer as to how to get to the front. So you got to take it one at a time, and it's going to take a while to get one position at a time to get all the way back to the front. But he'll be back at the front before the race is over.
He's already halfway there.
But it takes a while. It just takes time when the pack works like it does with these cars.
I cannot believe, I call it luck, whatever. No, it's not luck because they did a good job dissecting it. If it's not that, it has to be this. But when that thing came by, it sounded to me like it was on 7 cylinders and blowing up, just like Joey said. But they fixed it. They're not out of this thing. It's amazing.
4th place, Daniel Suarez. Single file there on the outside behind Ryan Blaney. It's been a tough night for Trackhouse with Ross Chastain in the garage. Shane Van Gisbergen now 3 laps down with crash damage. And Elio Castroneves is out of the race. But Suarez, last year's Atlanta winner, up here in the top 5.
Heck yeah, check that out. Good performance out of Daniel. Keep digging.
Halfback, 1 apart.
Yeah, and he's just been quiet, solid. Keep yourself in position. Take care of your car. Make good decisions as you get towards the front of the pack so that these guys trust you as you get towards the end of the race.
And be patient. What I see there is a slow, methodical progression to the front by being patient, making no mistakes like you preach all the time. And look here, top 5.
Now right behind him, Tyler Reddick, and alongside Reddick, Christopher Bell. You're riding with him. Those 2 Toyotas working their way toward the front.
And Reddick has been really quiet all night as he's kind of been in the mix, that 5th to 7th, 8th place all night, but just trying to keep himself in position. And that's, as we click these laps off, you just put yourself in a position more and more as the laps wind up being less and less to be in position at the end of the race or as you make these pit stops.
A bit of accordioning there between Bowman, Buscher, and Bell. And now Bowman squirts ahead, even with Austin Cindric on point.
And we see that Ryan Preece is not up in the front anymore. We heard him on the radio, them tell him that he was a lap short on fuel, and I think he got up in that outside lane, started saving, and ultimately just wound up going back to, gosh, where, Mike?
32nd.
32nd. But that's how fast that you can get behind on the strategy, and you have to put yourself in a position to where if it does go all the way to the end, you can make it.
Stage break coming in 18 more laps. Cindric did not win his first Daytona 500. Trevor Bayne did, and of course Lee Petty, who won the first Daytona 500. Cindric was officially a rookie when he went to victory lane, but it was his second Daytona 500 start. He had quite a background in road racing, and prior to that raced at Charlotte Motor Speedway on the quarter mile in legend cars. And before that, the Little Bandoleros, where he got his first win in front of Roger Penske on a Monday night, who came to see Tim Cindric's son drive and win. And look at him now. .87 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Cindric, Elliott, Blaney out front. 117 laps complete. Austin Cindric in front of Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, and Bowman.
That was a fantastic move by Ryan Blaney to make that happen, too.
Witness history when the Atlanta Braves face off against the Cincinnati Reds, where Bristol Motor Speedway becomes a ballpark August 2nd, live on Fox. Visit MLB.com/Speedway Classic for tickets now. Zane Smith back in the race, 50 laps down, out in front of the pack that is closing in on him. Watch Ryan Blaney make this move in the 12.
Yeah, you see those cars get spaced out a little bit, and Ryan went up the racetrack, actually side drafted just barely off the 9 car and was able to pull him back just enough to create a hole to get back up into behind Austin Cindric. Blaney's going to try the same, or Elliott's going to look like he was going to try the same move.
It didn't look like he had the slingshot power that Blaney did.
He thought about it, though.
Yeah, had a run on him, fizzled out a little bit.
They lap past Zane Smith. Josh Berry also back in the race. Both of those 2 cars were involved in accidents earlier, spent time in the garage. And due to NASCAR's new policy on damaged vehicles, repairs can be made in the garage and cars can return to the race, after which they have 3 consecutive laps to get back up to what NASCAR considers minimum speed to be able to continue.
Yeah, and you've got 1 chance to meet that minimum speed. If not, you're done.
But I like the new rule. Gets these race cars back out there. If it's a bolt-on piece, and you know, we've saw a few times last year where they couldn't get that car out there, and it was a shame.
Hey guys, just to put a period on Joey Logano and his issues, Jamie Little told me it was that piece of plastic we saw on the grill opening earlier that went up through the ductwork into the throttle body area. I know it looked like there's a filter there, but actually that throttle body is aluminum and it has big holes in it. There it is right there.
Yeah, we remember that back from earlier in the race. Went right through there.
They replaced the ECU. That was not the issue. He came back in after getting the free pass. They replaced the throttle body. They sent Logano back out, and fellas, that could be bad news for the rest of the field. That car has been fast all week. Looks like my stock portfolio.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely been a roller coaster ride for Joey Logano, and
I think it was right there, don't you?
Yeah. Well, like we talked earlier, he has the car that is fast enough to be up here leading this race, and he's picking them apart one by one.
And there are his teammates up at the front, Cindric and Blaney. Bubba Wallace,
back to the middle.
winner of his qualifying race here on Thursday night. Picking up the win, bringing Michael Jordan the trophy over to Jordan's suite on the back straightaway. And sharing in the celebration. Looking to celebrate again tonight in that 23.
And Logano found that hole. Excuse me, found that hole, slipped up in front of Wallace right there. Got him another one.
And he's behind another fast Ford and Chris Buescher, and when those guys are committed to each other, we've talked about it all night. You're able to make ground and do things that you might not have the confidence to do if it wasn't Joey Logano behind you and Chris Buescher in front of him. You might not have the confidence to just stay connected, but those cars are fast and making ground.
I never would have dreamed he would have had a chance to get back up in these with point situation for this second stage, and here he is.
Toyota top performers with 8 laps to go in stage 2. Riley Herbst was involved in the accident at lap 71, had some damage, but he's back up in 5th. Eric Jones in 6th. Ty Gibbs, Bubba Wallace, all in the top 20.
Yeah, and you see that damage still on that 35 Monster Energy car there of Riley Herbst, but he's done a great job in putting himself in a position to have a chance here at the end of this stage.
He's the new 3rd driver for 2311. Joining Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick and running for Rookie of the Year honors against Shane Van Gisbergen.
Has to be careful there as he approached Gilliland's bumper. He was on that left rear. You need to be matched up, centered up to those bumpers in front of you.
7 laps to go in this stage, so it's time to start getting yourself in position if you're going to have a chance to win. And you see Joey Logano is the 3rd car on that inside lane.
Now that's hard to believe for a fellow who just got back on the lead lap back at lap 83.
With an overhauled engine half of it. I mean, unbelievable. I cannot believe they changed that in that short amount of time and got him out there and didn't even lose a lap.
Logano won stage 1 and had that engine problem. Larry Mack reported it was idling at 6,000 RPM before they made those changes. And if you counted Logano out, guess again.
Well, you can definitely tell that the pace has picked up to normal when you see those two lines formed. A lot of times that third line just can't keep up with it until they start making moves in order to up towards the front of the pack, in order to give that third lane something to run up to with the draft.
See Bowman holding tough on that inside. He's gonna have to make that car wide, keep Buescher from getting around him. Don't get yourself in the middle. You know they're going to be looking for it. He gives them an inch, they're going to take it.
Well, and really what they want to do is they want to shove Alex Bowman out there to make him start making decisions so that they can hang him out. That's really what Chris Buescher needs to do right now, is they need to shove him too far out there and then let him go and have the confidence in the other Fords, to not pick him up.
And give you that big push where you make a move on him.
5 to go, and those Team Penske Mustangs are all up in position to capture the second stage. Logano won the first. Roger Penske's won just about everything over the last 6 or 8 months in Major League Racing, including the Rolex 24 Hours here just a couple of weeks ago.
Gotten awful greedy these days, hadn't he?
Did that for Porsche. Here he is with Ford, trying to dominate the Daytona 500.
Just like we saw in those duels, these Penske cars that Roger Penske, you talk about, the captain, he tells these guys, we're going to work together. Said so in that pre-race piece you did with Logano. He says the reason my guys are good is because they work together. They stay with one another, and that's the plan.
Well, it was great to sit down with Joey and Roger and be able to talk about Joey's evolution through Penske Racing. So it'll be interesting as we get towards the end of this, because all those guys being up there, when they start making moves, they're going to make some choices, and they're definitely going to make it for themselves.
Since May of 2023, all of these wins and championships for Roger Penske. Including the NASCAR Cup last year with Joey Logano and the Rolex just a couple of weeks ago. And Joseph Newgarden in pre-race needled Logano, saying, Joey, this paint job has never lost. 2 Indy 500 wins, and maybe tonight.
Yeah, and I think that 48 car is definitely holding the process up for the two Fords behind him, but it appears to me like they're having a little bit of trouble staying close enough to the 48, just because it looks like when they shove him out there, they can't be as consistent as they are with the other Fords.
Jamie, how about our leader?
Well, Austin Cindric, it always seems, Mike, when we race at these style of tracks, Cindric is always leading, and he's had a great week. We saw him win his dual race. He started on the front row, and I said, why are you so good? What's the knack that you have here? And he said, I've just learned not to be emotional behind the wheel. If you get emotional, you're frustrated, somebody hung you out to dry, somebody blocked you, you have to stay calm, and you make good split decisions that it takes to be good here.
The Penske Fords have led 85 of the 128 laps so far. Cindric, Blaney, and Logano.
Watch for Chase Elliott in this 9 car. Try to make a move. Try to do something to push those cars out. Get a gap here where he could possibly get a run down to the bottom, be in front of his teammate Bowman. I think that's what he's doing, Kevin. He's backing him up a little bit.
Coming off turn 4. 1 lap to go to the end of the stage.
Well, and you've seen that pack get smaller as we're racing towards the last lap of this final stage. The guys that have backed off a little bit, they're like, all right, I don't have a chance. We're going to leave it to the guys in the front to race for these points.
Top 10 at the end of this lap get championship points.
That Bowman's car is really strong through the center of the corner. I've noticed that for several laps here. See, now it seems like it loses a little bit of straightaway speed. Here comes the help from behind, a big rush. Watch the speed through the center of the corner.
Cindric and Blaney tied together. Now Blaney comes up to hold the number 9 back.
Cindric's way out there.
Well, that's what we talked about. You want to send that leader as far out as you can to make him make some decisions.
Here they come. Here they come to the line. Cindric, can he edge Blaney? No, Blaney gets the push from his buddy Chase Elliott. And Ryan Blaney wins stage number 2.
I'm afraid he got too far out.
He did. Well, that's what we talked about earlier. You want to shove them out so that you can get them slowed down coming back towards the pack.
Ryan Blaney now has his 4th stage win in Daytona 500s.
Next week, NASCAR returns to Atlanta Motor Speedway for high-speed, close drafting action. Saturday will feature a NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series Xfinity Series doubleheader. Then on Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series races 400 miles that produced last year's thrilling 3-wide finish. Check your local listings or go to NASCAR.com for the latest tune-in information.
Stage 2 is complete. Pit road not yet open, but Joey Logano has pitted to make repairs or replace the airbox. Jamie?
Yeah, you see Joey Logano in. The team is hard at work. These mechanics are getting a workout today as they replace the airbox in the front. They got it out. It took them about 30 to 40 seconds. They're getting the new one put back in. They figure they know they have a fast race car, so let's make it right. Let's get it perfect so we're good at the end.
Now, because he pitted early, he'll have to restart at the tail end when we begin stage number 3. Here are the stage points earned today. Blaney and Logano won the stages. Stage 2 with Cindric second, Elliott third, Bowman and Gilliland the top 5. There's also 1 point for the fastest lap in the race, and right now that's Brad Keselowski at 198.9. Pit road is open this time. Pace car is alone at the front of the field as here come the lead lap cars. Regan.
Chris Buescher's going to hit the very first pit stall in as you see him stopping back there. Right now just a little bit too tight with the number 17 car. Small adjustment for that. Josh?
For the 12, Brian Blaney, he said that car gets a little too tight when he gets close to someone's bumper. He said, free me up just a tick. Jamie?
Crew chiefs telling their drivers this will probably be the last time they will take tires. The 2-car Austin Cindric said, I'm fine, car is good, no adjustments. The 9 of Chase Elliott, air pressure adjustment just to help a little bit on track in traffic.
Here's the race off pit road. Blaney gets there first. Bubba Wallace, Austin Cindric coming off the pit lane. Now, I believe 6 cars did not stop on that lap, so Carson Hocevar, at least for now, is the race leader from Justin Haley and Tyler Reddick.
One more stage to go. 67th running of the Daytona 500, and the stage is set. The Roger Penske Fords have been dominant, and we are just above this finish line here with Jamie McMurray, former Daytona 500 winner. I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for hanging with us. Interesting to note that stage 2 winner Ryan Blaney in the Daytona 500, 3 previous times he's won stage 2, and each time he has not gone on to win the Daytona 500. Let's recap some highlights and talk about the dominance of the Penske Fords. Joey Logano, of course, has led the most laps in this race. The day started. Beautiful weather, the president on hand flying in on Air Force One. And once they got going, we had 11 laps before the rain came. There was a break. They got to 21 laps and then more rain. And then once we got going here, a little bit of a caution here. Watch the 11 of Denny Hamlin, the 3-time Daytona 500 winner.
Yeah, they all checked up in front of Denny Hamlin. Zane Smith got into the back of him, got him loose, wiped out about 4 cars in that wreck.
And then after the start of stage 2, this was a 10-driver crash.
Oh yeah, this collected quite a few guys. You see Elio Castroneves right there gets collected. Ross Chastain as well.
Chase Briscoe caught up in that. Martin Truex Jr., who was back for a run. And then Ryan Blaney winning stage 2. The only stage 2 winner who's gone on to win the Daytona 500. It's only happened once, and that was Denny Hamlin some 5 years ago. When you see, and all day we were here, Ford's fast, how well the Penske Fords are working together and the formula working to perfection, even when they've had some problems as Logano has rallied.
Yeah, and all the Ford guys told us as we talked all day long that their cars were so good because they could push, but Team Penske just seems to be the dominant force here today. They led 87 laps total. All their drivers have led laps, Chris. It looks to me like Joey Logano could maybe be the favorite. I picked Blaney at the start of the race to win. He's really good on these type tracks. But what Joey Logano has overcome with the issue with the throttle body, they've come back down pit road. They're going to go to the back. But Chris, all these guys 3 wide, Joey Logano was still able to work his way to the front.
It was amazing how they caught a break. The debris caution comes out for them to great communication, find what was wrong, correct it, having some other problems. All right, so if it's not a Penske Ford, who else are you keeping an eye on? Is there somebody we're missing here that hasn't been out in front?
Well, Chase Elliott's been really good all race long as well. You saw Alex Bowman towards the end of that race. It doesn't look to me like Bowman's car is stuck quite good enough, but Chase Elliott, you see right here, had a great car, has been good the whole race long, has been able to be up front. Even when he gets shuffled back, seems like he's able to get his way kind of back towards the front.
Chase Briscoe led the laps early, but other than that, Toyotas have not been a factor, Mike.
Thank you, Chris. 64 laps to go. Let's take a look at tonight's big move, sponsored by Pods, and it's the move that won stage 2. Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, the 48 Alex Bowman.
Yeah, and you're going to see them get Austin Cindric shoved out right here, and you're going to see Ryan Blaney try to make a move here going into turn 3. Backs up, shoves him out there, backs up, and now he's got himself in position to make a run at the 2-car towards the start-finish line.
With Chase Elliott in tow and Todd Gilliland, Blaney beats his teammate to the line.
Textbook. Textbook. That's exactly how it's done.
But I think as we get towards the end of the race, that'll become a little bit harder because there'll be a block involved in that move with the 2.
Now look at this running order. Kyle Busch, who had a pit stop penalty and then had to back up for his pit, he is up into the top 5. Listen in.
I'm sure everybody will go first thing max saving here, probably 60-70% throttle. We don't want to control it. We want to save as much as we can there. Keep our track position, obviously, but save as much as you can while you're doing it.
Yeah, no problem. Yep. Keep your track positions, save me fuel.
And also into the top half dozen, 7-time NASCAR champ Jimmy Johnson, now the majority owner at Legacy Motor Club, a 3-car team. And Johnson, Larry, tire strategy to get to the front?
They had pitted at lap 126 under green for right side, stayed on the lead lap, came back and did fuel only. That's how they got the track position. Kyle Busch, the 8-car, fuel right sides only that time.
Back under green to begin stage 3. That'll take us to 200 laps, 500 miles.
Well, we've got those players mixed back up again. We see Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch up in the front. Bubba Wallace has pretty much been consistently somewhere around those top cars all night.
I haven't taken my eyes or my chances off of Bubba Wallace, but I'll tell you what we do see. Finally see some other manufacturers up here. Those pair of Chevys on the bottom. Let's see what they can do against these Fords. Bubba, big push into Blaney.
Yeah, and you saw when Bubba Wallace hit the back of Ryan Blaney right there, you can almost see the bumper cover kind of cave in as you see Chase Elliott pop out into that 3rd lane.
But I'm also watching Kyle Larson. It just doesn't seem like he can get to the bumper of the 8-car at all.
4 drivers at the front, each trying to win their first Daytona 500.
Here comes a big push. Chase Elliott in the back of Wallace on that outside to the lead.
Well, now you think that's just a classic case of Ryan Blaney trying to save a little bit more fuel, and those guys are just not in that mode to his extent right now.
Regardless, it's up the same bumper it always is, that 9 car.
Wallace out front. Here comes Busch on the bottom with Larson. Now, thanks to Toyota, we're going to stay right here for commercial-free racing from Daytona. We're going Toyota all out. Christopher Bell here. Well back middle of the pack. Is that the danger zone? We'll see. 20th spot right there. He's got Ty Gibbs right behind.
Yeah, that's definitely the danger zone, Mike. And I know that we've talked about Christopher Bell and this possibly being a year that he breaks out and wins a championship. But right now, it just doesn't seem like they've got the handling or the speed or that whole combination figured out.
Riley Herbst right there.
You saw Reddick on his outside.
Both sides.
Bubba Wallace on point, looking for some friends. Jimmy Johnson would be the next Toyota back in 7th place. Chase Briscoe, the pole sitter, in 9th. And then 5 cars all right in a bunch with Briscoe, Jones, Herbst, and Reddick.
Briscoe's, I think he's clawing back. He had some damage on that accident that we had with Chastain and them down in 1 and 2. That car seems to be fixed and back on the mend.
John Hunter Nemechek, part of that group in that middle lane. Made up mostly of Toyotas.
Ken, it's been an impressive run for Jimmy Johnson. You know, I think we talked about him coming back to run a few races and saw his struggles in this particular car, but he has definitely been more consistently up towards the front with this Daytona 500 and everything that he's done this weekend.
Way more competitive than we've seen.
Bubba Wallace, Thursday night winner, back out to the front and leading that group up in the high lane. Toyota driver Eric Jones running 13th. It's made an enormous impact beyond the track with his charitable work. Here's how the Eric Jones Foundation is making a difference.
I lost my dad in 2016, and we decided to start our own foundation that supported melanoma and melanoma research.
Out here at Phoenix Raceway with the Eric Jones Foundation and the Sun Bus, free in-person skin screenings for melanoma.
3 pillars that we have: cancer early detection and prevention, children's literacy, igniting children's passion for reading, and animal welfare. You get to read everybody's stories, and you get to choose these groups that you're going to support. You're saving lives, you're changing lives. There's nothing more rewarding than when you can give to organizations that are really deserving.
Eric Jones, one driver who is making a difference.
Well, he's one of many in this field. There's not a sport that gives back better than what our sport does. Support our military. We've seen a lot of planes and jets flying around this place this weekend, Clint.
A lot of great things with Advent Health, all the things that they do.
Josh?
And Eric Jones was so close to winning that duel on Thursday night. Thought he had it won. Turned out it was Austin Cindric. So the team put up pictures of that close loss around the hauler and on the pit box as a reminder. I talked to his crew chief before the race just about that, and Richard Boswell told me it's just a reminder of how every little detail matters. You never know what's going to be the difference in the race. So that motivating factor is riding with them in this race today.
57 laps to go in the 67th Daytona 500. Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott out front. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Busch Light. Race for the mountains. Enjoy responsibly. 53 laps to go. Think you're the #1 Busch Light fan? Busch Light's giving away an epic NASCAR experience, including a chance to wave the green flag during qualifying at an upcoming race. Follow at Busch Beer on X and comment using hashtag Busch #1 fan, hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 1 for your chance to win. Blaney and Wallace have traded the lead back and forth, ebb and flow, inches apart. How difficult is it leading the field at Daytona in this type of racing? Let's ask those who have done it.
The hardest part about controlling the field is if you race really hard, you'll run out of gas. If you stay in the back and try to be up front at the end, sometimes you can't get all the way up there.
The size of the runs that the trailing cars get now, it's super hard to block, and they're coming at such a higher rate of speed.
Man, sometimes you just can't throw a block. I think just accepting defeat sometimes, not in the sense of giving the race away, but just, hey, I can't block this lane right now. Let me just choose the best lane, I think.
Pressure just ticks up more and more lap by lap, and it puts you on the edge of your seat.
Cindric and Blaney on the 3 drafting tracks, Daytona, Talladega, and Atlanta. Last year, they spent more time running 1-2 than any other combination last season.
Well, that's that experience that we talk about. When you spin it towards the front, you are going to wind up with the opportunities to win more of these races. So they do a great job, and Team Penske does a great job. And those guys, we saw them talking outside the car after the duel the other night, Joey Logano and Austin Cindric, talking about what they could have done better immediately. And that's how you learn. This is a constant evolution of how you learn, and the things that you do are always changing, and you can always get better at the details of how to do it.
Chevrolet on the inside lane. Last year's 500 winner William Byron in the 24. Kyle Busch in the 8. Kyle Larson in the 5. Been quite a week for Larson. His daughter Audrey fell off a swing in the motor coach lot, broke her wrist. And Kyle joked this morning, speaking to a group, that he hopes that's the last trip to the care center for a Larson this weekend. Regan?
Well, Mike, a gas and go stop, very real potential right now as we get to the late stages of the Daytona 500 fueler. Landon Walker for William Byron, your driver's worked his way to the front. How do you manage the pressure of knowing it could come down to a gas and go stop on your shoulders at the end of it?
When you're put in this position with William, there's always a chance. He's such a good Speedway driver. We always feel like we're in these positions. Over time, at 13 years of doing this, just experience and confidence, you develop that, especially working with such a Speedway guy like William. So been put in these positions quite a bit. Over that time, like I said, just get used to it, and the guys around me make me better, So when you're on this team, you really don't have an option but to put it on your back when it's time to go here for that fuel-only stop down the stretch.
Mike Landon's been in a lot of high-pressure situations. Used to play football at Clemson University also.
Yeah, he was an offensive tackle, and a good one. A lot of these teams now recruiting from colleges, athletes that may not be going on to a pro career in a different sport can find a home here in NASCAR as part of the Over the Wall crew. We're inside of 50 laps to go. Wallace, Blaney, Elliott, Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet out front. Ryan Blaney in the middle of that front row with his Team Penske Ford Dark Horse Mustang has led 21 laps of this race. Bubba Wallace on the outside has led 10. And William Byron has led 8. Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet, 3 across. They are the leaders with 26 of 70 laps in stage 3 complete. For today's 67th running of the Daytona 500, there was a fresh face in the field. Josh Sims and Jamie Little visited Wendy's with global racing legend Helio Castroneves in the infield. He might be getting his first laps in NASCAR this weekend, but Helio knows just where to go for the freshest hamburgers. Wendy's. Free Frosties in the infield.
I'm so disappointed that you didn't bring me one.
Guys, let me tell you something. Freshest burger in town. This infield was on fire. That Wendy's activation is the best. For all these thousands of campers in the infield, there wasn't one of them that didn't swing by that place at least once, including yours truly.
Oh, so you went?
Heck yeah, I went twice.
And what'd you bring us?
You didn't go?
Nothing. I didn't go.
You wanted a Frosty all weekend.
The line. I mean, there were people.
The line?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't like people
everywhere
all of
over
a
there.
sudden? Well, I guess I'm a man of the people. I like being over there. That is a cool activation.
Team Penske. Their 3 drivers are on the top of the lap leaderboard. 100 laps led by the Team Penske Fords out of 157 today. Already we've had more lead changes in this race than in the entire Daytona 500 last year. Kyle Larson, 3rd on the inside. Trying to finish in the top 5 in the Daytona 500. That has been a tall order for Larson and company. Here's his radio.
What is like Williams and Kyle's throttle?
You have been better than the 8, and this lap you're on was a lot better than the 24. I had been monitoring the 12. You've been the best of that little group you're in right there. William typically is around 80. Every now and then dips to 60.
Fuel savings mode, Kevin. Why are we doing this?
Well, you want to put yourself in the window to make your last pit stop as short as possible. So you've got a lot of the guys in the back of the pack that have a different option. And you know, when you look at, let's just say, Joey Logano and some of those cars in the towards the back of the field, I mean, those guys are back there just with a way lower throttle percentage than what the guys up front. But that's the balance between track position and riding at the back. And what'll happen is if you have to put less fuel in, you're going to leapfrog them with a quicker pit stop when it's time to go under green.
Larry Mack, when do you want to make that final stop if we stay green?
Yeah, Mike, we pitted with 67 laps to go. We go back racing with 64 to go. Remember, the fuel window is somewhere around 42 to 46 laps. The window is open now, but I think what they'll do, they'll run it as long as they can. So I'm going to say somewhere around lap 178, just under 20 laps from now, which would be 22 to go in the race, lap 178, that's when you'll start seeing them hit pit road. I think in the next 10 laps, you'll start to see them try to get organized with each other as far as Fords with Fords, Chevys with Chevys, Toyotas with Toyotas.
And migrating to that bottom.
Thanks, Larry. 40 laps to go. The fuel window is open to make it to the finish. One more pit stop in the offing before the end of this Daytona 500.
Yeah, it's an engine block. It's an air cleaner.
Welcome back. We're under caution at Daytona for debris. Next Sunday on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Atlanta, where last year we had the closest 1-2-3 finish in the history of stock car racing. Pre-race at 2 Eastern, green flag at 3, and only on Fox. Daniel Suarez, defending champ of the Atlanta race. What was it, 7 1/1000ths of a second between first to third. All right, pit road is open under this debris caution. Regan.
Mike William Byron done a nice job of positioning himself again towards the front of the pack. Race car a little bit loose when being pushed. It should be right side only for the 24. Josh?
Well, 23 of Bubba Wallace pits from the lead. Happy with that car. It'll be fuel only for him. Same deal with Ryan Blaney. Just talking with a spotter about if he can do anything better. Jimmy?
Austin Cindric comes in fourth. He's led 37 laps today. 3 seconds of fuel only.
A heartbreaker for Jimmy Johnson. He got blocked in by a car entering the pit stall in front of him. Had to stop, back up, lost a lot of spots coming off pit road. Tough break for the 7-time champ, who rejoins the fray. 37 laps to go. Austin Cindric first out of the pits. Close. The greatest single-day trophy in stock car racing. Named for GM stylist Harley Earl, who penned the Firebird 1 that sits atop the Harley Earl Trophy. A great friend of Bill France Sr. in the formative years of this speedway, and that's the one everybody wants. Here comes the pace car headed for pit road.
Well, Kevin, 35 laps, somebody's life changed, or it's going to change. Yours changed one day. Tell me what it's like.
Well, there's nothing like winning this race. Nothing else matches it, and today we're going to see somebody's life changed at the end of this Daytona 500.
34 cars on the lead lap, and if you're in it, you could win it. Wallace, Toyota, Cindric, Ford at the front on this restart.
We're outside of our need for fuel savings, Clint, so now it's time. We're going to see these guys push and shove more than they have all night. As you see right off the bat, Ryan Blaney wiggle around there through turn 2.
I already saw Keselowski back there with 5th, 6th row. He wanted that outside. I need room to go, and they want to move on the outside.
Second on the outside, William Byron, last year's winner, then Chase Elliott, then John Hunter Nemechek.
I see 2 teammates in that Hendrick camp lined up for the first time all night. I've seen somebody in front of that 9 that he wants to see, the 24, William Byron.
Well, Wallace trying to block both lanes here.
You see the urgency picking up in the back. That 3 wide happened immediately. No more fuel saving, folks. Wide open from here on out.
On the inside, Cindric and Blaney in Fords, and behind them, Kyle Busch in his 20th try to win the Daytona 500.
2 feet front, half bond. Tight front, getting attached. Lock together now. Here, got 3rd lane forward, 1 row back.
Chase Elliott leads the group on the high side. Jamie.
When Chase came down pit road, they took right side tires, and when he went back out, he thought maybe he had a loose lug nut. They looked at the video, looked at the pictures, told him you're all good and you're good to go on fuel. Go for it.
He pulled up, wanted that outside, Kevin. Byron got with him.
Austin Cindric's team in the lead, talking strategy.
All right, buddy, we put you right on the number right there. So you're in the same situation as stage 2, where you're kind of between a code 0, code 1. So do what you did in stage 2, and let's get the win. Going hard.
How about John Hunter going forward on that outside?
Second generation driver in the 42, Nemechek ahead of Wallace here.
There you see Bubba Wallace drag that top lane back down to the middle. Haven't seen John Hunter all night. Here he is, 33 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
32 to go. Aerial coverage tonight provided by Goodyear, celebrating 100 years of an American icon, the Goodyear blimp.
Chase Elliott, I want to go back a couple laps. He jumped to that outside. I think he thought he was going to be able to obviously prevail out there, and it deteriorated on him.
Well, we talked about this earlier in the race, Clint. When we get going full speed, those bottom 2 lanes seem to be a little more dominant than the top lane. So you see that single file line across the bottom there, 7 or 8 cars deep. They're just much more organized and able to make more speed currently.
It definitely prevents it from making as much hay as they were before. They could go up there at will and just drive to the front. Not so much now, and that has to be it, right? Wide open, changes the game.
Boy, up in that high lane, Bubba Wallace leading that group. If he could win the Daytona 500, the celebration will continue well into team owner Michael Jordan's birthday tomorrow.
Well, right now, we know he's got a car fast enough to do this, but that whole outside line just fell apart so much. I mean, he's fallen back to 15th, 16th spot there.
Well, we talk about dancing partners. We talk about the recipe it takes to win these races. Be there at the time when it's right, and be there with the people you want to be with. Teammates, Cindric, Blaney, teammates, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon.
And you see the 24 car of William Byron. Oh, see Cole Custer get tight right there up off the corner. But you see the back end of the 23 car. The 24 of William Byron is just not able to push him straight. We see those Fords just be able to push each other so evenly when you have them lined up, and they don't wag the tail like you see with the 23.
Yeah, I think Bubba's having trouble keeping that car underneath of him as they approach his bumper. Thing gets a dancing around on him. They're wanting him out of the way.
A lot of Daytona 500 watch parties around the country, including one at Cosm in Dallas, one of 2 Cosm locations showing the race today, the other in Los Angeles. The Cosm experience makes it feel like you're at the race, giving fans amazing views in a completely immersive experience. Now, nothing beats being at the track, but Cosm is the next best thing to being there.
Man, Bubba's having a tough time keeping those guys behind him. That thing is walking all over the place.
And those guys behind him, they don't have a choice either. It's not like they can move down a lane and make something happen. So really, this is William Byron's best opportunity right now until he finds a hole in that middle lane.
Smooth sailing down here for these teammates.
Yeah,
Cindric and Blaney.
And you see Blaney, when he's able to push that car, it just doesn't wiggle the back around like happens with Bubba Wallace.
How about this new guy up there? You got Denny Hamlin jumped up in front of Bubba Wallace. Let's see how he can pull that line. That might help Bubba a little bit. Starting to prevail now. Look at this.
Now, up front on the inside, you have the two Fords, Cindric and Blaney, that we've talked about, but you also have the two Chevrolets, teammates right there with Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon, and then you have the Toyotas of Bell and Herbst. Things are starting to pair up. However, Kyle Busch, I believe he's being told to save fuel.
I need him saving as much as he can right here. I'm short. Save just a little bit here when you can.
Yeah, so what happens right here, and Larry can back us up on this, Clint, is these guys, they try to cut those pit stop as close as possible, and when they don't get the time on pit road to get the fuel in the car, then it's up to the driver to start saving. So they made up time on the pit stop, but they cost themselves with not enough gas in the car.
Didn't quite get enough in it, huh?
Austin Cindric leading, 100% throttle. Sometimes throttles back a bit so he doesn't get too far out in front of Ryan Blaney, as happened at the end of stage number 2. And Ricky Stenhouse jumps out. Caution. Did I see? Oh, sorry.
That light got me too earlier.
Jeez, where was that
there's a blinking light back there on the other side of the wall.
It was not a caution light. Excuse us. Larry Mack can dive a little deeper on that Kyle Busch pit stop.
Yeah, Mike, I can tell you exactly the length of the pit stop for that 8 car. Again, doing just the fuel only, and it was 4.5 seconds. But that does not mean they got 4.5 seconds of fuel. That's how long he was stopped in his pit box.
Okay.
Well, usually when you see a car gain as much track position as they did, it's either a fantastic pit stop or it was short for a reason, and based upon the way that they're telling them to save fuel, it was short because they didn't get enough gas in it. Sometimes you got to gamble.
Well, and where he's riding is a good place too. He can control that a little bit and save a little bit. Start backing that throttle percentage up. There's a gauge. There's a percentage of their throttle angle on the dash, and they watch that. And that's how they control it.
Yeah, and
whoa,
man.
LaJoie was all sideways right there. That was a big time block, almost stacked them all up. That was about the big one.
Where did he come from? Corey LaJoie led a bit earlier, got himself back up in that middle lane, worked his way around Ricky Stenhouse. No easy feat all by itself. And now he's put himself in position to challenge. 9th right now, Stenhouse with him. Eric Jones.
Still bottom at 2.
Back up in the mix behind Bowman.
And this is really about the same position he was in the other night, to be able to move up in front of that row to put himself in position to win that dual race. And that's what you want to do. When you see that outside line coming, one of these cars up here is going to poke out and say, I want to be the first one in line.
How about Ricky Stenhouse? He's all the way up, gained 20 spots.
Yeah, and he's being aggressive right now. You see him pushing the back bumper of Corey LaJoie, and we know Stenhouse is one of the best at these super speedways. He's had multiple races. You see him go down the hill right there, Clint, to try to get a side draft off that 48 car to help him go forward, but also to pull them back.
It's time for aggression.
And they just have to break free of that outside lane in order to make some time. I mean, when these cars are 3 wide like that, it just drags those lines all the way back. And that's why you see that bottom lane, so many cars out ahead of those top 2 lanes.
Look how far back Chase Elliott
and William Byron went. They went clear to the back of this thing, got behind the wrong car, couldn't push on Bubba Wallace's bumper, and boy, they paid the price. They were all but leading this thing when it started.
Boy, that inside lane has pulled ahead, led by the 2 Penske Fords of Cindric and Blaney.
You see Chase Elliott right there. He finally ran out of cars to get passed by, and he had to fall into that middle lane. That was how long it took him to make a lane change, and it ultimately was just every car that was below him.
And we talked about that. Allgaier and Stenhouse right now at the top of the biggest movers off the pace. Byron, Wallace, and Elliott, 23 positions.
Larson mired in that middle lane. Can't go up, can't go down, can't go forward.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a lot out of that 5 car tonight. It just doesn't seem, well, we've heard him all weekend talk about working on the speed of his car when he's at the back of the pack, and we've said this as well. You have to have a fast car to be on offense. Otherwise, you're at the mercy of whatever happens around you.
Well, I'm glad you said that. Now, if I'm a Chase Elliott or a Bubba Wallace or any of those guys, now going through their mind is, where do I, we know it's probably going to have a wreck, and it's probably going to be a big one, and it'll probably start at the front. Where do I get myself to avoid that wreck? I do not want to be right in the meat of the sandwich.
Well, 33 cars on the lead lap. Statistically, at this point, from 5th to 25th is the danger zone, based on past practice.
Sure seems like a big danger zone to me.
Out in front, Austin Cindric. This is his 5th Daytona 500. He's trying to win it for the 2nd time. The record for quickest to 2 Daytona 500 victories belongs to the king, Richard Petty, who got his 2nd 500 win in his 6th try.
Keep an eye on these pushes off of Stenhouse and LaJoie there. Man, he is tank swapping all the way down the straightaway.
Well, and that's a big gap that's formed in that bottom lane. But this 2nd and 3rd lane, they're going to have to get more organized to get down the racetrack into 2 lanes, or it's just going to be hard for them. You see them keep swapping positions and swapping lanes. They're just not making any ground on that bottom lane.
And that's why Eric Jones trying to muscle his way into the middle and move that line ahead. There's Jones in the 43.
You're right, Mike. There he goes.
Which happens to be Richard Petty's number. Not by coincidence.
Yeah, and we saw Joey Logano had worked himself up there to 9th or 10th position, and then he made the decision to go up into that outside lane, and they're having a lot of trouble once they get 3 wide next to that 2nd lane.
Something tells me they'll get a little faster off the bumper of this race car, though.
And time is running out. They're coming off turn 4, coming to 19 to go.
When you're Austin Cindric up there and Ryan Blaney, and you've got this single file, the spotter's telling you, all right, bottom lane, 6 cars clear. Bottom lane, 6 cars clear, and you're like, oh, another lap, I finally get to relax. But you know by the end of this race, it's going to get intense.
LaJoie's back and forth from the middle to the outside, blocking these lines. It's starting to stack up behind him. Keep an eye on this.
I'm curious about the front of the pack. At the end of stage 2, they were running in this same order. Ryan Blaney let Cindric get out in front and then used a push from Chase Elliott to win stage 2. What does this Penske duo have in store for the final lap of this race?
Watch this lap car right here. I mean, the Penske guys are going to, okay, Ty Dillon got out of the way, because if we would have gone into the corner right there 4 wide, that was going to have the potential for chaos. Sorry, Mike.
You're fine. Noah Gragson slipped up from the bottom groove into the middle, and Alex Bowman covers his spot. Justin Allgaier in the 40 moves up, and here comes Suarez. You just don't dare get out of that bottom lane if you can.
Well,
not right now.
Well, it's so tempting, and you see Stenhouse and LaJoie still trying to make some ground up there, and they are making some ground, but they've got to quit changing lanes so much, because if they'll just stay organized and stay in that middle lane right there, I believe they can make more ground. But everybody wants to pass everybody, and this is what happens.
You can see they're not working together. They're not teammates. They don't care. They're each out for each other, and that's the difference between them and the 2 Penske Fords at the front of the field. Discipline.
Well, the other ones that are disciplined in these RCR cars, Kyle Busch and his teammate Austin Dillon, 20 years of trying. Mike, I keep hearing you call that race in my head.
Well,
Can it be?
We see that second lane right there. Kyle Busch is doing a great job of saving gas and trying to put himself in position to where he can be full throttle. You heard his team tell him he was short, but they've been riding around here with no pressure, and they've let these guys get back into the race by being able to not have any pressure from that middle lane.
Here is Kyle Busch talking about just this situation.
Kyle Busch, 39, Las Vegas, Nevada. Our goals for this year, we got to get back to victory lane. 1 win, 2 wins, 3 wins, 5 wins, 10 wins, I don't care, but being back to victory lane is definitely where it's at. I've got a couple favorite tracks in the early part of the season. Daytona 500, obviously, I want to win that one. We put ourselves in really good spots to have a shot to win the Daytona 500 in the last 10 laps. Just hasn't come out right for us.
Here he comes.
Yeah, and Stenhouse and LaJoie are doing a great job. Ricky has become super aggressive with the back of that car and the Corey LaJoie car. And you see him going through the trioval right there, how close Ricky is able to stay. But that is what has made up the ground.
They're going to have about one more chance of blocking this 22, and if they miss it, he's going to be around him. Huge pushes off of John Hunter Nemechek behind him. Look at this.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Late
on that block.
Stenhouse.
He's still trying. He's up.
Trying to squeeze it. Couldn't do it. Into the wall goes Logano. And with him goes Blaney and Gregson and Chase Elliott.
Dang it. Got a little greedy there, Kevin.
And it all happened at 5th place.
Yeah.
5th to 25th.
And you see the left front of Stenhouse's car torn up. 22.
Get back to the box here.
What an effort. What a run. All comes to an end. 15 to go.
And we knew this was coming. And that was just one of those situations where the 22 and the 47 just did not want to give.
They will make it back to pit road, but their chances of winning the Daytona 500 are dashed. 2 of the 3 Team Penske cars involved.
Pushed in at the nose. Right front of the tire. Everything looks straight. Right rear's far.
Ryan Blaney led 22 laps. Had one of the best 2 or 3 cars here, as did his teammate Joey Logano.
I don't know if we're going to make it back, Paul.
And Logano's against the wall in the short chute between turn 4 and the start-finish line. Just trying to make it back, and it won't steer, except to the right.
I don't think he's going to be able to get it back. He's super frustrated, I can only imagine.
Well, this place is the scene of triumph and heartbreak.
They're moving records out here to you now.
That right rear beam broke's the reason he can't get it
And there
back.
is heartbreak. All right, let's watch Ricky Stenhouse in the 47 here.
Yeah, and you're going to see the 22 get a big run right here. Stenhouse is going to come down the racetrack to cover the block on Joey Logano. It's super tight, but we're 15 laps to go in the Daytona 500. You see the flames come out of the Logano car. You're going to watch the 22 car start to get, he's not giving up on trying to get this position, and they just all run out of room right there, Clint.
Kyle Busch got knocked to the inside as well as those cars that crashed into the outside.
Did not see him.
Joey's going to be very frustrated with that, with Stenhouse, obviously, but a little bit of patience. I think as fast as his car was, he was going to have another shot at that. Poor Blaney. He was in the position to win this race, was doing nothing wrong, literally in the catbird seat, and got wiped out.
Ryan Blaney there to the inside in blue and yellow, a 2-time runner-up. The 500 gets taken out as mayhem ensues.
teammates.
Around they go and a hard crash.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me?
This one sucks when you're that close.
Austin Cindric, the winner of the Daytona 500. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daytona 500 winner.
Away they go.
It's going to be close.
The race winner will be the 24.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me?
With 14 laps to go, 20 years of trying, another year of frustration for Kyle Busch.
Yeah, and you see him pulling the hood pins out of Joey Logano's car here, trying to get it fixed. You see all the drivers staying in the car. With the new DVP rule, you have to stay in the car. You see Kyle Busch being towed in by the tow truck in the car still, so that's a new way to stay in the car, but they'll tow him to the garage to have to fix that.
9 cars involved in this pileup, which happened from 5th place on back. 24 cars have been involved in today's incidents so far. Well, let's take a look back as Ricky Stenhouse and Joey Logano fought for position here.
Yeah, you see Stenhouse is going to make this last-second block right here when Joey goes to the inside, and it's tight. Joey lifts out of the gas, and I think that in-car camera out of Joey's, you know, the hole is closed right there, opens briefly, and Logano is just, he's there, and Stenhouse is not given, and it's caught a lot of cars up in this at the end. I mean, it's just 2 guys that don't want to give. I mean, we're 15 laps to go. I think in that scenario, Stenhouse doesn't want to give up the track position, and Logano feels like the block was too late, and he is probably a little bit frustrated.
Oh, he's frustrated.
Yeah, you heard him lift a couple times right there.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, the 47, it was pretty clear he wasn't going to give him that spot.
Nope.
Full commitment. That's what you expect out of both of those guys.
Big hits.
This is Kyle Busch. And Ryan Blaney. Now, how about that Jones boy?
Seas parted. That's what this race is, right? Sometimes it parts for you, and sometimes it swallows you up.
That 43
yeah, look at him back here.
Right through.
Wow.
Reminds me of what Richard Petty often said here. I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
Well, now the door's open. You've got LaJoie leading, Nemechek, Austin Dillon, Bell, Jones.
I don't think that 9 car's hurt near as bad as I thought it was originally.
Splitter looks like it's up a little bit, perhaps in the front. Well, here is Ricky Stenhouse's reaction to what happened.
Hold on there. Guess the 22 decided just to wreck you. Now we just all kind of squeezed out.
Yeah, I don't think the spotter's assessment is spot on. Joey was trying for the spot. Stenhouse wasn't about to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, it was just tight quarters right there. And like we said, you know, Stenhouse pulled the late block. Logano lifted. They were live to fight another day. And, you know, that hole might have been open, but there was just
They kept
four cars,
fighting.
4 wide, and they were both fighting for the same spot, and they just met in the middle.
I'm crushed for Kyle Busch. All these guys. I mean, this is a good car. This is why this race is so hard to accomplish.
Something still sparking and fluttering somewhere. Here's his teammate, Austin Dillon.
Oh, the fastest car. The 2 is the fastest car of the day, and the 11 is the best Speedway racer. So, Austin, honestly, you need to be thinking about that, and you need to make the decision you think is best to try and win this race, and who you feel like you need to go with. Yep.
All day long, there's one manufacturer that we really haven't talked about. Look how many Toyotas are up here now. That's how quickly the game can change. It was a slew of Fords all race long. Chevrolet's up there. Now there's 5 Toyotas in the top 8.
Let's take a look at how Austin Dillon, who was right behind Kyle Busch, watch the 3 get through here. Wow. That's threading the needle. Christopher Bell as well.
Just like that, we're back in the game, boys.
9 laps to go, Larry. Too late for trends?
So you think we might be done with cautions? I don't think so. I looked at the 6 Daytona races with the Gen 7 car over the last 3 years. The average of the last caution, somewhere around 4 to 5 laps to go. And out of those 6 races, 4 overtime finishes.
Can he make it 4? Denny Hamlin right there in 4th place.
Overtime happens if the caution comes out prior to the white flag, which signals the last lap. And the cleanup takes us past the advertised race distance. Then it's green-white checker for overtime. Corey LaJoie dipped into his kids' college fund to rent the ride in the 01 from Rick Ware Racing, then found sponsors to cover the nut. Raced his way into the Daytona 500, flew with the Thunderbirds, is leading the 500. What a week he has had.
Yeah, I mean, 9 to go in the Daytona 500, leading the race, and you look around him, you've got Austin Cindric, John Hunter Nemechek, Denny Hamlin, Austin Dillon, Christopher Bell. So many stories and a lot to unfold.
Green flag for the restart with 8 laps to go. Cindric on the outside, LaJoie on the inside.
Big push on the outside coming off Denny Hamlin's bumper. Joy moves up for the blocks. Does he go under him? Does he take it? I think they want to be on this outside line, Kevin.
Well,
maybe not. There it is. Got him. Great move by Austin Cindric.
Yeah, now Austin Cindric has those 3 Toyotas lined up right behind him. So Denny Hamlin, he knows, and we've seen it tonight. He wants to get Austin Cindric shoved out there as far as he can, back up to his teammates, and get a run on Austin Cindric. Austin's job now is to keep himself as close as he can to that 11 car.
This is the first time Austin Cindric has looked in that mirror and seen anybody but a Ford pushing him. He is in trouble.
7 laps to go. Hamlin trying for a 4th Daytona 500 win.
A 3-time Daytona 500 winner with a teammate behind him. That is going to be a tough thing to keep behind you if you're Austin Cindric.
Team Penske versus Joe Gibbs Racing.
With one of his cars that he owns behind them, Riley Herbst.
There you go.
Toyotas to the top side.
Left Riley out. It's only 1 car for help.
Yeah, well, there was only enough room for maybe one more car to squeeze in, and Christopher Bell took that hole.
He hasn't left him yet. He moved down. See if he pulls back up and uses.
Well, Denny's going to have to block both of these lanes right here. He's going to have to keep Austin Cindric back. And now we've got the manufacturers staggered, so it's every man for himself currently.
6 to go.
He's going to stay on the bottom here. I think
Bell
they touched.
Might have got a little bump there from Cole Custer, a little more than he wanted.
Boy, hold on to it, Bell. Big pushes from Cole Custer. That thing was all over the place.
And we hadn't talked about Cole Custer all night. I mean, he is as good as you can get on these super speedways, and he is aggressive, and that's what you're going to have to be. And he's also driving a Ford. I think when we look at Cole Custer pushing Christopher Bell, that 20 car does not take those pushes as well as you'd like to see.
5 laps to go.
But you know how it is at this point, Clint. You just have to take whatever's behind you and try to hang on to it.
This isn't the scenario that I think I would want if I was a teammate, you know, with being door to door with my teammate Hamlin and Bell for this front.
There he gets Bell into the wall.
Off of the front
Off of
bumper
Custer, and up in the air
my.
goes Ryan Preece. And for the second time in his career, he is flipping at Daytona. Good grief.
Off the front bumper, we were talking about a lap before. Custer got to his bumper, that thing went side to side, and he couldn't hold on to it. It was one too many.
Ryan Preece, a couple of years ago here, flipped down the backstretch after getting caught in the grass. There is Christopher Bell with the window net down. That signifies to the rescue workers that he is okay. Same with Ryan Preece. So much promise for this new ride with RFK Racing, and great speed in that car all week long.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that window net down. That was a really odd wreck with the way that that front of that car got up in the air and then it blew over. Just happy to see him crawling out of that car.
I don't think I've ever seen one get up in a wheelie like that and blow over.
And there's his boss, Brad Keselowski, with a lot of damage from this one.
Well, you knew it was coming. Boy, the pushes were coming. They just kept, the aggression kept going higher and higher and higher. Christopher Bell just couldn't hold on to it.
Well, his car was just not capable of taking the pushes. We had just mentioned it a half a lap before that the back of that 20 car was all over the place. But at this point, you have no choice. You have to be able to just try to hang on to it. And
watch this thing off the bumper at Cole Custer. It just continues to get worse and worse as they come down through this straightaway. Starts there, starts dancing around across the front bumper. Some more here, gets crossed up. Rest is history. There it goes. Now watch the 60 car, Preece. Bam!
Yeah, you saw the...
Gets up on the... That's wild. I've never seen a car do that. That shows how fast they go.
And they pile up behind him. This is from Eric Jones. Oh.
Whoa. You think these guys aren't tough?
A devastating crash for Ryan Preece. An incredible camera work by our Fox crew.
I'm so glad to see that window net down and him be able to get out of that thing. Whew, that's scary.
It's unbelievable what it looks like when these cars get caught by the air like that. And I'm with you, Clint. I've never seen one take off with a wheelie like that. But they just flip around like they don't weigh 3,600 pounds.
Well, nothing weighs that much at 186 miles an hour.
Saw the airbox just blow away. The right front tucked up underneath the A-post there.
Car did its job, though.
And he walked away.
So many safety enhancements in these race cars.
So that will likely send us to overtime. It happens on lap 196.
Who's left?
Unbelievable.
We saw the side of that car face the wind, and the roof flaps had not yet come up, and that creates that pressure differential between air over the car and under the car that sends it tumbling.
Well, just like we said, though, I've never seen a car wheelie like that. The roof flaps won't work.
Yep.
Whoa. I've been there. That's a bad feeling. Did you hear how quiet they got?
Ah, you see him tuck his head right there.
Looking back at Cole Custer on Christopher Bell.
Yeah, and that Bell car just, it was just not capable of being pushed. And I'd say that that's a lot of the reason that we hadn't seen him up there all night, because that car isn't accepting pushes well. But at this point in the race, you have to just put yourself in a position to throw it all out there and hope that this doesn't happen.
Well, and that's exactly what he did. That's why these guys are where they are in the sport and in their life. See, they do not give up, and they go for it.
Priest got all that air under the nose, and you're right, it looked like it was going to just take off straight ahead. And I think he would have settled down had the car not turned and been side to the wind. And that's what sent it tumbling.
Those shots when that car lands right there, I know we're in slow motion right now, but the impact that goes through your back and spine and neck, and especially when you can't see what direction the next hit is coming from to brace yourself. Right as the camera went out, we saw him start to duck his head and just, you know, hold on to the steering wheel to brace yourself. That's what I would do. You see a lot of guys just let go of the steering wheel and things now. I always held on to that steering wheel until it yanked it out of my hands.
I agree. There is no worse feeling in the world than that.
10 cars in all involved. Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski.
It couldn't get off the front end of Eric Jones's car too, and I mean, I can't help but to think that wind off of that car or something kind of kept it wheeling, so to speak, and up in the air a little bit. You can see how that Eric Jones's car had the underbody tore up underneath the driver's door.
Oh, now the roof flap deploys.
What's going backwards?
Yep. Yeah, it was kind of, the right one was up a little bit when it took off, but I think, like Clint said, the whole thing's confused when it took off in a wheelie.
Watch his wheels starting to, he'll drive this thing in a minute.
I like his strategy. Hold on to the wheel.
With your thumbs out of the spokes.
Yeah, and every time you get hit like that, it's like a full impact whiplash. And a lot of times, in this car, it happens so fast that you hit the extensions on the Hans bottoms out. You go backwards, slap your head against the back of the seat, and it happens so quick inside the car that you can't control your head. See the back of that car up into the wall. I'm glad it flipped over the right direction to hit the wall with the back, at least not be upside down. See the air box floating in the air right there. Unbelievable shots, Mike.
Amazing camera work, but
that's the best one.
What Ryan Preece has been through, you would excuse him if he would decide never to come back to Daytona, but that's not Ryan Preece. Talladega in the spring of 2023. This one here in the summer when he caught the grass and went into a tumbling sidewinder crash.
What was it?
Over and over.
100 feet from where that just happened?
They paved all that area prior to this race to prevent that from happening. But here, when Custer and Bell get together, he goes skyward, turns to the side, up and over. Ten cars get caught up here. There's Larson, the nose torn off his car. Suarez spun to the infield. Preece up and over. And Eric Jones with a bit of damage there.
So thankful to see him get out of that thing. So many things that went through my mind. Bell, boy, he took two big shots. Preece nailed him when they hit and sent that car flying.
This is Eric Jones. Got a little contact there, and flying race cars. Jones will be one of those who's able to continue. And there are the cars involved in this crash at lap 196. Regan?
Like Joey Logano involved in the previous caution. Joey, it's the end of the Daytona 500. Things are getting tight out there. Everybody is going for it. What took place off of turn 2 from your vantage point?
Yeah, from my vantage point, I felt like I had to get to the second car in line to have a chance to win the thing, and had an opportunity to get down in front of the 4 there. And then the 47 kind of had a late block there, and then at this point, like, he's kind of indecisive, and I was trying to back out of it. At this point, I couldn't. I was getting shoved into it at that point because the checkup already happened. So, yeah, just racing there at the end. It seems like it's just, I don't know, felt like I can get my nose in there, was going to, and then he just wanted to block it, and then I couldn't get out. Once you already checked up, it brings the whole back of the pack up to you. So, unfortunate for the old Shell Pencil Mustang. Glad we got a stage win. We got a playoff point. Just something to get out of the day and take a positive out of it. Had a fast car. Just wasn't able to get it done this year.
Thanks, Joey.
Christopher Bell checked and released from the infield care center. Bubba Wallace with damage in that one. And a lot of damage to the front of Kyle Larson's car. Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric, Cole Custer, Riley Herbst, Alex Bowman, 2 Fords, 2 Toyotas, 1 Chevrolet at the front of the field. Then LaJoie's Ford, the Toyotas of Briscoe and Nemechek, the Chevys of Byron and Dillon are your top 10. Regan?
Mike, for the 3rd straight year, Kyle Busch in position at the end of the Daytona 500 to potentially win it. Unfortunately, an innocent bystander coming off of turn 2 over there. How disappointing is this one?
Looks like the fastest car got in a hurry to get to the wreck. Logano was by far the fastest car today. Saw a lot of laps led, and he could about do anything. The Penske cars were very strong. And we still got 20 laps to go, and he's trying to go through the middle and make a hole that isn't there, and just created chaos. So hate it for all of our guys on the Zone Chevrolet. We had a fast car, and we were in position and just kind of biding our time and seeing what was going to happen next. And yeah, you got to know how wide your race car is to be able to find a hole that it'll fit in, and he obviously doesn't know that.
Thanks, Kyle.
Now let's show you what happened to Bubba Wallace in that crash that produced all of this damage. Big debris field there.
Yeah, and I think all the damage on his car came when they stacked up. Regan?
Kevin, Ryan Priest checked and released from the infield care center. Ryan, first off, glad to see you out of that race car safe and sound. It seems like the Peck straightaway in Daytona, you are not friends here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the diffuser or what that makes these cars like a sheet of plywood when you walk out on a windy day. But, you know, when the car took off like that and it got real quiet, all I thought about was my daughter. So I'm lucky to walk away, but we're getting really close to somebody not being able to. So very grateful for. Yeah, that sucks. We just had, I mean, this thing was fast. And, you know, thanks to Build Submarines, thanks to Kroger, Castrol, Mohawk, Fifth Third Bank, everybody at RFK Racing. It's frustrating when you end your day like this.
We're glad you're okay. Thanks, Ryan.
Just a very unique scenario right there with those cars ramping tires like that and getting the front of the car up there like that.
Right there, when that car gets sideways, more pressure under the car than air pressure over, it's going to tumble.
If you back that up a second, if you guys can, when it hit Eric Jones's car, you saw the underbody and the header bend down and created that. There's so many things to dissect there. You could go back. Hey, sorry guys, we still have a race to cover here,
and it's overtime. We still have 27 cars on the lead lap. Hamlin in a Toyota, number 11 Cindric in the number 2 Ford lead them back to green. It's green, white, checker. The overtime rules are if the leader takes the white flag signifying 1 to go under green, the next flag ends the race.
The Fords are hooked up on that outside, going to the outside of No help with Denny Hamlin on the bottom.
Yeah,
Big run.
You see Cole Custer just attached to the back of that 2 car. Denny got them broke apart right there. The 3rd car and behind Cole Custer right there, back attached to the 2.
The difference to the 2 and the Bell, the 20, Bell couldn't keep him behind him. Huge pushes there. Custer can't get down and fill that gap though.
All right, Denny Hamlin has Riley Herbst, the rookie, with him in the 2 Toyotas. The 2 Fords now are broken up as Cindric comes to the inside to block Hamlin, goes back up to pick up Custer. Whoa. Here they come. White flag. It's 1 to go, and Herbst is around.
Hang on to it. Still green, still green. He saved it. It will be official if that caution comes out. Pay attention to this.
Final time. Caution light at the bottom of the screen.
You see Austin Cindric doing a great job driving in the mirror, doing his block. A quick move on the outside with Denny Hamlin.
Here comes the Ford to his inside. LaJoy, there'd be pushes on both sides. Custer goes to the outside.
And they crash. Hamlin gets turned into the wall.
Oh my gosh. Still green.
Trying to let the leaders race back. Here they come.
Still green. It's
off.
It could be a 2-time winner here. William Byron.
Nemechek, Reddick. Off turn 4 and to the flag. Checker is waving, and William Byron has won the 500 for the 2nd year in a row.
Holy cow.
Holy cow, baby, let's go!
Wow, wow, wow. Unbelievable. 2 in a row.
The caution waved just after Byron took the checker. He is the first back-to-back winner since Denny Hamlin in 2019 and 20. Tyler Reddick is 2nd. Jimmy Johnson unofficially 3rd.
Love you guys. 2-time, baby. Let's do it. Love you, boys. Oh, yeah. Way to stay with it, boys.
Byron led 5 times for a total of 9 laps.
So close for Denny Hamlin and making this a 4-time Daytona 500 winner. Man, they were going for it. Cindric, Austin Cindric, Denny Hamlin. Huge runs. Cole Custer was right there to the outside.
And that's what we expect as we get to the end of these races. Guys just willing to throw it all on the line right there to take chances.
How about Jimmy Johnson finished 3rd?
And a tip of the hat to NASCAR. Despite cars crashing in turn 3 on the final lap, they let the leaders race to the flag.
Let's watch it back here.
With 1 to go, William Byron was 9th.
Well, you're going to see Denny Hamlin right here. He's going to get to the outside of Austin Cindric with a quick move off of turn 2. But those guys had such a gap right there. It just drug everybody to them. And when Cole Custer gets to Denny Hamlin, he's at a high rate of speed, gets on the outside, and you see they just all run out of room right there.
Man, they were going for it. Briscoe, this teammate, went to the back bumper at Hamlin as they came to the inside of him, the outside of him. They were going for it. You can't ask for any better than that. 3 wide.
And as they crashed, only William Byron and Tyler Reddick got by. Everyone from 3rd on back.
And that's why all these guys tell you leading up into this race, you got to have a little bit of luck on your side somehow. This guy right here just had it 2 years in a row. He was in the right place, and when the right time came, though, Kevin.
You got to be in it to win it, and he was in the right part of the pack, had everything fall his way going down the back straightaway, and ultimately wound up winning another Daytona 500.
Hold on to it, William.
William Byron started racing on the computer. Told his dad, I'd like to try this. They got him a Legends car. He started winning and never looked back. Went to the K&N Series, the Truck Series, Xfinity, and the Cup Series. And now he has only 2 finishes better than 21st in 8 Daytona 500 starts, and they are both wins. It's the 10th win for Rick Hendrick, car owner, breaking a tie with Petty Motorsports.
Back to back. Good work.
14th career victory for the Charlotte native. who finished third in points last year with 3 victories. Jamie Little.
William Byron's entire team is out here. Your family just walked out. William, go grab that flag. William, you were 9th with 1 lap to go. How did you come through the pack and avoid the chaos to make it 2 in a row at Daytona?
Yeah, obviously some good fortune, but just trusted my instinct on the last lap there. I felt like they were getting squirrely on the bottom, and just tried to. I was honestly going to go 3rd lane regardless, because I was probably 6 coming down the back. So just obviously fortunate that it worked out in our favor, but just really proud of this team. Worked super hard all week and had an amazing car. Just had a really hard time with the fuel savings and kind of staying towards the front. So crazy, yeah. I mean, I can't honestly believe that, but we're here, so proud of it.
William, you won this last year, and you know what a big moment it was. Can you describe what this race does for a driver, especially like yourself, and now to get to do it a 2nd time? What does this race mean?
Yeah, it's obviously really special. It's a amazing race, and obviously a lot of crazy racing out there tonight, and just a lot of pushing and shoving, but just really proud of our team. You know, I can't stress that enough. I'm just super thankful for this group and everything that they do in the off season to get prepared, and we plan on trying to win a lot of races this year, so we're not going to stop here. You know, we're going to continue to push forward and try to get to Phoenix.
Congratulations. William Byron wins the Daytona 500.
Well, Tyler Reddick comes home 2nd in the Daytona 500. Your best finish in this race. Bring me through the end and the chaos you saw and how the hole opened up for you.
Yeah, you know, with that restart we had with 15 to go, we kind of got checked up in the middle and kind of ended up further back than we wanted to be. So we kind of we didn't really want to. We ducked out of it, hoping for the caution. We got it, but we were still lined up 16th there on the green-white checkered. So when they started to spin on the dog leg, I kind of jumped out of line thinking that was going to be it. We just kept going. So yeah, I knew that me and the 24 had like a good run, and they were throwing big blocks, and when they started spinning on the inside, I had a run on the 24. I thought, man, if I could just snake through in the 11, not scrub my speed, I would have at least had an opportunity to do something. But all in all, I never really finished a race here unless it was 40 laps down. So I'll take 2nd. We wanted to get a good start to the year, and we scored a lot of points today. So I'm really happy with everyone's effort on this 45 Nasty Beast Toyota Camry.
Runner-up finish for Tyler Reddick in the Daytona 500.
Byron, the winner for Chevrolet. Reddick, Johnson, Briscoe, Nemechek, the top 5, all Toyotas. Then Bowman, Chevy. And those fast forwards of Blaney and Cindric, 7th and 8th. William Byron wins the Daytona 500 for the 2nd year in a row. We'll have more from Daytona after this.
always expect the unexpected in the final laps of the Daytona 500. We're live trackside where William Byron becomes the 5th back-to-back Daytona 500 winner, and it happened in the most unlikely fashion. With Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers, we'll take a look at that final lap where it seemed like Denny Hamlin was going to be able to capture maybe his 4th Daytona 500.
Yeah, and look at William Byron. He's about in the middle of your screen right there. You see the 24 car. He's going to go to the top. You see Cole Custer goes to the outside of Denny Hamlin. Briscoe gives Hamlin a shot, and then Custer moves down to just try to block. There's not room. You see William Byron and Tyler Reddick just barely sneak by on the outside.
And for Hendrick Motorsports, the 10th Daytona 500 win in their Chevrolet, that puts them alone on top. 9 for Petty Enterprises. And Hamlin was that close. And let's check in with Josh Sims, who's with Denny.
Well, Denny Hamlin's been rewatching that replay. So what were your thoughts on what transpired there?
Yeah, I thought we were in a great spot many times in the last 10 laps. Appreciate National Debt Relief coming on and giving them a great ride, but we didn't have the caution on the first front straightaway spin, and I was like, well, that's the second lease on life to try to get the 2. So I measured up the 2, got a run on them, and stayed with them enough to where I could kind of control what side I wanted to pass them on. And then, we had pulled away from the pack slightly, so I knew a run was going to come. 41 had the run, and I chose not to block them. Like, in these races, you got to live to make it off of turn 4, and we just didn't. I thought that the 41 came down, and I'm pushing the 2 down as low as I can, giving the 41 all the space and not stopping his run. But he just, I thought he hung, not hung a left, but steered left and was trying to crowd it. And I understand everyone's trying to go for it, and he's going for it, and all of us are. But in those situations, I told him, it's like, we gotta get all 4, then we can do this. But we just never made it, and somebody else won. I don't even know where William was running.
Appreciate your time, Denny. Jamie.
How about 7-time Jimmy Johnson brings it home 3rd. His best finish in this next-gen car by a lot, Jimmy, and smiles all around. How good does this one feel for you?
This feels incredible, and I have emotions that I didn't expect to have. I've never been in this position as an owner, and it's really opened up a different set of emotions, and the pride that I have in this result, and the pride that I have in this company, and all that we're trying to achieve and the journey we're on. I'm so satisfied, so happy right now. Excited that we have 2 cars in the top 5. I hope Shaq is watching. Thank you, buddy. We got your car in the top 3, and a big thanks to Carvana and their continued support. Mobile One, Advent Health, Family Dollar, Dollar Tree. It's just been an interesting couple of years, and to have the cars come out and be this strong. This Toyota was rocket ship fast. I'm just smiling inside now.
2 Legacy Motor Club drivers in the top 5. A great run for them, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. 49-year-old Jimmy Johnson from 15th on that last lap, finishing 3rd, and up to the guys in the booth. Mike Joy, the 14th Daytona 500, settled by a last lap pass. And there's the guy that his teammate called him the babyface assassin, your winner, William Byron, back-to-back.
Well, when you look at this, Clint, this is one of those scenarios where Denny Hamlin is right. You have to get off of turn 4 to have a chance to win this race. And there was really only 2 cars that came around there at the end. And the chaos ensued. We had a lot of the good cars, what I thought were the fastest cars, get torn up early in the race. And ultimately, it came down to survival. And the cars that made it off of turn 4 actually wound up winning the race, with William Byron come from 6 or 7. I don't even know where he was, because
9th with honestly, 1 to go.
Yeah, 9th with 1 to go. So there you have it. But the Fords getting torn up, that really changed the complexion of the race.
Oh, 100%. You started to see Denny Hamlin, all these Toyotas start to show up. Austin Cindric, the kid did a great job all weekend long. He's a Daytona 500 winner. The Fords were strong early, as you said, but that's Daytona. We preview this week. We start this week months ago, right? And we start talking, we start asking these drivers, what's it take to win? You got to have a fast car. Check. Some of them had that. You got to have handling, but they all say when it comes down to it, you got to have Lady Luck on your side. And William Byron, 2 years in a row, boy, he's had it, man. He's put himself in the right positions. He did what it took to win the race, but he also had a little bit of luck right there. The total package, William Byron.
Since Richard Petty's day, little has changed. Richard has often said the best you can do on any given day is put yourself in position to win. William Byron did just that. Circumstances dictate the outcome. More from Daytona after this.